The descended gods, with their immense power, annihilated the god-slaying squad in a single strike. Suddenly, a whirlwind of force crashed into one of the gods, sending him reeling. He was the last human survivor at this moment. His name is Ying Che. In the next second, Ying Che silently vowed to the fallen. Even if I'm the only one left, I'll use my last breath to protect this world. With a roar, he charged forward, unleashing his full power against the malevolent gods. But in that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Streaks of light flashed everywhere, then faded into the void. Ying Che jolted awake from the nightmare, back in his old house. Dazed, he wondered, didn't I die? Is this my room? He glanced at the date on his phone and was stunned to realize he had returned to the past. This was years before the demonic gods descended. In the year 2035, the first god would descend, opening a new era between Earth and the divine realm. 7 years later, the nation would fall to ruin. Back in the present, he leaped from his bed and rushed to the window, pulling back the curtains to see the world outside. Whoa, the sky is still blue? Does this mean I've returned to before the descent? But before he could process it, a strange space appeared before him. A system announced, Ninth Heaven's Divine Court activated. Ying Che was bewildered. What was that sound? He stood there searching. Who's talking? In this place, birds swarmed a gray sky where the image of a scowling face loomed. Thick chains were wrapped around the entrance sign. Ying Che was suspicious. The southern heavenly gate? He stood stunned before the desolate ruins. Could this be the heavenly palace? Did I invade it after I was reborn? From a high vantage point, he looked like a solitary, bleak figure. That's right. Ying Che recalled the old memories. After the descent, Western gods and demons ran rampant, but the Eastern deities were nowhere to be found. Unable to believe it, he whispered. This means. He voiced his speculation aloud. The secret of the great Xia deities is right here. Suddenly, a grotesque stone statue spewed scorching lava. As it flowed before Ying Che, he clutched his head in agony. Countless fragments of information flooded his mind, nearly making it explode. The system announced Ying Che's next transformation. The Ninth Heaven's Divine Court is initiating the owner-binding process. His body was then enveloped in a cocoon. The Ninth Heaven's Divine Court is restructuring the host's body. The cocoon continued to wrap itself tighter. The Ninth Heaven's Divine Court is reconfiguring stats. Strength, agility, and durability. Then, Ying Che broke free from the cocoon. Owner, binding successful. Intense streams of energy erupted from his body. His eyes radiated overwhelming power, brimming with killing intent. His hands relaxed, flowing with newfound ease. Ying Che landed, brimming with vitality, a slight, refreshed smirk playing on his lips. Ying Che assessed his new self. So, I was reborn thanks to the Ninth Heaven system, and my body. It's overflowing with power. He analyzed the situation. The Divine Court has 9 layers, each sealing the power of an ancient deity. He spoke while landing a light punch on the wall. If I can successfully enter the corresponding heavenly palace, I can inherit the power of the gods sealed on that floor. Ying Che stood there, ignoring the lurking shadows. To open the heavenly palace, I must slay many gods and demons to collect their power. He was thrilled. Excellent. Although everything isn't clear yet, with the Ninth Heaven's Divine Court, he has a much better chance after the gods descend. Ying Che's resolve hardened. Bring it on. In this life, I will protect everything. The scene shifts back to his home. A little girl peeked from behind the door, calling out, "Brother?" She sleepily asked Ying Che, "What are we eating this morning? I'm hungry." A closer look revealed the girl was Ying Baobao, a second grader in Class 3 at Yuanling Elementary. Ying Che was stunned. My sister. He recalled a tragic image from the past, a giant monster ending her life with its sharp claws. But Ying Che's face was ashen, and he was rendered speechless. In his memory, Baobao, covered in wounds, had gasped, "Brother, run!" His heart ached at the memory. He remembered his own knees, in torn pants, hitting the ground in despair. He had held his dying sister, screaming hopelessly. Ying Che tried to escape the fragmented memories. "I'm sorry, sister. In my past life, I failed to protect you. This time, I won't let any god or demon in this world lay a single finger on you." Returning to the present, he pulled his little sister into a tight, long hug. Baobao's voice was muffled. "Brother, what's wrong?" Ying Che gritted his teeth and replied, "It's nothing. I just remembered something sad." He thought, "This time, I absolutely will not let that tragedy repeat." From the outside, the house was filled with light and sound. "I get it," Ying Che said gently. "If you really don't want to go to school, then you don't have to go today." The scene cuts to the Central War Zone headquarters. An officer reports, "Commander, we have an incoming call on emergency line 1. Hu Shen repeated, "Line 1? He then mused, "Isn't that a dedicated high-priority line? An urgent call from Central Command?" The voice replied, "This is a private line from a residential area." Bao Bao waved goodbye. "I'm heading to school. You should rest today." On the line was Chang Hu Shen, the war zone commander. "This is Chang Hu Shen. Identify yourself." Ying Che calmly replied, "General Chang, we have not met, but the information I have is worth your time." Shortly after, helicopters and vehicles arrived. A team of professionals approached. "Apologies for the intrusion. This visit was authorized." Nearby, a girl on a balcony witnessed the scene. She called to her mother, "Mom, come look. There are so many soldiers." Her mom was shocked. "Soldiers?" Neighbors started to whisper, "What's happening in our neighborhood? This looks serious." A crowd gathered around nervously. "This is terrifying. Did someone here get into trouble?" Ying Che pushed through the crowd, stepping forward as everyone stared. "Are they here for him? No way. Did he commit a crime? If he did, he would have fled by now." The leader recognized him. "You must be Ying Che. The commander is waiting." Ying Che's expression was grim. "Let's go. Every minute is precious." The 10 men gestured to a nearby car. Girls nearby sighed. "He's so handsome." The girls watched with complete admiration. "Is he some kind of hidden master? I can't believe a big shot was living here." The journey passed in a blur. The steel Great Wall. The god-slaying army. Their vehicle sped beneath the green trees. "I must hurry, there's too much to do." Ying Che sat calmly in the car, taking notes. "Thankfully, in the war against gods and demons, I am not fighting alone." The scene changes to the city center. Amidst modern buildings and helicopters, an aide reported, Ying Che, 17 years old, born in a small welfare home. He raised his younger sister, Bao Bao. Zifan reviewed the file. A completely normal upbringing, no psychological issues, and no criminal record. Hu Shen continued, "Then you explain to me how an ordinary person knows our military strategy?" Officer Zifan offered her speculation. "There's only one possibility. Our military intelligence has been leaked." Hu Shen replied, "Leaking military secrets is a capital offense. This isn't simple. Before the truth is known, do not define things with your imagination. Continue investigating." Zifan replied quickly, "Understood." Ying Che now sat by the window, silently watching the city. In his eyes, the streets below were rivers of blazing lava. His gaze held countless untold stories. At that moment, the doorknob turned. Hu Shen entered and asked, "You are Ying Che?" Ying Che turned to him, "General Chang." Hu Shen placed a file on the table. "Sit down, you have 5 minutes," he demanded. "First, how did you get this number?" Ying Che answered, "I know more than just this number. I know top military secrets that have never been revealed." He slowly began to explain everything. "I also know that in the future, our country and the entire world will face a great crisis. The military might of every nation will be completely useless." Hu Shen looked skeptical. "Oh? You say that with such certainty." "I know this is hard to believe, but Ying Che revealed what was to come. In this war, the enemy we face will be gods and demons from the divine realm. They will tear open the sky to reach Earth and begin slaughtering humanity." "We can't be convinced," said Hu Shen. "If you only came to speak such nonsense, you can leave." Ying Che immediately presented the number 5 billion. Hu Shen was confused by the number. Ying Che continued, "After they invade the Earth, they will commit brutal crimes, and about 5 billion people will die. By then, the nations will fight back, but it will be too late." Hu Shen pressed, "Give me one reason to believe you." Ying Che sat and added, "In a few days, a great fire will break out in the west district of the city. It's called the August 5th Jiangzhou incident." He gave all the details. "If you deploy early, you can save more than 200 people. Also, he offered a small notebook. Please retrieve an item from this location. I will give you proof that the gods are real." The scene shifts to Ying Che's home as night falls. The crescent moon shone brightly as he walked in, carrying heavy bags. "I'm home," Bao Bao asked. "Where were you? Why are you back so late? I'm starving." Ying Che replied, "Sorry, I was busy today." Luckily, the market was still open. He was sweating as he spoke. "Wait a moment, I'll go cook now," he thought. "This feels like a dream. I almost forgot I have a little sister at home." In the quiet kitchen, Ying Che calculated silently. "There are 2 months until the first divine descent. To protect my sister, I must prepare more." He stirred the simmering soup on the stove, his mind racing. As for the system, after that successful activation, there has been no other reaction. Opening the Sky Palace requires divine power, but killing a god is impossible right now. Without the martial god blade, I'm just an ordinary man with a bit of strength. After some thought, Doan Triert made his choice. It was time to go to that place. Meanwhile, Bao Bao mumbled in her sleep, so full. I can't eat another bite. He left a note on the little girl's forehead, saying he had to go away for a while. He'd asked their neighbor, Auntie Zong, to feed her until he returned. On a bright day, at a key archaeological dig site, a sign read, "No unauthorized entry." Warning tape crisscrossed the entrance, but Don Treat slipped past it, unseen. A guard heard a sound, but saw nothing when he turned. This was a protected historical excavation zone. He moved through the darkness, his eyes scanning every shadow. He reached a place filled with skeletons. Don Triert's heart pounded. I've found them, the remains of a godfiend. He remembered his past life, stumbling into this very place during a desperate crisis. It was here, among these bones, that he first claimed the martial god blade, gaining the power to fight. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed nearby. The system flared. Godfiend energy detected. He was shocked. The system info showed the monster was once a beautiful woman. In death, she merged with a venomous spider, becoming an F-rank demoness, Luo Xinfu. His mind raced. Why is this creature here? The gods shouldn't have descended yet. Luo Xinfu lunged, her sharp claws slashing with brutal force. Without hesitation, Don Triert snatched a nearby bone. Apologizing for the disrespect, he swung the skeletal limb right at his foe. The blow landed true before Luo Xinfu could even react. He pressed his attack, striking again. A sharp piece of bone pierced its eye. Don Triert thought to himself, this thing's hide is incredibly tough. Not even a godfiend's bone can break through. Its defense was too strong. I need to find the martial god blade, now. Meanwhile, Luo Xinfu shrieked in agony. He hissed in alarm, quiet down. If the guards hear you, we're both done for. Outside, the guards were alerted by the noise. There's an intruder. For real this time. Call headquarters. We have an intruder in the main excavation area, requesting backup. Luo Xinfu spat a volley of sticky silk. Don Triert dodged, cursing internally. Damn it, this spider wasn't here in my past life. He dodged and slashed at the incoming webs. He watched the bone weapon corrode and thought, this silk can eat through a godfiend's bones. He watched her movements, tense. It lunged again with its claws, and a moment's carelessness cost him. He was hit. Don Triert was sent flying, his weapon and pack scattering. He crashed hard into the pile of bones. Don Triert gritted his teeth. An F rank. At my peak in my past life, one hit would have been all it took. He scoffed at his own weakness. A dragon stranded on the shore, a tiger hunted in the plains, pathetic. Just then, his eyes caught a blade in the bones. The system chimed, masterless blade, originally the treasure of the martial god. The martial god blade. After its master's death, it entered a sealed state. Over time, it began to radiate godfiend energy. This energy can mutate nearby lifeforms into godfiends. Just then, Luo Xinfu charged forward again. A powerful slash cut through the air. As the dust settled, Don Triert stood there, the ancient blade held firmly in his hand. He grinned fiercely. My turn, you filthy spider. He drew his own blood to form a contract, whispering, acknowledge your master. The blade instantly absorbed his blood, sending a surge of power through Don Triert's veins. He wondered, strange. I don't remember the reaction being this intense in my past life. As he sank into a void created by the blade, Don Triert was jolted. Where's my blade? He cried out. A voice echoed. I have waited long for you. The voice introduced itself. I am the final will of the martial god left in this world. Don Triert repeated, stunned. The martial god? His final will? The will explained. My divine power is fading. Any later, and I would have vanished forever. He cut in, confused. Wait, does that mean I was too late in my past life? So your power had already vanished? The spider mutated from the leakage. No wonder I never saw it before. The will explained. This is the culmination of the martial god's entire life of training. It is more than just techniques, it is a profound understanding of the martial way. And with that, the will poured everything into Don Triert. The martial god's will left one final warning. You must train diligently. Combine theory with practice to master the martial god sword. Only then can you conquer the battlefield and advance on the path of martial arts. He returned from the mental space, everything finally clicking into place. So that's it, he whispered. I understand. Confidence surged through him as he murmured. This time, I didn't just get the blade. I inherited the martial god's entire legacy. Things just got interesting. Don Triert gave his thanks. Senior, rest assured. I will not let you down. Just then, Luo Xinfu charged with renewed fury. Charging his rival, Don Triert's eyes blazed with a golden light. Wind-shattering 8 strikes. With blinding speed, he closed the distance with his blade, delivering a clean, decisive slash. Tan Fu was critically wounded. A system notification appeared. Successfully eliminated Luo Tan Fu. Stat point +1, advanced stat point, remolding the host's body to achieve the martial god state. Don Triet was satisfied. 1 kill, 1 point. This system has benefits like this? He then selected the remaining attributes on the info panel. A message arrived, confirming the stat point allocation. Congratulations on absorbing Tan Fu's power. First Heaven unlock progress is now 10%. At that same moment, a chain link somewhere snapped. The system added, at 100%, you may enter the Middle Heaven. Unlock the might of Eastern gods, accelerating your path to godhood. Detected a trace of dispersing martial god power. The power began to condense from the air, successfully transforming. Congratulations, host. You have received an egg. Don Trier was skeptical. What? Can this thing actually speed up my cultivation? In another view, people with flashlights illuminated the path ahead. They were stunned. This is bad. They immediately radioed headquarters to report. Unexcavated bones at the archaeological site have been stolen. The message was emphasized, repeated once more. Unexcavated bones at the archaeological site have been stolen. Meanwhile, Don Triet calmly carried his sword and the egg away. Good thing I just increased my body's sensitivity, or I would have been caught. He laughed, pleased with himself. Holding the egg, he wondered, still, what's inside this thing? The scene shifts to evening, with a bright crescent moon in the sky. Bao Bao called out from inside. Brother, are we having ostrich egg for dinner tonight? On May 8th, 2035, at 7:21 p.m. in the East Sea, at latitude 27 degrees north and longitude 125 degrees east, an unknown object was detected. On a raging sea amidst a great storm, rain poured down and winds howled. A ship was in the process of recovering something. The object being hauled up was a massive, skull-like structure. A subordinate approached him, Academician Qian Mincheng. The waves are too rough, you should return to the cabin first. That person draped a coat on him, saying, be careful not to catch a cold. Your health is the most important thing. But Mincheng was still in shock, finding it hard to believe this reality. So it was real. The scene cuts to a brightly lit office. Z-Fan was carefully reviewing the information. Its length exceeds 60 meters, the skull's diameter is 8 meters, and its hardness surpasses all known materials. It contains a large quantity of unknown matter. Hu Shen was dazed. Could this really be a god? Just then, someone arrived to report. Commander, that person said, we've confirmed a sudden fire has just occurred in West City. The subordinate continued his report. Due to enhanced fire prevention, it was extinguished quickly. There are currently no casualties. Hu Shen asked, what was the cause? The subordinate immediately answered, the expert team is investigating, but according to current leads, the unified conclusion is a meteorite impact. Hearing this, Zifan was completely shocked. What, a meteorite? Doesn't that rule out the possibility of human involvement? Hu Shen asked again, are you certain? The other side quickly replied, positive. Late at night, the moon and stars shone brightly. The evening news was on. A sudden fire broke out in the west district of Jiangzhou City. Thanks to a prompt response, there are currently no reports of casualties. The cause of the incident is under investigation. Seeing this, Don Triet muttered, it seems the future can be changed. It's not like my previous life. The TV report continued. 2 days ago, ancient tomb number 1 in Tanggu was robbed in the middle of the night. Nearby, Bao Bao hugged the egg, mumbling in her sleep, ostrich egg. This caught Don Triet's attention. Asleep already? At that moment, his phone rang. Hello, Commander Chang. The scene shifts to the next morning. Under a clear blue sky with birds soaring freely, the massive object lay wrapped in chains. Countless people moved around to inspect it. Hu Shen asked, is this the god you mentioned? Don Triet replied, that's right. He pointed at the skull and said, this is the skull of an S-class, 6-winged angel. This should be enough to prove what I said, right? Z-Fan thought to himself, so this is the person who prophesied the Jiangzhou fire and helped the military find an unknown creature's skull? He's younger than I thought, Don Triet continued. Regarding the fire, we saved over 200 people. In the future, we have the potential to save over 5 billion people. Hu Shen was lost in thought. Anyone, faced with such concrete evidence, would be swayed. Having decided, he issued an order to the entire army. Hu Shen gave a serious command. Central Military Region is to immediately enter a state of combat readiness. I will report this to Central Command. Hearing this, Zifan hesitated slightly. But sir, even if everything he said before is true, an invasion of gods is just too strange. Is this necessary? Suddenly, someone approached and interjected. Follow Old Kim's plan. I will bear all responsibility. Great Xia's marshal, Zhang Zhengguo, declared that no measure is too extreme to ensure the people's safety. Xu Fan respectfully addressed Marshal Zhengguo. Is this young man Ying Che? Did you say this massive skull belongs to a god? Ying Che replied, hand me the documents. Hu Shen, surprised, asked Marshal, what brings you here? Ying Che added, that's right, Marshal. This is the enemy we face, as he explained his thoughts. They will displace millions, stain our lands with blood, and force the people of Great Xia to submit. Their souls will be offered up, becoming mere worshippers, and in 15 years, human civilization will be annihilated. Zhengguo continued, we've found its remains, proving these gods can be killed, and have been killed on Earth before. But Ying Che answered, correct, they can die. This S-class, six-winged angel was shot down 5,000 years ago over the East Sea. Hu Shen interjected, wait, are you talking about the mythological Hu Yi? Does that mean he was real? Ying Che explained, yes. Though most myths are propaganda from ancient divine invaders, but he recalled something unique, a single exception to the rule. He visualized the distant past, when gods from the divine realm invaded this world, but they were ultimately driven away by the Eastern gods, through their own legends and great deeds. They underwent a transformation to finally become gods themselves. Hu Shen was just now realizing this. Then we have a problem. If gods appeared in ancient times, will they return now? But Ying Che recounted. In the ancient war, most of the Eastern gods fought and fell in battle. Afterward, the Eastern gods faded into legend, never to be seen again. He recalled his past life. We held on to that hope, but the Eastern gods were always absent from the fight. They never appeared, and Earth was ultimately destroyed. He thought, only the 9 heavens remain. But now, not even the first layer of heaven has opened. Ying Che mused to himself. We must quickly prepare everything we can deploy. He warned everyone. I'm afraid this time, we can only rely on ourselves. Hu Shen eagerly replied. I never thought in this lifetime, this old soldier would get a chance to fight a god. He then warned, the sea god Poseidon will appear in less than 2 months. Ying Che pointed to the map. At that time, the sea god will command marine beasts to join the war, and their chosen landing zones are the west coast of the Freedom Nation and the east coast of Great Xia. The battlefield will span the entire Pacific Ocean. Zhengguo asked, if that's true, what do you suggest we do? He immediately proposed. To protect Great Xia's people, we must build a defensive line. Let's call it the Steel Great Wall. The strongest surface was the name Ying Che coined. A moment later, at the coast, he wondered to himself, why did I say that name during such a serious meeting? The man informed him, your temporary leave of absence from school has been arranged. Ying Che replied politely, I understand. Thank you for the trouble, Commander. Hu Shen wondered, why do you suddenly seem so dejected? The strongest surfaces project, the Steel Great Wall, has begun. He screamed internally, don't say it. It's because I was just reborn. This body speaks these words on its own. In the distance, Bao Bao waved. Brother. The man praised. Your sister is very cute. Hu Shen probed. You must want to protect your sister, right? What's your next move? Ying Che admitted. Yes. The Steel Great Wall is a shield for our people, but we can't rely on shields alone to win a war. He added, Commander, we need weapons that can target the gods, specialized talent, and a power of resistance. The man promised, no problem, I will give you my full support. However, while I understand the rest, what is this power of resistance you mentioned? Ying Che explained. It is the final legacy the Eastern gods left for humanity. It will become our sword, a sharp blade to slaughter the gods. Along the peaceful coast, birds were hunting for prey. Suddenly, a shout broke the calm. Commander, we have a problem, Hu Shen scolded. What's with all the commotion? A little girl ran towards them, shouting. Brother, Bao Bao said excitedly. Brother, it's so fun here, he asked gently. Aren't you tired after playing so long? Ying Che suggested. I'll take you home now, he thought. Is this really a place for fun? I only brought you here because you overheard my call and wouldn't let go. The girl happily agreed to go. He roared. What did you just say? After grasping the situation, Hu Shen announced with regret. Xiao Che, I'm afraid you can't leave just yet. As darkness fell, a fiery meteor streaked through the sky, crashing directly into the city. Dust clouded the air, revealing a deep crater. The patrol team was puzzled. Strange. Where is the meteor? Before they could finish, terrified screams erupted. Later, in a command vehicle, a technician struggled to get a signal. He anxiously questioned the experts. Can you hear anything? On the other end, chaos erupted. Monster! A monster! They screamed relentlessly. It's a monster! Ying Che, with the egg on his back, stared at the ruined city below. This is the place. Below him was a pile of rubble. Police dogs were at work until one sensed a stranger. The dog began to bark. A guard went on alert. Who's there? Ying Che quickly said, I'm friendly. He held up his ID. I'm a special envoy. Ying Che was sent to investigate this fire incident. The guard lowered his gun, asking suspiciously, a special envoy? He then lifted the tape for Ying Che to pass. As he entered, Ying Che asked about the expert team. Any news yet? The guard replied, nothing. The team entered the blast zone at night, but vanished without a trace. We have since locked down the area to ensure no one else wanders into this danger zone. As he spoke, the guard handed Ying Che a report. What about the meteor? He asked again. The guard answered, nothing was found in the crater. The expert team's last message mentioned a monster. Ying Che was stunned. A monster? The guard confirmed, yes, then we lost contact. Ying Che walked past the guard and headed inside. I'm going to see the crater. The guard offered, I'll lead the way, but he refused. No need, I know the way. The guard watched him go, thinking, what a strange kid, carrying an egg no less. Ying Che reached the meteor crater and leaped down into it. Observing his surroundings, he thought, a monster? The scene really does look like a meteor impact, but the smell is off. He scooped up some dirt and saw small fragments within it. He was shocked. This is? The system's voice announced. Demonic energy reaction detected. Ying Che was stunned. Demonic energy again? In my past life, this sudden fire caused catastrophic damage and fallout. Back then, everyone focused on the disaster, ignoring the deeper cause hidden behind it. As time passed, the truth was likely buried by those with agendas. Just then, the egg shot out of his pack. How can this egg run on its own? He yelled frantically. Stop, don't you run. Get back here. But the egg continued to zoom forward. It finally stopped on a bridge in the city center. Ying Che finally caught up, completely out of breath. He bent over, gasping. You ran off again, he sighed wearily. In this life, even an egg is faster than me. He grabbed the egg, roughly stuffing it into his pack. To be sure, he tied a rope around the egg in the backpack. Now let's see you try to run. If the system hadn't said you were about to hatch, I never would have stolen you from my sister. At that moment, he saw the scene before him. A ferocious fire was raging in the distance. The inferno engulfed a house, its chains melted and broken, unable to contain it. Alert the master, now. An unknown entity has broken the chains. A powerful force shot out like a whirlwind. Rock and chain links flew everywhere, shattering to pieces. A group of people ran out, chasing after it. After it! Do not let it get away. Just then, the F+ rank Skullfire prepared a counterattack. It unleashed its attack, 3 fireballs, rocketing toward its enemies. Seeing this, Xiaolu leaped to the side, successfully dodging the attack. She turned to check on her subordinate. Are you okay? The man replied with a strained voice. It's no good. If this goes on, we'll all be burned alive. Hearing this, Xiaolu gave the order. All who are afraid, fall back now. The rest of you, hold out for 30 more minutes. The master is on his way. Her subordinate's face paled as he yelled, Watch out! A fireball was hurtling straight for her face. At the same time, Ying Che drew the sword from his back, ready for battle. He lunged forward, his sword a blur as he deflected the fireballs. Each deflected flame split apart, glowing a fiercer red. He stood protectively before Xiaolu for a moment. She was momentarily stunned by his skill. So powerful. Ying Che recognized the monster as the Skullfire and ordered, All of you, stay back. Xiaolu yelled out, trying to stop him. Wait, get back. You'll be burned alive. Ying Che firmly held the bag with the giant egg. The monster's throat began to bulge ominously. Instantly, it unleashed a torrent of fire at Ying Che. He left the egg sack and charged forward without hesitation. Wind-breaking blade catch. The raging flames spread wide, but their intensity seemed to lessen. From the darkness, Ying Che reached for his egg sack. He stood there, an imposing figure. That was pretty cool. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on your first kill of a skull flame. You have received 1 attribute point, absorbing the skull flame's demonic energy. Ying Che muttered, energy absorption. Standing in a magic circle, he chose something on the system panel. A strange red mass began to glow intensely. A notification was sent to the 9th heaven. First heaven, central sky opened. Progress, 20%. Ying Che stood silently, a short distance from Xiaolu's group. Through the dust and heat, his subordinate couldn't believe his eyes. We're saved. Xiaolu was just as stunned. To kill a skull flame with a single strike. Just who is he? Ying Che reached out and retrieved his bag with the egg. Xiaolu was completely bewildered. Who is he? The skull flame's demonic energy coalesced into a mass in Ying Che's palm. Seeing this, Li Xiaolu screamed from behind, "You can't touch that with your bare hands." Hearing her, he glanced back, confused, his hand already on the demonic core. A short while later, they sat together in a pavilion. Holding the box containing the demonic core, Li Xiaolu introduced herself. "I am Li Xiaolu from Jingzhou, the 37th disciple of the Li family martial hall." Ying Che just gave a non-committal, Seeing his indifference, she fumed internally. This guy, the Li family, is one of the top 3 ancient martial clans in Daxia. Even though we've been in seclusion for years, our name has never been forgotten. I can't believe he's never heard of the Li family, Xiaolu then said. Regardless, thank you for what you did earlier. She spoke with a detached tone. After all, my clan members would have all died otherwise. So tell me, how would you like to be repaid? Anything is possible, except for illegal acts, murder, or repaying me with your body. Also, how should I address you? Hearing her offer, Ying Che's eyes lit up. You can call me Ying Che, Miss Li, he replied. You just said not to touch it directly. It seems you know the origin of this thing quite well. Could you tell me a little about it? To be honest, I'm very interested in this object. Xiaolu turned her head away disdainfully. Just because you're interested, I should reveal the secrets of the demon crystal? I cannot agree to that, he thought. So this thing is called a demon crystal. She continued. You can't touch it directly because it contains an unknown form of energy. Prolonged contact could lead to unpleasant consequences. Do you really think I would tell you something like that? Ying Che was stunned. But you just did. Xiaolu, however, was still rambling. Besides us, no one else knows the specifics of this thing. Furthermore, the longer a living creature is exposed, the more the demon crystal can cause strange mutations. The monster just now was also affected by this energy. He listened intently. And then, the air suddenly went still, as if frozen. Xiaolu snapped back to reality, screaming internally. I think I just revealed everything I should and shouldn't have said. This man is so powerful, and I don't even know if he's an ally or an enemy. Somebody help me. I really should have investigated his identity first. Ying Che observed her reaction, thinking, in my past life, the demon crystal's secret was a top-tier national secret, discovered by my predecessors. It was immediately abandoned due to a fatal flaw. The internal details were never released to the public. So I wonder where this girl crawled out from, knowing its properties so well. Xiaolu then turned to Ying Che, asking irritably, why are you even here? He replied, why am I here? Weren't you the one who led me here? You said it was inconvenient to talk back there. She leaned in close to his face and demanded, I'm talking about when we were about to fall. Why did you suddenly show up right then? Ying Che answered, oh, you're talking about that? I saw the fire over here, so I came to check it out and found you all fighting. Xiaolu snapped loudly, wrong, I want to know who you really are. Ying Che smiled faintly, showing Xiaolu his official ID. I'm the special envoy investigating this fire in the city, which is why I'm here. Xiaolu was skeptical. Investigating, he asked? Is something wrong? She had an indescribable expression on her face. This is actually. Just then, a tall, thin man approached from behind and spoke up. For a special envoy to visit today without any prior notice. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Seeing the young man, Xiaolu called out, cousin. The newcomer was the head of the Li family, Li Yunfei. Model. He instructed, outside, you will call me family head. Xiaolu replied, understood, family head. Leaning beside the demonic crystal, Li Yunfei asked, is Xiaolu implying we caused the fire in the city? Xiaolu cried out, family head, he continued. Must we hide the truth from the investigator? Smiling at Ying Che, he said, young man, you've likely guessed the last fire was caused by that monster. He was once human, but was corrupted by a special energy from an ancient relic. Its source is like a demonic crystal's energy, eventually turning him into a monstrous creature. Stunned, Ying Che thought. The special energy they mentioned. Is it the divine demon power? Just like that spider, infected by prolonged exposure to divine demon power, if that monster caused the fire, the experts likely didn't survive. He asked Li Yunfei, "What is this ancient relic?" Resting his hand on the crystal's case, Li Yunfei said, "This relic is a forbidden object from antiquity, a secret our martial arts families guard in rotation. I cannot reveal the specifics. I can only say that prolonged contact with it leads to infection." He added, "For some reason, the time it takes to be infected has shortened recently." Ying Che wondered, "Is this connected to the coming divine descent?" Watching him, Li Yunfei said, "Traditionally, the Guardian is rotated monthly to avoid infection, but on the night of May 8th, something unprecedented happened. Though it was less than a month, the Guardian became infected, turning into a monster." Li Yunfei remembered that moment. He went on, "The newborn monster was weak but fast. While I tried to subdue it, it slipped away. Unexpectedly, it exhausted itself mid-flight and fell, causing the massive blaze. The image of the infected man turning into a streak of white light flashed through Li Yunfei's mind. After recapturing it, I went out to prepare for its destruction," he added. "I didn't realize it would nearly cause another disaster." Ying Che then asked, "I see. May I see the ancient relic?" Li Yunfei replied, "My apologies. This relic is forbidden and cannot be shown to outsiders." He then looked at Ying Che, saying, "If you want to know what it is, you need not look far. Don't you have one?" Ying Che was stunned. "Me?" Li Yunfei prompted. "The sword you carry." Ying Che's expression turned grim. His face unreadable, Ying Che thought. Someone knows the secret of divine demons, even before the divine descent. Xiaolu asked, "What? That blade is also a forbidden object?" Just as Ying Che started to explain, Li Yunfei cut in. "When this blade claimed its master, its energy was contained. It's no surprise you didn't notice. But that blade is anything but simple." Ying Che rolled his eyes, pointing to the blade. "Actually, you're wrong. This is a family heirloom." He thought, passed down by Daxia ancestors counts as an heirloom. Even if I just dug it up. Li Yunfei merely chuckled. Ying Che picked up the demonic crystal. "It's getting late, Mr. Li. To investigate this fully, I need to take this demonic crystal." Li Yunfei nodded. "Go ahead," Ying Che replied. "Thank you." Watching him leave, Li Yunfei called out, "But be careful. Don't become a monster yourself." As he left, Ying Che thought, "These martial arts families are more complex than they seem. I'll need to investigate them further." Back inside, a hand pulled a book from a shelf. Instantly, the bookcases parted. A secret room was revealed. Xiaolu entered, asking, "Cousin, is he gone?" Li Yunfei answered, "Yes." Before him lay a book, surrounded by glowing demonic crystals. He added, "If the monster is dead, this is over. Tell everyone to prepare to leave." Xiaolu replied, "Understood." Li Yunfei touched the book, thinking, "This place is no longer safe. We must leave now." The moon was high in the sky. Arriving home, Ying Che called, "I'm back, sis." He picked up Ying Baobao's diary. It read, May 10th. "I don't know what my brother's been up to lately. First, he took a leave from school, then joined the army. I never see him. And he stole the egg while I was asleep. I'm so mad." Ying Che let out a sigh as he read her words. While she was sleeping, he gazed at Bao Bao, murmuring, "When the divine descent begins, I can't always be there to protect you. I need to find a forbidden object for you. Something to pair with the martial god blade so you can protect yourself." He gently stroked her head. At that moment, Bao Bao dreamed she was standing before a strange book. Surrounded by magic crystals, a strange voice whispered. Then, a mysterious book appeared right before the girl. Outside, Ying Che was watching a movie on TV, where a character was speaking. "Can you turn small love into great love?" That is not turning small love into great love. It is turning a fool into a foolish love. Ying Che unsheathed his sword, ignoring the film. He thought, how could someone in this life know the secret of the gods before their descent? Staring at his sword, he wondered what secrets the ancient martial families held, recalling Li Yunfei's words. "If you want to know what it is, you don't have to look far. You have one right here, correct? The blade on your person." The movie on the TV continued. "Why am I just a small love?" Just then, Bao Bao walked out, rubbing her eyes. "You're back?" Ying Che asked. "Did I wake you? Was the TV too loud?" The little girl said, "No." Then with an angry look she asked, "Where is the egg?" Ying Che held up the backpack for her. "It's here, completely unharmed." "Strange." He grabbed the crystal box. "Why are there fewer magic crystals inside? This can't be right." Meanwhile, Bao Bao held up the egg and shouted, "Brother!" A small creature's head poked through. The egg had hatched. With a thud, the creature fell to the floor, leaving the two siblings stunned. 1 week later, at an offshore construction site, helicopters flew above a network of interconnected steel pillars. A voice came through. "Report! The 107,001st giant steel spike has been secured." Hearing this, Hu Shen ordered, "Good. We must accelerate the progress." An officer replied to him, "Yes, sir." Dan Dan opened its mouth for a tasty meal. Ying Che thought, "This creature is so picky. It only eats magic crystals." A supervising officer nearby read from the Coastal Defense Systems report. "The strongest steel wall on Earth is progressing well based on Comrade Ying Che's proposed design." He continued speaking. "To date, all 720 key projects along the coastline have begun construction, with completion expected within 50 days. Hearing that, Ying Che looked disappointed. Why was the name Strongest on Earth decided like that? The supervisor added, "Its total length is 20,000 kilometers, 300 meters above sea level, with a 500-meter wide foundation." Hu Shen added, "A steel curtain covering the entire sea." He was amazed. Such a miraculous project. From design to completion in just over 50 days? Unbelievable, the other officer confirmed. "That's right. Comrade Ying Che provided the design." The president of the Academy of Sciences endlessly praised him as a genius. Ying Che felt a little embarrassed. Not at all. The blueprint is merely a guide. The execution depends on the hard work of the construction workers. He thought again, "In truth, I was just lucky to have seen the completed design in my past life." He began to reminisce. During the most dangerous time in his past life, academician Min Chiang worked tirelessly for 7 days and nights. He completed the design. "I am just a messenger from the future who accidentally changed the wall's name." Suddenly, a man approached, saying, "I think everyone might have overlooked something." Grand Marshal Ba Jin of Daxia shared his thoughts. "If we don't count concrete and other materials, the steel alone is estimated to be over 100 billion tons, which is nearly 15 years of China's output." He stepped closer to persuade them. "We must fight the sea god. But my original idea is better. Abandon the coastal areas and shrink the entire defense line." Hearing that, Hu Shen swung a decisive punch right at his face. The hat on his head fell off. Ba Jin thought angrily, "What is this old man doing? I was only offering a helpful opinion." His gaze suddenly turned cold. Hu Shen pointed his weapon at his opponent. "I will say this one last time. I will not yield a single inch of Huaxia's land. If we abandon our coast to face the sea god, then what will we give up next?" Ying Che understood the situation and came to intervene. "Commander, don't be rash." The supervisor quickly reported, "The last time you said you would help Comrade Ying Che find talent and resources. We have found them all. Shall we take Comrade Ying Che to see them? Is that right, Comrade Ying Che?" Ying Che quickly replied, "That's right. Please lead the way. This senior's aura is terrifying when he's angry." Hearing this, Hu Shen finally put away his weapon. "Consider yourself lucky this time." He turned to leave. "Don't let me hear such words from you again." The supervising officer quickly ran to join him. As the three walked and talked, he said, "I'm telling you, the commander went to great lengths to find them. Find these people? It was a small matter." Ba Jin was now seething with rage. To dare place all of Daxia's hopes on a mere boy, how naive. Can we really stop the power of the gods? He then made his decision. Someone previously claimed they could contact the gods. "Tell them I agree to a meeting." "Arrange it," his subordinate quickly said. "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a private room. "Hold on," a voice gasped, exhausted. It was Zifan, panting heavily. Ying Che waited for the report. "By the time we arrived, it was empty," she continued. "We only found this. And your family isn't in Jingzhou. There's just a normal dojo run by the Li family." But as Ying Che reached for the item, she added, "There's no information on that person." Hu Shen added, "There are deep secrets here. Keep digging." The agent replied simply, "Understood." The scene cuts to a screening room, where bombs and lightning tore through a dark, hazy void on screen. A group was watching the footage. Xiao Xiao turned with a smirk. "Well, look who decided to show up. We've been waiting for half an hour." Hu Shen began the briefing. "Among you 5 are masters from the Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist sects. Now, you'll have to win them over." Ying Che's response was cool and confident. "Not a problem." Back to the present, Shu Dao stepped forward. "You must be Ying Che. Do you dare to spar for 2 rounds? The Taoist master, Shu Dao, scoffed. "I see you're just an actor, all show and no substance." Ying Che understood perfectly. "It seems I'll have to beat some sense into you people first." He gently set Dan Dan aside. "To save time, just come at me all at once. Mo Sek's successor, Mo Xiao Xiao, Star River Sect's Shangguan Wan'er, Buddhist master Wen Bai, and Confucian scholar Mo Mai. 15 minutes later, Wan'er and Wen Bai lay defeated in a shallow crater on the floor. Ying Che asked calmly, "So, are you ready to listen now?" One raised a hand. "I yield." A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. We're all civilized people here. He then immediately turned to discuss the mission specifics. The commander already briefed you, right? Xiao Xiao was still defiant. Yes, but I can't believe you summoned us here. You really expect us to join a battle against a god? Mo Mai chimed in from the side. He's right. If a real god appeared, with our mortal bodies, we'd just be cannon fodder. Ying Che's reply was sharp. Frankly, with your current power, you don't even qualify to be pawns. You must grow stronger, become pillars to protect Daxia. Wenbai bowed his head. Amitabha, my cultivation is weak. Please guide us, master. Ying Che clapped his hands once. On cue, the supervisor drove in, carrying an object concealed under a large cloth. He grabbed the sheet and began to pull it away. A war with the gods is coming, and the Eastern Pantheon are more than just legends. The item was revealed in all its mystical glory. They left behind a precious legacy. Wen Bai, standing nearby, gasped in utter shock. What is this? The supervisor sighed. It took this old man a lot of effort to get the museum to loan this out. I just don't know how it connects to the gods. Ying Che quietly placed his hand upon it, and a system notification appeared. Unclaimed Cauldron. An auxiliary divine artifact used by Daxia's Shenong, the 9 Revolutions Qiangkun Cauldron. After the ancient god's passing, it entered a sealed state. From Ying Che's hand, a blinding light suddenly erupted. As the strange phenomenon occurred, a new message appeared. Ownership claim successful. The supervisor stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded. Ying Che then explained, "This is the 9 Revolutions Cauldron, a divine tool left on Earth by the ancient gods. Its patterns reveal its purpose." Xiao Xiao could feel it too. "Is this real? I can truly feel something." A single drop of water rippled on a nearby surface. Something caught Ying Che's gaze. Everyone else had already entered a state of meditative cultivation. Even the supervisor was no exception. He looked shocked. "Why are you cultivating too?" But Ying Che simply crossed his legs and sat down. He began to enter a deep meditative state. Outside, darkness fell, lit only by the bright moon. At that moment, Mo Mai launched a palm strike at Wan'er. She dodged with incredible speed. He grinned with arrogant pride. "I feel like I'm overflowing with power." Wan'er steadied herself, her tone sarcastic. "Brute force alone won't get you anywhere." She smirked, preparing a counterattack. Suddenly, Ying Che's eyes snapped open. Mo Mai and Wan'er broke apart. Xiao Xiao excitedly showed off her power. "Everyone, look, I can control this divine mechanism." She kept shifting its form. It changes shape with just a thought. "Look, a heart." Wenbai was ecstatic. "Quick, punch me. I feel like my body is indestructible now." Their combined power sent furniture flying. "Great mighty heavenly dragon." Shu Dao was in awe. "So this is what it feels like to be truly powerful." Ying Che stared blankly at the ruined scene. "Let's go another 200 rounds," one shouted. Another replied, "Who's afraid of you?" The supervisor whispered beside him. "You're finally awake. This is what has been happening with them," he explained with a helpless sigh. "They absorbed the techniques from the divine artifact. They're a little excited to try them out." He beamed with a grin. "How did you know this cauldron had this function? Honestly, even I feel like my physical functions have been greatly enhanced. Could the other ancestral treasures in the museum also have this ability? I'll go borrow them all tomorrow." But Don Triet calmly interjected, "They probably don't." The supervisor looked confused. He recalled the bronze cauldron from his past life. This 9 Revolutions Cosmos cauldron was displayed for ages. No one discovered its secret until the God War began, when it was given to the state to power up its special forces. The supervisor was stunned, lost in deep thought. Could this man be a reincarnated god? It all felt like a dream. Don Triet set the cauldron down. "But we can't return this for now." He warned seriously. "The God War is coming. To survive, we must use this time to train. I'll need your help for now. Please keep it safe. Next, I'll contact the commander to intensify everyone's training. Right now, no one stands a chance against a real god." He immediately accepted the order. Understood. Besides the 9 Revolutions Cosmos Cauldron, 2 other artifacts could accelerate cultivation. Remembering a brilliant orb, Don Triet mused. One is the myriad phenomena Chaos Orb. Its location is a mystery, passed between countless hands. Each appearance brought chaos and bloodshed. He then pictured a mystical mirror, and the other is the Yin-Yang Kunlun mirror. The Yin-Yang Kunlun mirror was hidden in the Kunlun realm. In his past life, it only appeared after gods destroyed Kunlun Mountain. Even knowing its location now, finding the entrance is impossible, let alone claiming it. Outside, under the quiet night sky, a dazed Bao Bao summoned a book in her sleep. She wandered aimlessly in a trance. Suddenly, Doan Triet's sharp call snapped her out of it. Bao Bao. He grabbed her shirt with one hand, holding a bag. What are you doing? That's dangerous. Bao Bao called out groggily. Brother, as the cold air woke her. Bao Bao mumbled sleepily. It's gone. Doan Triet was confused. What's gone? She looked down, searching. Strange. Was I dreaming? I keep seeing a book lately. He gently advised. Sleepwalking? It's good to love studying, but you need to eat first. Doan Triet calmly turned on the TV. The screen lit up the dark room. Taste my staff, Bao Bao asked, nibbling a pastry. Brother, what have you been so busy with? You come home so late every day. He changed the channel nonchalantly. I have no choice. The God War is about to begin. The TV scene switched. We have breaking news. Our nation is holding an emergency meeting at the United Nations. On the other side, the cameraman remained focused. In the high-level meeting, everyone listened in silence. The Xia Kingdom hereby officially warns the world. Our Earth is about to be invaded by gods. The minister remained perfectly calm. An image of long lines of cars flashed through Doan Triet's mind. The gifted can master the myriad spirits unity art from the cauldron. Also known in his past life as the god-slaying, the sounds of a bustling market flooded his senses. Boss, 1 order of fried dough. I want 2 orders of dough and a bowl of soy milk. The owner agreed. Coming right up. With his heightened senses, he cultivated the god-slaying art, circulating divine power through his meridians to strengthen his body. This is my first time sensing things. I'll try to hear sounds within a few kilometers. Doan Triet centered himself, letting the ancient formation run its course. With continuous training, not only would his senses sharpen, but his strength could move mountains and his speed could rival the wind. He could even conjure weapons and gain unimaginable powers. The market chatter continued. Cabbage, fresh cabbage here. Boss, this pork isn't very fresh. Hurry up, we're going to be late. He knew he had to push his body and spirit to their absolute peak before the gods descended, to surpass them and destroy them. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Brother! The shout jolted Doan Triet, his ears ringing. Bao Bao said, The fish lady gave me 2 family passes to the theme park. I want to go. He covered his bleeding ears, murmuring to himself in shock. I focused too much on the distance and ignored what was right next to me. This can't happen again. He tried to refuse her. No, I still have to. But Bao Bao pleaded with her cutest expression. Just once, please, just this once. Doan Triet couldn't resist her charm, finally giving in. All right, just this once. The little girl cheered with pure excitement. Great. He gently asked to see the ticket. Seeing Doan Triet wince, his ear bleeding, Bao Bao panicked. Hey, is your ear swollen? Later, at the park's Ferris wheel, Tio scolded him. Captain, you're late. Doan Triet replied, Sorry, borrowing equipment took some time. He calmly adjusted his glasses. Disguised as a father, Doan Triet's voice was low. Let's go. The ticket requires both parents, so please act as Bao Bao's mother today. Are you having issues with your parents? From afar, figures analyzed the data of everyone on the ride. They continued to observe a mother and child. Wearing frog suits, they watched through binoculars. One reported coldly, No valuable targets yet. Spirit energy is 10. Same over here, another added. Then they spotted Doan Triet's group. One laughed. Target acquired, the man said excitedly. We found a potential sacrifice for our god. He overheard this and was stunned. Sensing something was wrong, Tio asked, What is it? Doan Triet tried to reassure her. It's nothing. Then he added, Tio, I'm going to the restroom to change. Can you watch Bao Bao for me? She readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Meanwhile, at the public restroom, he removed the padding from his shirt. Doan Triet sighed. It's scorching. Opening the door, he found a frog-suited man waiting. The man scanned his data with a device. Another unhesitantly zapped Doan Triet with a taser. He stared blankly at the second attacker. The shock forced Doan Triet into unconsciousness. Elsewhere, Bao Bao doodled in the dirt while Tio got a message. She opened it, her eyes wide with shock. A voice echoed in a room. And yet our leader, despite his schedule, has made time to be here. That's right. This is no ordinary performance. I assure you, your trip will not be a waste. Han Tam Kim asked. Time is precious. When does this show begin? A masked man answered. Immediately. Bring forth the sacrifice. Two frogmen obeyed, pushing Don Triert forward. Understood. Blindfolded, he listened intently. That voice. Why does it sound so familiar? The frogman ordered Don Triert to sit still. The masked man then announced to the guests, the ritual of divine advent officially begins. He sliced his palm, and blood floated upwards. I see you upon your great throne. His blood then flowed to the other two. Your robes descend, covering the temple. He was their sacrifice, as fire angels waited from above. Each has 6 pairs of wings. He began to chant, 2 wings to cover their face, 2 wings to cover their feet, and with the final 2, they fly. This is called holy. Holy. Holy is the Lord God Almighty. Your glory fills the entire earth. The drops of blood began to weave together. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. God Jehovah, your glory fills the world. The blood had now formed a giant shroud, covering Don Triert. A blinding light erupted. Descend, O God. A 2-winged angel appeared, hovering in the air. The crowd gasped and shot to their feet. It's a divine angel, my God. They really exist? He then began his explanation. When the sacrifice's life is offered to a god, that God will descend upon the mortal realm. The more lives we offer, the longer our God can remain on earth. Han Tam Kim asked inquisitively, Can you summon any god? The man replied, Of course, but none are as mighty as the God we worship. An evil thought crossed his mind. Excellent. I will summon the water god. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. Persuade him to cease his attack on Blue Star. The credit will be all mine. Then I can finally put those brats in their place. The masked man raised his sword, and with a surge of force, the blade shot from its sheath. It plunged through the blood shroud, missing Don Triet's head by an inch. The shroud disintegrated as he tore off the blindfold. I thought we'd caught something bigger. Don Triet grabbed the sword's hilt and leaped from the chair. He declared proudly, And now, it's my turn to perform. Seeing him, Han Tam Kim fumed. That guy again. What a nuisance. Let's go. We cannot reveal ourselves yet. A screen displayed his location and Teotio's. She pedaled her bike faster with Bao Bao, shouting, Hold on tight. We're almost to your brother. Okay, the girl replied. Just then, Tam Kim's car sped past. Teotio suddenly received a clue about the Divine One. They're too far now. Back with Don Triert, he leaped high and swung the sword. Divine Martial Godslayer, he cleaved the 2-winged angel in 2. A massive explosion erupted, as blood splattered everywhere. He scoffed, couldn't even take a single hit. Don Triert stood before the 3 cultists. Your god has already left. His gaze swept over them, which means it's your turn. Furious, their veins bulging, they grabbed their robes. Damn you. They tore them off, revealing their true forms. You dare speak my god's name? Their golden eyes flared. Perish. They summoned sharp blades and lunged, but their weapons shattered instantly. Ying Che's blade flashed through them all. Not one could touch him before they perished. Just then, Xiao Xiao and Bao Bao arrived. He emerged from the gate, a body over his shoulder. The girl cried out, Big brother! Ying Che approached them. You've arrived. He asked for their help. Lend a hand. The military will be here soon. Later, police tape sealed the scene as a crowd gathered. What happened? Isn't this the abandoned opera house? The onlookers were shocked. Looks like it became a secret trading den. Look, in the cage! Someone yelled, There are monsters! They were the creatures Ying Che had just fought. Back at headquarters, Hu Shen observed them. You're saying these things were once human? Yes, he answered. That's right, they are monsters now, corrupted by the power of gods and demons. I suspect a hidden group is conducting summoning rituals. Yes, he commanded the person holding a box. It seems your work is cut out for you. Bring it here. The officer presented the item. Sir, Ying Che was curious. What is this? The box read, Godslayer Core. He accepted the box. Inside, he found a phone. Meanwhile, at headquarters, on May 19th, the first Godslayer squad was created. Wu Luo, Wan Zi, and Wen Bishu received their insignia. By May 23rd, the Godslayer Corps was officially founded. As the flag rose, members shouted their oath. I stand here and swear to obey orders, remain loyal, uphold discipline, and guard all secrets. To destroy invading gods and protect the great Xia. Later, on May 24th, Zifan approached him. Comrade Ying Che, we have a lead on your target. The scene shifts to a lake. He waited for his ticket to be checked. This was once a tourist spot, but after a landslide years ago, the lake's center became perilous. The old ticket vendor began to tell him the local tale. Even from here, I can always hear singing drifting from the lake. It is quite unsettling. Locals whisper that the lake is cursed, but Ying Che seemed skeptical. Cursed? The old man replied. That's right. Yet, that doesn't stop tourists from visiting every single year. They want to see a cursed lake and hear the song for themselves. The ticket was valid, so he waved him aboard. All right, the ticket is good. Please board. Ying Che said grimly. It's that dangerous. Yet you still let people on? The old man spoke seriously. What's to fear? I was just joking with you. Don't worry, as long as you avoid the center, you'll be fine. With a sinister grin, the vendor said. Off you go, young man. I hope you have a fun trip. As Ying Che reached the dock, a system notification appeared. Presence of divine and demonic energy detected nearby. He thought, if it's a curse, a creature in the water must be corrupted by the power of gods and demons. Sister Zifan also mentioned it. He recalled her words. Many who entered that area have vanished. Are you sure you want to go to such a dangerous place? There are other options, other places with strange occurrences, but none are as deadly. Want to reconsider? He answered, no, this is the one. She didn't argue. If you insist, then very well. But for safety, we have arranged a guide to meet you there. He prepared to board. Looks like I made the right choice. I heard of this place in my past life. Rumor has it the lake bed is filled with bizarre aquatic creatures. But by the time I heard of it, a young man had already cleared them all out. The boatman's face was hidden, adding to the mystery. As the boat drifted from shore, Ying Che sat in silence. That same young man found a treasure here. It was the key to his rise as a powerful local figure. This place is tainted by divine and demonic energy, creating monsters. A treasure is also hidden here, perhaps a divine weapon fit for my sister. Tiger's den or dragon's lair, I am going in. He checked his phone. But why can't I reach the guide Sister Zifan mentioned? Forget it, I will act first. I will circle the lake and investigate. The old man lit a cigarette, another one with a death wish. The vendors discussed Ying Che. Every year, we get non-believers, but every time, their boat capsizes. What are you talking about? No one goes to the middle of the lake anymore. The old man took a drag. Look, the boatmen now are rescue staff. As long as you don't enter the center, it's fine. Just as he said that, the boat changed course. Wait, why is that boat heading for the center? I just saw him standing on the other side. He and Dan sat on the boat, her face looking weary. Right, it's been a while since his last demon crystal. Suddenly a song rose from the lake, stirring up vicious waves. Ying Che shot to his feet, the rumored siren song. What was happening? Why was the boat heading to the center? They were caught in a swirling vortex. Then a hand burst from the water, gripping the boat. Ying Che stomped hard on the hand, and then yelled at the old boatman. Where are you taking me? The boatman threw off his straw hat and cloak, revealing the form of a young woman. It was Zhu Luota of the Ma sect. She spun her weapon and lunged, shouting, I'm sending you to your death. Ying Che quickly drew his sword to block her. At that moment, more hands rose from the water, reaching for their boat. A blue-haired mermaid surfaced, its haunting song filling the air. That was an F-class mermaid leader. Ying Che eyed the creature, while fending off Luota's attacks. He schemed, this space is too tight. I need to create an opening. The song intensified, startling him. His vision blurred. A mermaid crept up from behind, grabbing Ying Che's leg. Luota sneered. The mermaids here use hypnotic songs. They drag you underwater to become a new monster. More mermaids swarmed the boat. Luota charged again, mocking him. With this pathetic skill, you dream of entering the ruins? Die. Spinning her weapon, Luota leaped at the restrained Ying Che. She scoffed. You can't even take one hit. Just as her weapon neared his neck, Ying Che smirked. He kicked out, sending the mermaid on his leg flying toward her. Caught off guard, Luota stumbled back. Her face smashed right into the chest of a female mermaid. The mermaid gleefully wrapped its arms around Luota's neck. Meanwhile, Ying Che cleaved one mermaid and severed another. The system announced, successfully killed a mermaid. Attribute points +1. Congratulations on your first mermaid kill, absorbing its divine demonic power. The first heaven, Zhongtian, is now 50% unlocked. Ying Che was pleased. These small fries give attribute points? Looks like I can max them out today. Meanwhile, Luota pulled out a gun. She fired it into the air, releasing a powerful ultrasonic wave. The mermaid holding her recoiled, diving away. Dandan was startled awake in the backpack. Ying Che paused his slaughter. In an instant, the surface of the lake fell completely silent. Zhu Luota closed her eyes, listening. It seems you do have some skill. Ying Che asked cautiously. Who exactly are you? She held up her gun. I'm Zhu Luota. Wang Zifan should have mentioned me. I'm your partner, disguised as the boatman. He angrily grabbed her collar. So you're the guide Sister Zifan mentioned? Then why did you just try to kill me? She quickly explained, I didn't. I pulled my attack back at the last second. It was a test, to see if you were a worthy partner. But Ying Che still looked unconvinced. Seeing this, Luota added, as they say, you get to know someone through a fight. The mermaids are gone. Let's get to shore. He suddenly swung his sword, making her eyes widen. A mermaid was sliced in two. The system announced, successfully killed a mermaid. Attribute points +1. Luota finally realized, was that the singing mermaid? I can't believe it snuck up on us. Ying Che warned her, if you test me like that again, that mermaid's fate will be yours. Sweat dripped down her cheek, but she still muttered, so petty. After 20 minutes, they reached the shore. Luota equipped some gear and explained, a divine altar is hidden here. Years ago, a landslide flooded it, connecting it to this lake via an underwater cave. We just have to dive to reach the altar and its treasure. Ying Che finished putting on his protective gear. Still holding his sword, he asked, why share this? Don't you want it all for yourself? She approached him, replying, because having a partner increases my chances of success. Luota continued, if I go alone, I'll probably die. Besides, teamwork is efficient. Let's go. Whatever, Dandan pouted. The two of them then dove into the water to begin their exploration. With the mermaids gone, the water was eerily quiet and safe. She guided him after they submerged. Just through that underwater cave is the altar of Nuwa. It seemed they were getting close. Luota placed a hand on a rock and pulled herself up, just as Ying Che surfaced. We're here. Before them stood an ancient stone palace. She told him this was the altar of Nuwa. Spotting the gold, Luo Shi's eyes lit up. He eagerly pried at the treasure, shouting with joy. We're rich, he cried, removing his mask. But the system was silent. It was just ordinary gold, nothing but common treasure. It seems there are no divine artifacts here, a wasted trip. She quickly stuffed her bag with gold bars. What are you waiting for? Let's go. But Ying Che refused. This isn't what I came for. Luo Shi just secured his bag of gold. He doesn't even want treasure. Fine, whatever, let's leave before they get here. But Ying Che sensed something was wrong. Just then, a human-faced snake appeared. The system identified it, E-class. Luo Shi's face went pale with fear. We're done for. We've been spotted. Leaving now was impossible. So much for escaping with the treasure. A notification appeared. The Masterless Lantern. A divine artifact for both offense and defense. It was once wielded by an ancient god of Daxia. After the god's fall, it became the Masterless Lantern. Only then did Ying Che speak. That thing in her hand. That's what I want. A fierce vortex formed on the lake's surface. Even the resting Dan took notice as the whirlwind grew stronger. The vortex faded, revealing the human-faced snake. It lifted them from the water. Ying Che prepared to strike, but it was too high to reach. Since when can reptiles fly? Is this for real? Luo Xie panicked. That's the least of our worries, she screamed. We're falling. Ah! Just then, something shot towards them. Dan grew giant, catching them both. We're saved. Huh? He was stunned. Dan, I never knew you could get this big. And you can fly, too. Sitting on its head, Ying Che asked, what exactly are you? Dan simply cooed. Luo Xie felt dizzy and disoriented. Then she remembered, frantically checking her bag. Phew, the treasure is still here. Let's get out of here, now. Tentacles erupted from the lake. Ying Che commanded, Dan, fly. As they fled, a tentacle grabbed Dan's leg. It coiled up towards its neck. Ying Che didn't hesitate, slashing at it. The tentacles fell away. Dan, he ordered, take her back to shore and wait for me there. Ying Che leaped from Dan's head. Luo Xie watched in horror. Why would he jump into that clear water? Tentacles shot out, grabbing him. They spun a cocoon around him, leaving only his head free. Dan flew Luo Xie safely to shore. She watched as the tentacles dragged him under. The cocoon vanished beneath the waves. Ying Che was pulled towards an ancient tree. System notification, Demon Tree, Great King Lim. The tree's 4 eyes snapped open, staring intently. Nanmu stood frozen. Ying Che roared, wind-breaking slash. His blade shattered the barrier. A mechanical voice announced, successfully defeated Great King Nanmu. Attribute points +1. Congratulations on the first defeat of Great King Nanmu. Successfully absorbed the divine power of the Nanmu Heavenly King. 9th Heaven. Layer 1 progress. 60%. As Ying Che swam to the surface, he suddenly realized something. Was he still dizzy from the water dragon fist? He smirked. This is just what I needed. Then I won't hold back. Ying Che roared, "Martial Godblade." He shot forward, cleaving the monkey and turtle in two. The system chimed. Sea Monk defeated. Attribute points +1. Congratulations on the first defeat of the Sea Monk. Ninth Heaven. Layer 1 progress. 70%. Water Monkey defeated. Attribute points +1. Ninth Heaven. Layer 1 progress. 80%. Please allocate attribute points. He broke the surface, gasping for air. Dan, Dan, it cooed. He happily grabbed onto his companion. Dan, Dan. Kneeling on Dan Dan's head, he struck a cool pose. Take me there. Dan Dan roared with determination. Coo! In the sky, the human-faced snake let out a piercing shriek. Dan Dan shot overhead as Ying Che's sword crackled with lightning. Martial God Slash. His attack slammed into a barrier. A system warning flashed. Defense too high. Attack failed, Ying Che yelled. System, allocate all points to strength. The system maxed out his strength, and the barrier shattered. Strength has reached level 8, it announced. 13 more points needed for the next level. With the barrier gone, he cleaved the human-faced snake in two. The system chimed again. Serpent Demon defeated. Attribute points +10. Congratulations on the first defeat of the Serpent Demon. Ninth Heaven. Successfully absorbed the Serpent Demon's divine power. Ninth Heaven, Layer 1 is now open. Progress, 100%. Dan, Dan, over there, Ying Che shouted, pointing to the fire tower. He let out a sigh of relief. Good, I caught the fire tower. But a small crack appeared. The fire tower was shattering. Ying Che's eyes went wide with shock. How can this be? The hard-won artifact suddenly burst into flames. Just then, the system chimed in. Severe damage detected. The system is fusing snake person fangs and scales into the weapon fragments. The fireball reformed into a snake bracelet. System announcement. Repair successful. Congratulations, host. You've received a bracelet. He cried tears of joy as the system dinged again, absorbing 9 heavens' divine power. The first middle heaven layer is unlocked. The southern heavenly gate is opening. Enter the first layer. Ying Che was shocked someone was already here. He went in, surprised to see Zhu Li She. How did you take a boat to the middle of the lake? She bowed her head, apologizing. The old ticket seller yelled, Sorry, won't fix this. If it did, why would we need police? You begged for this unpaid internship, so I gave you a shot. First day, and you caused this mess. Where are the passengers? Ying Che's voice cut in. Looking for me? The man went pale, screaming, A ghost! Like a savior, Ying Che cleared his throat to explain. I was curious about the lake's legend. I asked her to take me out there, so please don't blame her. Being an intern isn't easy. Zhu Li She saw him as a descending god. Oh, an angel. He couldn't believe his ears. A high schooler defending a college student? The old man sighed, his voice still shaking. Forget it. Luckily, nothing happened, or else this old man would be jobless. He quickly waved them off. Due to the weather, this place is closing. Let's get out of here. She felt a mix of relief and worry. That's great. You scared me to death. Did you get the lamp? He suddenly recalled. It's broken. She gasped in shock. What? Ying Che quickly reassured her. It's fine. I found something better. His face lit up. Oh, right, Miss Zhu. Want to join us? Just call me Zime. Ying Che froze for a moment. Jieme? Could she be the young tycoon from his past life? The commander once invited me, but I refused. As they boarded, he asked, Do you know why he invited you? She replied excitedly. No idea. Probably to serve in the army. I have no such ambition. I have my treasures. She laughed out loud. Ying Che thought grimly. The God War is coming. Wealth alone won't be enough. But based on my past life, I shouldn't worry. This woman will rule a region one day. She can protect herself. Zhu Li Xie suddenly realized, Wait, did we forget something? Ying Che paused. Back in the city, Ying Che gave the bracelet to his sister. Here. Ying Baobao accepted it with both hands. Wow, is this for me? Of course. He warned his little sister, Baobao, remember to always wear this bracelet. It's so pretty. Do you get it? I know. System. Ownership successfully bound. He then explained its functions. This bracelet isn't just pretty, it's also a weapon. When I'm not around, it will protect you. If danger is near, just think activate barrier to create a shield. Bao Bao deadpanned, activate defense. The shield instantly appeared, launching Dan Dan into the air. Dan Dan was not pleased. The little girl cheered. Danger is gone. To turn it off, just think, dispel defense. The little girl chanted again. dispel defense. Poor Dan came crashing down. Ying Che turned, adding, "This weapon isn't just for defense, it can attack. To attack, just think the word attack." Dan had just landed when Bao Bao chanted, "Attack!" A human-faced snake shot from the bracelet. The helpless cat could only squeak. The snake spirit yelled, "Attack! Attack!" Bao Bao cheered, "Go, monster!" Suddenly, his phone rang. "Yes, I've returned. Thanks for arranging that guide for me. Everything went smoothly, and I got what I needed. I'll be staying at the East Sea base for a while." Wang Zifan was shocked. "What? Secluded training now?" "Yes, I need to train, fast." Ying Che's voice was firm over the phone. "I can't make it to your base for a while. Captain," Xiao whispered to Zifan. "Don't worry, we'll focus on training too." But she was too loud, and Ying Che heard her. "Is Xiao there?" He then made an announcement. "All right, let's all work together. The training intensity is now doubled." Zifan shrieked. "Why double?" He didn't answer, just hung up, leaving the two girls in despair. He hung up. Meanwhile, Ying Che thought, "After that final battle with the snake person, the first level of the system has finally opened, and I can enter it to accelerate my training. Time is running out, and we have to get stronger. After all, there's only 1 month left." At a nearby hospital, Xiao Wang was terrified, as a blond man stood outside sighing. "I've gathered you all for one simple reason. Today, we meet Poseidon." The masked man replied, "This was part of our agreement. Of course, there is no issue." The acolyte returned the gesture, "And I trust you haven't forgotten what you promised us. Rest assured, once this plan succeeds, you'll have free reign over the lands of Jiangzhou. You can spread your faith without restriction and gather as many followers as you wish." But the masked man hesitated. "Just Jiangzhou?" he stammered. Hearing this, the acolyte's face darkened. "The rest will depend on your performance. Now, begin." Sensing his hostility, the masked man quickly relented. "Do not worry, we will uphold our end of the deal." With that, he brandished a sacred edict. "Great god of the sea, Poseidon, we humbly invoke your sacred name." Then he crushed the edict in his hand. Waving his scepter, the masked man continued his incantation. "You who raises the great waves and calms the storm, your will commands the endless ocean, and all within it bows to you." Tendrils of light snaked towards the young king. He screamed in terror, his hopeless cries echoing through the chamber. Meanwhile, far from the silent corridors, Ying Che left home for school, the bracelet secured on his wrist. "I just told her I was leaving on a long trip, and even arranged dinner." A smile touched his lips. For the next few days, he could focus solely on training in the system. Just then, it appeared. "Enter the first heaven?" He confirmed instantly. Yes. Before him, a vision materialized, a war between creator gods and humanity. Even with advanced weapons, the soldiers were no match for the gods. He immediately stepped into the scene. He passed through the thick smoke, surveying the desolate ruins. Ying Che sighed. Has it vanished? He wondered, what exactly is all this? A system notification appeared. These are the remnants of the Great Holy War from thousands of years ago. Though the gods have fallen, their immortal memories linger. Suddenly, something shifted beneath his feet. A brilliant light engulfed Ying Che's entire body. Then, streams of red energy surged toward him, ready to strike. He gasped. What is this? The streams of light flew forward and converged on his forehead. Pain seared through Ying Che. A flood of martial arts knowledge poured into his mind. Shadowy figures wielding swords and spears. They moved like phantoms amid swirling flames. Each technique burned itself into his consciousness, his head throbbing with intense pain. His eyes shot open. Amidst the battle, a blazing red aura suddenly enveloped Ying Che. He held out his hand, slowly sensing the power now surging through his very being. Ying Che unleashed his technique. Infinite blade art. The martial god blade ignited as a Bagua diagram formed at his feet. Ying Che swung his blade, unleashing a violent explosion. Sparks and debris shot out in every direction. The blade circled back to him. Then, Ying Che noticed something and picked up a red silk sash. The system announced, in the first heaven, the host can obtain power from an Eastern god. The weapon fragments before you hold power from different gods. The Arma damask silk in your hand is one such symbol of a specific Eastern god. Do you wish to unseal a portion of that god's power? Ying Che's eyes widened in shock. The Arma damask silk? Could it be? Unseal it now. The red sash wrapped around his arm. His eyes bulged as divine power coursed through every fiber of his being. Even his hair began to change. The divine power successfully merged with his body. The system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the power of an Eastern god. Next is a combat trial to master this new strength. But Ying Che was still in disbelief. This is the power of a god? From the void above, an armed figure descended. The system announced, F, rank heavenly soldier. He stood still, thinking, another war illusion? Ying Che reacted in a flash, yelling, Infinity! He brandished his blade, cleaving the heavenly soldier in two. But doubt flickered in his eyes. No, this time feels different. A system prompt appeared. Heavenly soldier successfully eliminated. Attribute points +1. Host reminder. Though these are combat projections, the attacks inflict real pain. You can also earn attribute points. Please proceed with caution. As the voice faded, Ying Che found himself in a battlefield. Countless heavenly soldiers charged like lightning, their strikes shattering the ground. He dodged every blow with ease, a wide grin on his face. Interesting. Then, with a calm expression, he unleashed his infinite technique. The power enveloping his arm shot forward like lightning. Everything in its path erupted into a sea of flames. The divine weapons shattered. A system alert confirmed the divine spirit's defeat. Attribute points +1. The sword pulsed with divine power. A figure appeared, laughing. Not bad. You're worthy of a real fight. Ying Che whipped around, stunned. Neja? A nervous sweat beaded on his brow. Why was this version appearing now? This Neja is a woman? The system's explanation popped up instantly. Da Luo Jingxian, Neja. The host is now facing a combat mirage, the very embodiment of the power, unleashed from the chosen Eastern deity. Appearance variations are due to personal imagination. His face flushed red as Ying Che yelled, This is not my Neja. Ying Che reached out, controlling the golden universe ring. He then formed a sign, summoning his weapon. Limitless! He took a ready stance, then immediately turned and fled, screaming at the top of his lungs. I thought I already absorbed her power. So why am I the one getting destroyed? System. Only by defeating the combat mirage will the host fully master this divine power. Dodging a fierce attack, he shot back. Are you even listening to yourself? This one is unbelievably strong, and I have to beat her just to unlock a special skill? Ying Che paused. Something finally clicked. Neja was behind him, a horde of shadows swarming from the front. The system helpfully chimed in. A true divine battle involves more than one foe. Neja challenged him. Now, where will you run? At Neja's signal, legions of soldiers charged forward without a second thought. Trapped, Ying Che glanced at his shoulder. Dan, transform now. It obeyed, growing massive to block the surrounding soldiers. Elsewhere, under a clear sky, he and Dan lay inside a building, gasping for air. Ying Che's face was a mess of bruises. It's been 3 days already, he sighed. After all this time, I wonder if my sister misses me. He then pulled up his status window. This training yielded some results, but I'm still nowhere near beating Neja. His hand shook as he checked his phone. What? Less than 15 minutes have passed? The system clarified. Time in the 9 heavens flows differently. 1 year in here equals 1 day outside. 15 days is the same as 1 hour. Ying Che was shocked. He never imagined the 9 heavens held such a secret. Then I can quickly surpass my past life's peak strength. The system then prompted him. Enter the first layer of the 9 heavens? With a trembling finger, he agreed, groaning. Elsewhere, cloaked figures were gathered. Mysterious red light emanated from their hands. A person sat bound to a chair, their head completely covered by a box. Strange white smoke enveloped the body. A moment later, a massive figure appeared in a flash of blue light. Humans! The sea god Poseidon boomed. Han Bo-jin spoke with reverence. At last, we meet you, sea god Poseidon. We know of your plan to invade the Blue Star. The god's brow furrowed as he scanned them. How? Han Bo-jin replied. Because we have a prophet among us, he mused. The Blue Star is vast. It's not surprising to find such talent there. So you've come to declare war? Han Bo-jin quickly interjected. No, we've come to negotiate for peace. As long as you don't invade our planet, name your price. We will meet any condition. The sea god roared with laughter. After all these years, have the humans of this planet grown so very weak? Let the war begin. I can wait no longer. Victory in this battle is already assured. Han Bo-jin pleaded desperately. Whatever your terms, whatever you desire, please just name it. We'll offer annual tributes of gold, land, and minerals. But the sea god was no fool. What use are such trivial things? Our god king desires the entire Blue Star. For ages, we could not find Blue Star's location, and so we could not attack. But you contacted us directly, revealing not only your coordinates but also your pathetic weakness. We can alert our allies, gather our divine forces, and attack Blue Star. Another said, wait, don't inform them. Why would I share such a prize? The sea god raised his trident. I will be the first god to set foot on the Blue Star. Horror dawned on Hanbo Jin. He realized his actions had just handed the enemy everything. The trident glowed, firing a beam of blue light. He grabbed his assistant, using him as a human shield. He was stunned as a blue light painfully drained him dry. The assistant died, never knowing his boss saw him as just a shield. He only screamed before turning into a desiccated corpse. The man saw the husk, realizing his own fate if he didn't run. He tossed the body aside and bolted for his life. Ah, save me! Swift tentacles shot out after him. Ba Kim reached the door but was too late, snatched and dragged back. His screams and a sickening sound marked his end. Unluckily, the guard outside was also caught, dying with his eyes wide open. The tentacles continued to expand, one of them still holding Ba Kim's head. In the Divine City, a report was being made to Sea God Ba Tak Dong Vuong. The priests on the other side couldn't handle your power, sir. This caused the communication to be severed. The low-ranked sea god continued, but before we were cut off, we successfully locked onto Blue Star's coordinates. He then gave the order. We must act first. We need to descend upon Blue Star before the other gods arrive. Another agreed, humanity's current strength is nothing to us. They're like ants, easily crushed. The god sneered. Blue Star is already practically my domain. The domain of Ba Tak Dong. A loud crash echoed with a scream. Useless! Alarms blared as a monstrous, one-eyed creature burst through the wall. It was blood red, with octopus tentacles piercing the thick armor, lunging for its target, the monitor. He fired his gun repeatedly at the monster. Seeing it had no effect, he kept shooting and screamed. Damn it, it's not working! The panicked monitor yelled. The bullets do nothing to that thing. And just then, he ran out of ammo. This is bad. The monster moved fast, one of its tentacles lashing out. It wrapped tightly around the monitor's neck. He struggled desperately to break free, but the grip was too strong. A voice cried, Heavenly secret transformation. Suddenly, a weapon sliced the bizarre monster clean in half. It was Mu Wuluo. She appeared, her weapon having just cut the creature down. She thought to herself, what is going on? Mu Wuluo's face was filled with confusion. Why would something like that appear inside the base? The monster's tentacles went limp as its body split in two. The scene shifts to Chang Hushan's office. Beside him, Wang Zifan asks Mu Wuluo, how could our heavily guarded base be infiltrated? Mu Wuluo replied, she feared it wasn't an infiltration from the outside. Her expression was deeply worried. She continued, explaining her fear that it originated from within. Chang Hushan immediately ordered Wang Zifan to conduct a full sweep of the entire base. Wang Zifan accepted the mission seriously. She saluted sharply, shouting, yes, sir. The scene changes to what looks like a dorm room. A red aura emanated from the room. Ying Che collapsed onto the floor, his face swollen and tired. His sword, a large backpack, and Dandan lay beside him. He sighed wearily, looking at a clock on the desk showing 8:15. Ying Che said, frustrated. Hours passed in there, but only a few minutes passed out here. He opened the fridge. He continued, dejected. I don't know when I ran out of food. I'll just refuel and go back in. After replenishing his energy, Ying Che set off again to where Neja was waiting for him. Seeing her, he called out softly, hey! Neja turned to look at Ying Che, frowning as she asked, what are you doing? And don't call me hey. Ying Che shouted for Neja to join him for the next battle, dropping his heavy backpack. It landed with a loud thud. Neja frowned, calling him too weak. Ying Che shot back a taunt, suggesting she was afraid of him. Red energy began to swirl around him. Ying Che transformed into a form similar to Neja's, but male. He continued his taunts. You don't dare accept my challenge anymore. His words successfully enraged Neja. She glared at Ying Che, demanding furiously, what did you say? I'll play with you, but this time, I won't hold back. Suddenly, a rush of water appeared, blowing away Ying Che's backpack. He and Dandan stared at the scene in shock. Water then surrounded them, forming a powerful, violent vortex. He yelled in confusion, where did this seawater come from? Neja flew high into the air, shouting her ultimate move, Sea Calming Dragon King. The spell made the waters surge. Growing more intense, one of her red sashes shot towards Ying Che. It struck him in the face, stunning him completely. He had no time to defend himself. Startled, Dandan jumped away. Ying Che was violently thrown into the air. Blood sprayed from the critical blow. Then, Ying Che fell into the water created by Neja, who recalled her weapon. Neja looked down smugly, sneering. Ying Che, You okay? Still as weak as ever? The scene changes. A large red ship sails across the sea. Big Boss's younger brother stands outside, enjoying the breeze. A massive whale erupted from the sea, drenching their boat. The younger brother cried out, shielding his face. When he opened his eyes, he was paralyzed by terror. He stared at his right arm. Now a writhing octopus tentacle. His older brother rushed over at the sound. What's wrong? But the boy only screamed again. The writhing tentacle shot out, piercing his brother's left arm before he could react. In shocked pain, he watched it burrow into his arm, a nightmarish scene on the empty ocean. Far larger tentacles emerged as a strange creature took form. Camera feed, 2100 hours, East Sea. The camera detected an unidentified life form. The creature was charging the vessel that found it. It surged forward, shaking the sea violently, its tentacles rapidly enveloping the entire ship. The ship was slowly being devoured. East Sea, 2115 hours. Before being destroyed, the camera captured a frontal image of the creature. Its massive tentacles quickly crushed the ship, snapping it in two. Cut to a research institute. An alert comes in. The drone ship's signal has vanished. The doomed vessel's information flashed on screen. What happened? Why has the monitor gone dark? The monitor flashed red, a blaring warning. The drone's signal had been interrupted before vanishing. Real-time data showed pollution levels as if a swarm of scavengers had just passed through. Speculation filled the institute. They'd never seen data like this. Something terrible must have happened. Mu Wuluo thought resentfully, wiping blood from her face with a cloth. Damn it, why can't I get this smell of blood off? Chang Hushan approached from behind. What's the situation? He asked. Startled, Mu Wuluo turned. Commander, she coughed, the mutated creatures have been eliminated. She continued. Standard weapons were ineffective, and with the sudden internal crisis, we took heavy casualties. Its tentacles severed, the monster was now completely immobilized. The stench of seafood fills the base, she thought with disgust, as staff cleaned the aftermath. Chang Hushan looked concerned. Inexperienced men and weak weapons led to combat losses that needed review. Mu Wuluo watched him, still wiping the grime from her face after the intense battle. But what worried him more, he thought, was yesterday's surveillance recording from this very room. In the recording, an enraged Hai Shen shouted, Fools! What use are these trifles? The four divine kings want the entire Blue Star. We've searched for Blue Star's location for ages without success, and you dared make contact first. You exposed Blue Star's coordinates and your own weakness. Now they can summon allies to conquer us. Wait, there's been no announcement yet. Why would he miss such a perfect chance? If our planet is exposed, poison could appear early. Chang Hushan mused. A monitoring agent suddenly appeared, interrupting his thoughts. We have an emergency. Chang Hushan and Mu Wuluo turned. What happened? Chang Hushan asked. The agent held up a pitch-black photo to explain. Last night's patrol drone discovered an anomaly in this sea sector during its routine sweep. Mu Wuluo squinted. What am I looking at? It's just pitch black. Chang Hushan stared intently at the photo. I can't see a thing, she repeated. The image is dark, but the energy fluctuations are unusual, the agent said, showing another photo. This one had an octopus-like shape, shrouded in black. Now, look at this. This is the image after amplifying those energy fluctuations with our new technology. Mu Wuluo gasped. Huh? She cried out, recognizing the familiar shape. There's no mistake. It's a giant version of the squid monsters. 5 of them nearly wiped us out. And this image shows a massive swarm of them, all of them much, much bigger. Chang Hushan stared at the image. Where are they getting this divine power from, he wondered. Right. With so many monsters, what is their power source? Could Hai Shen have already launched his attack? Chang Hushan asked for Ying Che's location. Mo Wuluo frowned, saying he was in seclusion at home. Chang Hushan commanded. The situation's changed. Get Ying Che. We need his strength for this crisis. Chang Hushan gave a stern order. All fleets, increase patrols in your designated sea sectors immediately. The supervisor and Mo Wuluo saluted sharply, shouting, Yes, sir. Orders confirmed from Chang Hushan. Chang Hushan thought grimly. That fool's mistake almost doomed our base and exposed Blue Star's location. The war had arrived far too soon. The scene shifts to the open sea, where the air felt heavy with dread. Screams echoed loudly. Jump now. The ship's taking on water. It's too late. The cries were deafening. A monster. There's a monster. Its massive tentacles quickly wrapped around the entire vessel. The ship shook violently as massive waves formed. A low-rank sea god hovered in the air above. Truly, a gift from the heavens. So many humans. A tentacle shot out, snatching a panicking man. From the sky, the low-rank sea god observed the chaos unfolding on the ship below. He gave the order, "Do not eat them, capture them all alive." The octopus-like monsters seemed to understand. They stopped feeding and resumed capturing people. The low-rank sea god's face was utterly blank. They needed more followers. Only humans could truly worship their king, hastening his descent. To rule these entire seas. More than 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, 3 more ships appeared near the capsized vessel. The supervisor was on one of them. He grabbed the radio, yelling, "Central Command, urgent report. We're too late. The target has likely passed us." A voice came from command. "This is Central Command. The target has most likely reached your position." On the sea, warships were already attacking. The reply came, "Roger that. It's not most likely." Captain Hu Shangwei observed through his binoculars and said, "They're already here." The enemy vessel came into view, writhing with immense octopus tentacles all over the opposing ship. The low-rank sea god was lost in thought, ignoring the terrified captives bound by tentacles behind him. Shangguan Wanzi struggled against the tentacles, shouting in defiance, "Tell this damn octopus to let me go." Shangguan Wanzi kept struggling and threatened, "I will chop you to pieces, and I'll feed you to the fish. If you've got the guts, come down here." Ignoring the screams of, "Let me go, do you hear me?" The being remained eerily calm. He only thought, such a potent aura. With that calm demeanor, he sensed the human presence. At the sea god's thought, the ship began to accelerate. At the East Sea base, the exterior was eerily quiet. Inside, Captain Hu Shangwei urgently reported, "Commander, this is bad. The target is approaching at an incredible speed." After a moment, he added, "At this rate, it will hit the East Sea coast very soon. Please give the order, Commander." Chang Hushan seethed, "Damn it all. Why now of all times?" He paused, then commanded, "This is an emergency. We cannot let them reach the front line. Engage all combat protocols immediately." He turned to Mo Xiaoxiao and ordered, "First squad, summon the Binshen army to the East Sea coast and set up a defensive line." Mo Xiaoxiao complied. "Yes, sir." Captain Hu Shangwei also rushed to the radio. "Listen up, 5th Destroyer Squadron. You are cleared for all combat measures. Set up defenses before the enemy arrives." With the order received, they entered Level 1 combat alert. As he finished, red alarms blared to life. Receiving their orders, 2 officers rushed to their posts. The heavy cannons activated, rotating into position. They aimed at the tentacled ship ahead. Captain Hu Shangwei reported, "Target is locked. Awaiting permission to fire." The command came back instantly. "Fire!" Shells erupted from the cannons, flying from the warships in a fiery barrage. All of them were heading for the enemy ship. Dozens of shells hit one spot, igniting a huge section of the sea. As the thick smoke cleared, the tentacled ship remained unharmed. Captain Hu Shangwei was astonished. He looked at the monitor's report. All hits on target, but the attack was ineffective. Captain Hu Shangwei commanded, "Damn it! Launch torpedoes!" His order rang out, and missiles were fired. The smaller missiles tore through the wind and plunged into the water's surface, exploding on impact. Water erupted as smoke and fire filled the air. Captain Hu stared at the radar. "Not good. An unidentified creature is closing in fast. Hard to port. Evasive maneuvers now." A massive whale breached the surface, blocking the warship's path. The whale's ambush was too sudden. The ship had no time to react. Seeing this, Captain Hu gasped, "It's no use. We're too late." He stared in shock from the cabin. With no time to waste, he gave his final command. "All cannons. Target and fire with maximum power." The whale slammed into a ship, splitting it in 2. Captain Hu screamed in despair. "Captain!" Witnessing the carnage, he slammed the fire control and roared, "You monster! I'll end you myself," he commanded. "All ships, maintain continuous fire, full power." Following his command, every cannon across the fleet opened fire. Dozens of shells soared from their barrels, trailing smoke. Every shot was aimed at the colossal whale, but the barrage couldn't even scratch its hide. Every shell was useless. Nearby, a tentacle coiled like a spyglass, watching the whale's rampage. A low-level sea god mused from his vessel. "Humans are amusing, but so very foolish." A faint smirk played on his lips. "This futile resistance. It's almost laughable. This little blue star is so easy to conquer." Wang Zifan and Hu Shen looked on with grave expressions. Something isn't right here. Conventional weapons are useless, and even our heavy artillery has no effect. Contact Xiao Che now. Has he arrived? Wang Zifan responded immediately. "We can't reach him." "Sir, have you discovered something? What's wrong?" "Our men went to find him, but he seems to have vanished." Hu Shen commanded urgently, "Send more men. Keep searching." Tear Jiangzhou apart if you have to, but get him here. Yes, sir. Ying Che casually spun a ring in his hand, asking, Do you submit? Neja roared back in defiance. Never. I will never submit. He tossed the ring, and it clamped around her neck. What is this? She asked. He sighed, drew his sword, and swung. Panicked, Neja screamed. What are you doing? His blade was already at her throat. After a battle of 300 days, tears welled in Ying Che's eyes. He had finally won. He sliced the ring, and she vanished. Stop! A system notification appeared. Successfully defeated Neja. Attribute points gained, 0. His stat sheet remained unchanged. 0? He couldn't believe his eyes. No, no. He roared at the system's avatar. What is this? Are you slacking off? You won't even give me attribute points? The avatar trembled. It's not that I won't. The host has already reached the maximum level. Ying Che was dumbfounded. The next heavenly realm? The system pointed at a stone monkey statue. That's right. See that stone monkey? The stone monkey held out its hand. Just shake its hand. If it senses your powerful aura, it will open the next heavenly realm for the host. If not, you will die. His eyes filled with disdain. This little rock? Ying Che approached the statue. Then I suppose I can be merciful, he said. Their hands met. Ying Che urged it. Come on, open the second heavenly realm. Suddenly, it spat on him, sending him back to reality and blasting him through a wall. He landed on the floor, cursing furiously. Comrade system, hear my demand. Open the South Heaven Gate. Grant me ultimate knowledge, he roared, temporarily unqualified. You're all in this together. I'll tear you to shreds. A frantic supervisor burst through the door. We found him. He's in here. Outside, the sea was stained red, dotted with black shapes. Countless bizarre monsters and blood-soaked octopi swarmed the waters. The whale leaped from the sea, crashing directly into the steel wall. The steel wall began to crumble. The Air Force rained down constant fire, trying to suppress the beast. Hold all sea creatures outside the steel wall. They absolutely cannot breach this line. Bullets hammered directly into the whale's head. It leaped again, crushing several jets in its jaws. The wall cracked even further. This is bad. The steel wall is breached. More air support was scrambled, desperately increasing their firepower. With one more leap, the whale shattered the wall. A flood of monsters poured through. The first line of defense had fallen. We need backup. Below, Wu Luo and the others stood ready, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. We've trained for this moment. Now, we show our strength and protect our home. Everyone charged, shouting, Heavenly transformation. They roared, Kill! Wu Luo drew his weapon and charged into battle. The horde of monsters surged to meet them. His sharp blade cut straight through their ranks. Monster after monster was sliced to pieces, their remains scattering everywhere. Xiao Xiao fought valiantly, holding back the monstrous tide. But after a moment, she realized a grim truth. This is no good. We can't kill them all. There are too many. Just then, another whale appeared. Wanzi was also holding the line. He shouted a warning to his team. It's that whale. It's making the breach in the wall even bigger. We have to find a way to stop it. If we don't, the entire horde outside the wall will pour through. The consequences would be dire. She took the mission, declaring, That monster is mine. Hold the line here. Don't let a single fly get past. Xu Dao and Wenbi shouted, No problem. Seeing their kin slain, the monster's attack grew more ferocious. Xiao Xiao stood her ground, repelling them with her power. As one fell, another surged forward, only to be cut down by her relentless blade. She roared, Celestial shift. Just then, the whale resurfaced, undeterred. Xiao Xiao unleashed Reaper's scythe, cleaving it in two. The whale collapsed into the sea, its flesh scattering everywhere. Xiao Xiao landed softly on its corpse, warning, You trash are not allowed to pass. The monsters were blocked by the whale's carcass outside the wall. For now, they showed no sign of advancing. Watching from afar, the low-level sea god wondered, Why have they all stopped out there? He thought angrily, I ordered them to reach the shore immediately. I'll see who dares to interfere with the king's hunt. But just then, a monster ambushed her. Xiao Xiao instantly struck back, sending it flying. The low-level sea god mused, so she sensed the danger and turned around. He silently cast his spell, Abyssal Tentacles. Xiao Xiao deftly dodged the limbs and countered with Celestial Shift. With that word, a wave of power shot out. The attack grazed the low-level sea god's face, successfully enraging him. How dare you? You dare to injure me. You will pay a heavy price for this. He immediately unleashed the sea god's wrath. The sea god's long tentacles rained down on Xiao Xiao. She was powerless to fight back. Xiao Xiao was gravely injured, spitting up blood. The scent of blood sent the monsters into a frenzy, and they swarmed her. In that desperate moment, a powerful kick sent them flying. Icy Gale Kick. A supportive palm strike followed, Mo Sex Aura Palm. A flash of light streaked past, stunning Xiao Xiao for a moment. A rosary flew towards the monsters, demon-subduing chant. A powerful voice boomed. "Break!" she cried out in surprise. "This is," Wanzi announced. "The rear has been cleared." Xiao Xiao, moved, called out, "Everyone." Wenbi casually added, "Amitabha," he said confidently. "Leave that flying squid to her." Xu Dao reassured them. "We'll handle the defense here," she replied with conviction. "Got it." Hearing this, the sea god scoffed. "Just a bunch of ants. You don't know your place. All of you, attack." Receiving their orders, the monsters charged forward with renewed ferocity. Xiao Xiao reacted quickly, giving an order, "Then I'll leave the rear to you all." Xu Dao cheerfully replied, "Not a problem." Even while fighting, Wenbai kept chanting, "Amitabha, Amitabha." Xiao Xiao closed in on her opponent, yelling, "Time to die." She used her familiar technique, Reaper's Scythe. A sharp blade sliced through the air. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ying Che was cutting a watermelon. He casually asked, "Want a slice?" Baoan waved his hands in a panic. "This is not the time for eating watermelon. A god has descended, so you have to come with me right now." Hearing this, Ying Che yelled, "Why are you only telling me this now?" Baoan replied, aggrieved, "You never gave me a chance to speak." Its tentacles bled as the monsters floated lifelessly on the water's surface. Xiao Xiao sat on their heads. Whew, finally dealt with. But the tiger god couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted, "Success!" The low-level sea god's body went limp and fell into the sea. With reverence, a giant eye stared at him, speaking his divine name. Suddenly, a pillar of water shot from the lake into the sky. Xiao Xiao turned, confused. "What is this?" The sea god's body rose high, and a strange seal appeared. Behind him was a colossal, terrifying monster. Everyone below stared, their faces filled with utter dread. Wanzi screamed in shock, "A god! It's a god! A god has truly descended." They all bowed, begging the deity for protection. "A bunch of fools." The sea god, Ba Dong, spoke loudly. "All of you, look closely. This is merely the husk of a devil god." He seemed to smell something, the aroma of faith. He appeared majestically. It was the sea god, Ba Dong. A trident materialized in midair. He grasped it with one hand, his gaze fixed on the tiny humans below. On the other side, the tiger god ordered, "Stop him." The submarines were in position, missile strategy ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Missiles shot up from beneath the water's surface. He spotted the incoming rockets and destroyed them with a single blast. Ba Dong emerged from the smoke, using a fraction of his energy to form a sphere of divine strike. The submarine issued an urgent warning. Unidentified energy detected. All crew, attention. Emergency dive, emergency dive. As soon as the words were spoken, the energy blast obliterated the submarine. Ba Dong formed another energy sphere. From his trident, he aimed directly at the Great Wall, and it exploded in an instant. Xiao Xiao was in disbelief. What the hell? The steel wall was just destroyed. Debris from the wall was about to crush her. This is bad. I can't dodge it, but some force seemed to freeze the debris in place. Infinite slash. The huge rock exploded into fragments. She thought she'd be crushed, but she looked up and saw, to her shock, it was Ying Che. The day had finally arrived, just sooner than anyone predicted. The city sky bled a demonic red. A panicked voice cried out, "Look, the sky's turning red." People started recording the scene. Their voices trembled with fear. "My God, this is terrifying. What's happening?" Some wondered in shock. Could it be what the master said? Have the gods descended? No, that's impossible. Have the gods truly descended? In a classroom, an alert blared. "Attention, the gods have descended. To ensure student safety, with approval from the Board of Education, classes are temporarily suspended. All students, please remain indoors and ensure your own safety." The announcement terrified the students. Bao Bao worried, her eyes full of sorrow. "Brother." At a nearby guild, strange sounds echoed. Inside a room, a magic circle of spirit stones surrounded an ancient book. The blue-haired youth on guard sensed something wrong. Suddenly, he collapsed, writhing in agony. His phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor. The youth trembled, screaming in despair. His body began to transform. Skin tore away, revealing a bleached white skull as he staggered inside. He grabbed a random stone, shoving it into his mouth and chewing furiously. He devoured the stones one by one. The spiritual chains shattered. The Feng Shen Shu awakened, observing its surroundings. Someone burst in, yelling, "We're in trouble. The device has been destroyed." Seeing it gone, the red-haired man cried, "The forbidden object is missing." Hearing the noise, the creature stopped eating. Meanwhile, a dark aura enveloped Jiangzhou City. The Feng Shen Shu shot off like the wind, cackling with glee. A team checked their scanner. "Signal detected." Their leader ordered, "Find it now. It's somewhere nearby." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." Near Yuanling Elementary. Bao Bao looked downcast, speaking sadly. "I wonder how my brother is." A letter from Ying Che read, "Little sister, I have to go protect the earth. Ask our neighbor for meals. I already spoke to her. I'll be away. Love you." A man shouted in surprise, "We've got the initial signal." The Feng Shen Shu flinched. "What the hell? How did they find me so fast?" It anxiously tried to activate teleport. "Hurry, this is bad. Skill on cooldown." The book stuttered in fear. Then, what do I do now? Suddenly, it noticed Bao Bao on the street. The book zipped towards her. Perfect. It slipped right into the little girl's backpack. The pursuit team ran past her in the opposite direction. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "The signal is too weak. We've lost the trail. It must be close." Outside Yuanling Elementary, the team spoke frantically. "Damn it, it got away. Report to headquarters. Operation Fei Hong has failed. We have lost the target's trail." Awaiting further instructions. But elsewhere, a ball of energy formed. Ba Zudong unleashed his divine art, declaring, "With this power, you might face me in 100 years. He added coldly, "But not now." Xiao Xiao couldn't hide her shock. Impossible. Is this a god? Even a nuke couldn't stop him, and he nearly wiped us all out. Ba Zuodong unleashed a powerful strike, Sea God's Wrath. Ying Che saw the divine power surge toward her. He yelled a frantic warning, "Watch out!" Xiao Xiao froze, stunned, as the attack descended. The strike shattered the ground, but Ying Che had already whisked her away. He landed gently. Ying Che held Xiao Xiao firmly. He questioned her coldly. "Why are you spacing out on a battlefield? Don't you value your life?" She stammered. "This is." Ying Che set her down, his voice softening. "This isn't a battle you can interfere in." Then he added a warning. "If you want to live, stay behind me." She could only agree. Understood. Xiao Xiao stared at him, truly seeing him now. It was as if he'd become a different person. Meanwhile, Dan Dan bit Ba Zuodong's hand, who simply inspected it with indifference. Ba Zudong then flung Dan Dan away, slamming it into the ground. Ying Che's sharp voice caught Ba Zudong's attention. "You vile demon, stop this rampage. Won't you surrender?" He looked doubtfully toward the voice's source. Ba Zuodong scowled. "Who are you? Why do I sense that familiar, hateful aura on you?" He was backed by Nezha. She threatened him with contempt. "I am Nezha. Today, I will kill you, you monster." Seeing this, Zifan felt relieved. Good, they made it in time. Hu Shen spoke with doubt. "So this is an Eastern god?" He watched the battle intently on the screen. Ba Zudong sneered. "An Eastern god? I thought you were all extinct. I'm surprised a remnant like you is still left." Channeling Nezha's might, Dawn Triert surged forward. "You court death." A flaming spear flew at him. He countered, launching his own spear toward Ba Tak Dong. His eyes flashed with a razor-sharp glint. "Eat this spear." Dawn Triet unleashed a burning strike. Scorching firestorm, but his multi-eyed tentacle blocked it with ease. Ba Tak Dong contemptuously knocked him away. "Pathetic ants who don't know their place," he sneered with disgust. "Is this all an Eastern god can do? All you know how to do is dodge." Dawn Triert shot back instantly. "Is that all you've got, Ba Tak Dong?" He moved closer, provoking him. "You're all for show." Without hesitation, the tentacles struck out. Dawn Triert laughed excitedly. Too slow. He deftly ran up the tentacle and launched himself high for a counterattack. Then, he channeled his spirit energy, creating a fire formation. 8 blades of the fire wind. Caught off guard, Ba Tak Dong was hit. The flames seared his body, causing some damage. Dawn Triert grinned. "You might be a little dumb, but this is actually pretty fun." Annoyed, Ba Tak Dong slammed down, but he dodged it with ease. "He's too big to destroy completely. I have to find his weak point." "What an annoying fly," Ba Tak Dong grumbled, "just buzzing around." He unleashed his trident's power. 10,000 wave strike. Ba Tak Dong raised his trident high. The world shook violently. Everyone was thrown to the ground. Meanwhile, Dawn Triert confidently unleashed his own power. Sea Calming Dragon King's Breath. A red sash shot out, wrapping around his enemy. The sash tightened, enraging Ba Tak Dong. Not so mobile now, are you? Don Triert aimed his spear with a smirk. He exclaimed with delight. Found your core, Don Trier said cheerfully. The perfect blend of power and technique. Every throw reached a new height. He then launched his spear decisively. Go! It tore through the sky, engulfing the area in a fiery explosion. Xiao Xiao shielded Dan Dan. Did he win? Wenbi calmly chanted, Amitabha Buddha. Heaven and earth positioning. A beam of energy shot down, causing a huge explosion. Debris flew in all directions. A system notification appeared. Warning. Warning. Demonic energy in the area is rising rapidly. Enemy is extremely dangerous. Enemy is extremely dangerous. But at that moment, Don Triet's eyes looked down. Ba Tak Dong glared back, his eyes glowing sea blue. You are quite skilled. He stood with his arms down amidst the billowing smoke. To think you could push me this far, I admit you have some real power. Then, Ba Tak Dong pointed his trident at him. But this is where it ends. Today, you will die here, he snarled. A bolt of lightning crashed from the sky. Standing on his samadhi true fire, Don Triert just smirked. Tough words are easy to say, aren't they? Ba Tak Dong replied softly. Then let's find out. He then transformed into a massive surge of power. It rushed toward Don Triert, who blocked the sea god's blow. The attack was incredibly fast. It startled him into shouting, so fast. They pushed back and forth. As he lunged, Don Triert parried. Seeing him on the defensive, Ba Tak Dong sneered. Weren't you so arrogant before? He then raised his trident, preparing something. A flicker of worry crossed Don Triert's face. He rushed forward, boasting, Let's see you fight without a weapon. Sea God's bone. A massive, long bone spiraled toward Don Triert. He quickly dodged the skeletal attacks. The spiked skeleton relentlessly smashed into the stone walls. Lin Jie Ming Tian Di Suo Zai Wu. Wanwu Bao Lai Ren Ru Qi Zhongquan Sankai Ji Yi. The Lin Jie perceives heaven and earth, perceives nature, perceiving the truth of his place within it. Seizing the moment, Ba Tak Dong tried to stab the distracted Don Triert, but he leaped away just in time. Ba Tak Dong sounded thrilled. To think you can dodge so many of my attacks. Such fine combat instincts. It's a shame your realm is so low. Don Triert didn't bother to reply. He simply dashed in another direction to escape. As Don Triert passed him, he was unfortunately spotted. Ba Tak Dong delivered a light elbow jab. The blow sent him flying, shattering the nearby rock. The impact made Don Triert cough up a mouthful of blood. He cried out in agony from the immense pain. Ba Tak Dong seized the chance, rushing in with the skeleton. He leaped up, aiming his trident down. Your realm is far too low. Wrath of the sea god. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao screamed, Captain! Wenbi's face was etched with fear and worry. Don Triert's face was lowered, his expression hidden. Then, he bared his teeth in a wide grin, and clasped his hands together to cast a spell. Ba Tak Dong froze, sensing something was wrong. He had fallen into a formation. Don Triert yelled, Martial God's Domain 2. The formation then returned to its original appearance. The trident stopped mid-air, heavily bound by magical chains. He said casually, Who said I don't have a weapon? Stunned, Ba Tak Dong couldn't understand. What? What is this? The chains shot back, snatching Ba Tak Dong's trident and hoisting it high. Don Triet taunted him. Look who's unarmed now, he smirked. In my martial god domain, my strength doubles. But you're trapped, using only a fraction of your power. The god seethed with uncontrollable rage. To open a personal domain at his level. This human's potential is far too dangerous. He absolutely cannot be left alive. Ba Tak Dong charged with a fist of pure energy. Die. Outside, the sky plunged into darkness. Someone cried out, What is that? A sphere pulsed with an eerie, crimson energy. Someone guessed, A suicide attack? Impossible. Tu Tu nervously handed Dan Dan to Nguyen Tu. Wait here for me, I have to see. But what about you? He asked, startled. All right, be careful. I don't think it likes me. Don Triet swung his blade with killing intent, delivering a fatal blow. In disbelief, Ba Tak Dong whispered, When? Don Triet calmly provoked. Why so shocked? Aren't you a god? He grinned. I forgot to mention. The martial god blade is my true weapon. Don Triet followed with a devastating kick, sending Ba Tak Dong flying helplessly. He crashed into the wall, shattering rock and earth. Ba Tak Dong seethed as Don Triet lunged with his blade. The god scrambled away, bracing himself on the ground. Don Triet relentlessly rained down sharp slashes. A god who only knows how to run? Don Triet unleashed a powerful strike, enraging his opponent. You brat! Ba Tak Dong threw a furious punch, but he dodged. Who are you underestimating? He scoffed. And you call yourself a god? Then Don Triet unleashed his power, felling him with a single slash. For humanity, I sentence you. The god faded away, utterly stunned. This is impossible. He stood tall, completely unscathed. Just then, the system announced, congratulations on your first defeat of Poseidon. Receive 10,000 attribute points. Don Triet was stunned. That many? Seeing the 10,000 points, he yelled in shock. That last monster took forever to kill. And this god gives 10,000 points outright? A mechanical voice chimed, absorbing Ba Tak Dong's divine power. His energy formed into a crystal. Don Triet examined it. A magic crystal? The system announced, 9th Heaven's Court, 2nd Heaven unlocked. Progress, 50%. He let out a satisfied grin. Looks like I'm one step closer to crushing that monkey. Fighting gods really is the best way to level up. Suddenly, someone shouted in amazement. Everyone, look up at the sky. A brown-haired man stared blankly. In the dark sky, a brilliant light appeared. The gloom began to recede, turning blue. Another family watched in awe. Is it true? Did we really win? This is amazing. People cheered, their faces radiant with excitement. The brilliant light chased away the night. They cried out with joy. The god has been defeated. We're still alive. Hooray! Tutu anxiously touched the black sphere. Can you hear what I'm saying? Suddenly, the sphere cracked, startling her. The darkness vanished, revealing Don Triet calmly watching the sunrise. He calmly held the magic crystal in his palm. The dark mark on his skin faded in the warm sun. Tutu rushed toward him. She instantly threw her arms around Don Triet. The magic crystal fell from his hand. The force of her hug sent him sprawling. Don Triet cried out desperately, "Help me!" She anxiously kept asking, "Thank goodness, are you okay? They said you and the sea god took each other out. You scared me to death." He struggled, gasping, Can't breathe. I can't breathe." Shi Dao covered Ngo and Tu's eyes, sighing. So much affection. "Children shouldn't see this," he retorted. "I'm just not tall for my age." Wenbai calmly chanted, "Amitabha." Just then, Tu noticed the magic crystal. "You have one of these too?" she asked. Don Triet was confused. "Two?" She replied cheerfully, "I have a few hundred of them, but the biggest stash is." Then she pointed to a mountain of crystals. "Look over there." Seeing Dan happily munching on the crystals, his jaw dropped. How was I just shown up so completely? This sea god was a real bust. No prestige at all. Beating him only gets me a single magic crystal? Dan felt a greedy stare aimed its way. It popped a crystal in its mouth, then devoured the entire pile. Don Triet cried out in dismay. It ate them all in one go. Suddenly, it vanished. In a flash, Dan had leveled up. It announced proudly, "I have evolved." He and Tu clapped excitedly. Don Triet praised. "So awesome. It can even evolve." But then he snapped in disgust. "What is that thing? Why did it evolve into this? You look like a weird Pikachu." Unbothered, Dan spread its wings and coolly flew away. She suddenly realized, "I don't think it cares about you." The blue sigil in the sky began to fade. A lesser sea god sensed the abnormality. He stared up in disbelief. What was going on? He couldn't accept that the king had actually failed. Suddenly, a tentacle lashed out, smacking him across the face. "Get a grip!" it screamed. The tentacle warned him, "This is no time for despair." The lesser sea god looked at it and nodded. "You speak the truth." But a dark smile crept across his face. "Too bad for those pathetic humans. They'd never imagine our king can be resurrected." The tentacle spoke gravely. "To think a genius like that exists among humans. We must report this immediately." One tentacle reasoned, "Forget taking the credit. We must help the other god kings get here." It commanded, "Go. Report this now." Another tentacle snapped itself off. "You don't give me orders. We'll regroup when the god king returns." The severed tentacle sprouted new buds. In moments, it reformed into a small, perfect octopus. It gleefully decided to gather a grand army and launch an assault on Blue Star. It would be a slaughter. It was certain so many god kings could crush billions of humans. The advantage is ours. The lesser sea god then noticed something unidentified flying toward him. Anyone else would have known it was Dan. But to him, it was just a strange creature. Where did this clownfish come from? Dan wasted no time, flying straight for the sea god's arm and taking a huge bite. He scoffed at the tiny creature. "You think you can swallow me whole? Careful you don't choke." The sea god's other hand reached for Dan's body. "Since you've served yourself on a platter, and we're starving from our long journey, I'll have you for a snack." But in the next instant, Dan Dan's head expanded, swallowing the sea god whole. It chewed nonchalantly, a single tentacle left dangling from its mouth. Dan Dan's eyes scanned the blue sigil in the sky. With a cry, it flew straight towards it. But its body passed right through the mark. It skimmed across the water, its tiny wings lifting it back into the air. Dan Dan found a giant blue stone nearby. It swallowed the object whole, and the sigil finally vanished. Dan Dan looked around, searching. Suddenly, a drop of black liquid landed on its head. Dan Dan immediately looked up. It saw the small octopus scrambling into a spatial rift. Dan Dan shot forward and took a bite, but one tentacle managed to slip through. As the rift sealed shut, the tentacle began to sprout, reforming into an even tinier octopus. Outside, Dan Dan happily chewed its prize. It stared at the now empty sky, lost in thought. On a massive ship anchored near the shore, a hand reached out, crying, "Heavenly art!" Mo Xiao Xiao stood atop the ship's control center. "Everyone, don't be afraid," she announced. "We're here to save you. You are all safe now. I repeat, you are safe." A little boy looked up hopefully. "Mommy, are we really saved?" The mother looked down, tears in her eyes. "Yes, it's wonderful." Two men hugged, sobbing loudly. "I was so scared." The other was a complete mess of tears. "I want to go home," one cried. "It's over now. It's okay," his friend consoled. A hand grabbed the edge of the roof. A man called out, "Hey, beautiful. I want to join you guys." Mo Xiao Xiao turned to look down at the voice. A red flag whipped proudly in the wind. Ying Che said with a sigh, "So many mutated sea beasts appeared this time. Cleaning them all up will take a long while." Shu Dao surveyed the scene and nodded. "Indeed, Lord War God, you've already defeated today's greatest threat, the sea god Poseidon." He eagerly volunteered, "Leave the small fry to us." Ying Che gave him a look. "I preferred it when you were more arrogant and reckless. Weren't you so eager to challenge me just before?" His spirits sank. He felt like a clown. "That really was me, huh?" Just then, Dan Dan returned. Ying Che casually grabbed its head. "Where did you run off to?" he asked. "Decided to come back, did you? Is this a growth spurt? You definitely feel heavier now." Behind Ying Che, the sea god's blue stone suddenly appeared. Dan struggled frantically in his grasp as Ying Che felt a sharp sense of danger. He whipped his head around. Behind him, the stone had somehow transformed into a spike. With his divine soul slash, Bazuo Dong's body violently shuddered. Ying Che's soul felt pierced by the trident from behind him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he realized what had happened. Ying Che suddenly vomited blood, clutching his chest. Shu Dao asked in shock, "War God, what's wrong?" But Ying Che suddenly cut him off. "Stay back!" His face darkened. Ying Che lost consciousness and collapsed. Shu Dao cried out, "War God!" His mind was a blur. Before fainting, he heard fragmented voices around him. Shu Dao was calling, "War God," another person, "Auntie." Then more voices, "Brother Che," "Little Che," "Captain." A drop of water fell. It rippled on the water's surface. Bazuo Dong smiled smugly. "Gods and demons are immortal." Someone on the ship noticed the anomaly and shouted, "Look, what is that?" A blue substance was wrapping itself around Ying Che's body. He was slowly being engulfed by the blue liquid. A red alert flashed. "High-level contamination. High-level contamination. Host's life is threatened. Please take immediate action." Mo Xiao Xiao screamed, "Che, can you hear me?" The liquid was sticky, clinging to their feet as they stepped. Everyone panicked. What on earth was happening? Someone made an assessment. "It's like a swamp around here," another ordered. "Get out of here now. It's dangerous, dangerous." Just then, a fully armed squad in cloaks approached at a steady pace. He stepped into the liquid without hesitation, ordering, "Evacuate the civilians." "Lock down the area," he commanded. "Approach in an orderly fashion. Apprehend immediately." This was the captain of the War Elephant Special Forces, codenamed Teng Shi. The soldiers behind him responded, "Yes, sir," and rushed forward. They blocked Shu Dao and Mo Xiao Xiao from Ying Che's body. "Everyone, fall back. Do not approach." Mo Xiao Xiao was confused. Who are these people? Mo Mai appeared behind her, speculating. They must be special forces, the legendary Black Ops unit, codenamed War Elephants. Mo Xiao Xiao turned in surprise to look at Mo Mai. "How do you know that?" The soldiers were using enchanted chains to bind Bazuo Dong. They succeeded. He roared furiously, threatening the crowd below. Mo Xiao Xiao stammered in shock. "Is that the sea god? He's alive?" Mo Mai shared what he knew. "Rumor is, all members of the War Elephants are unsung heroes. Their identities are a mystery, but they are fierce warriors. He stroked his chin, impressed. To witness this today, they truly live up to their reputation. They even captured a god demon. How shocking. Shu Dao quickly interjected, "Hey, hey! What's wrong with you? Whose side are you on? Our war god is the strongest." Suddenly, tears fell from Momai's eyes without a word. And once their identities are revealed, it usually means they have already died in service. Shu Dao sweated in frustration. "Hey, hey! Stop praising them and demoralizing us." "Teng," she spoke calmly. "All non-essential personnel, leave immediately. This no longer concerns you. Leave the rest to us." Clearly, non-essential personnel meant Mo Xiaoxiao's group. She questioned angrily, "Who are you calling non-essential?" Shu Dao also cursed. "You rotten brat. That's our captain." Mo Mai tried to calm them down. "Please, calm down." Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly widened in shock. She saw Ying Che suddenly sit up. Everyone erupted. "Captain, a Che is awake." Mo Xiaoxiao asked worriedly, "How do you feel?" His eyes were vacant as he mumbled, "Sister. My sister is at home alone. She'll starve." Nearby, Mo Xiaoxiao's group tried to move forward but was blocked by Teng Shi. "No one else gets close. Take the injured to the hospital immediately." Ying Che's body slumped to the ground again. She screamed in panic. Why did he fall again? A Che? The night had fallen quietly. Ying Baobao held a book, murmuring to herself. Auntie next door said the school announced classes will resume tomorrow. I need to get my books ready. Tomorrow is Monday. I have math, the little girl added, and literature. Inside Ying Baobao's school bag, a seemingly living book was dozing. The Feng Shenshu's eyes popped open. It leaped from the bag, yelling, "Freedom! Freedom!" The Feng Shenshu stretched its spine with a sigh. It's been so long. This is the breath of freedom. Suddenly, it felt its book body being grabbed by two hands. The Feng Shenshu let out a confused, "Huh?" Ying Baobao happily waved it around. "Book! Book! It's the book from my dream." Am I dreaming again? It was being swung around so much it felt dizzy. The girl gently pinched her cheek and yelped, "It hurts!" Don Baobao happily nuzzled the book in her hands. The book from her dream was actually here. She decided to see what was inside, but opening it left Don Baobao utterly confused. What is this writing? Why can't I read any of it? The little girl poked a page and cried out. This is the Spirit Wind Divine Scripture. Such a backwards way of thinking. It laughed until it cried. From outside, a voice called, "Bao Bao." The girl tilted her head to see. Don Bao Bao excitedly introduced it. "Xiao Xiao, this book just moved. It can even laugh." Mo Xiao Xiao entered with a look of doubt. She eyed the book in Don Bao Bao's hand and asked seriously, "You said this book just moved?" The girl even added, "And it can laugh," which left Mo Xiao Xiao completely stunned. Mo Xiao Xiao held back a laugh. Is this what childish innocence is like? Meanwhile, Doan Bao Bao looked at her, confused. Mo Xiao Xiao took her hand and said, "Don't worry about this book for now. I'll take you to see your brother. I'll pack your bags. You'll be gone for a bit." "Okay," Don Bao Bao replied obediently. The next morning, they were at Jingzhou First Hospital. Don Bao Bao asked doubtfully, "A hospital?" Mo Xiao Xiao, holding roses in her hand, nodded. "That's right. This is Jingzhou's finest hospital. The Spirit Wind Divine Scripture, cradled by Don Bao Bao, gasped in shock. What? Jingzhou? What do you mean Jingzhou? How did I get back to this place?" A massive sign dominated the view, wishing our hero a speedy recovery. The hallway was overflowing with bears and fresh flowers. Mo Xiao Xiao was amazed. This is so extravagant. An older man put up a hand to stop them, annoyed. Another person bringing flowers. He groused at Dr. Baba. "Control your patient. I'm tired of cleaning this up, and it's blocking the hall." Wang Baba nodded in response. "I'm sorry, truly sorry. Thank you for your hard work." The guard was still fuming. What kind of great hero gets this many flowers anyway? On the door, the patient's name was Don Triet. The doctor's, Wang Baba. Wang Baba began to explain with feeling. "You don't understand. Allow Dr. Baba to enlighten you. This person saved the entire world, but unfortunately, inside the room, Don Triet was in a coma, wearing an oxygen mask. Blue veins still lingered on his face. Next to the bed, a blue stone sat inside a machine. Seeing him, Don Bao Bao's eyes filled with tears as she called out anxiously, "Brother!" Mo Xiao Xiao immediately reached out to stop her. "Wait, Bao Bao, you can't get close." Don Triet's entire bed was enveloped in a blue screen, she explained. "This place is filled with anti-magic devices. Getting closer will affect your brother. Mo Xiao turned and asked the person behind her. Dr. Baba, has our captain woken up yet? Wang Baba sighed and nodded. According to his current condition, she immediately suggested, let's talk outside. Okay, he replied. Don Bao asked anxiously, brother, what happened to him? Mo Xiao comforted her. The captain fought constantly to save everyone. He's very tired, so he needs to rest now. Once he's had enough rest, your brother will wake up. For now, Bao, stay here and watch over him, okay? Outside the hospital room, she asked urgently, Dr. Baba, please speak. Wang Baba answered with a serious face. Actually, there's no need to worry so much. The patient isn't in any danger. He'll likely wake up soon. Mo Xiao touched her forehead, breathing a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's good. But she was confused. The doctor's expression didn't seem like everything was fine. But in truth, he was just born with a serious face. But Dan Bao, peeking from the door, muttered, they're too far away. I can't hear what they're saying, but the doctor's expression looks terrifying. Could it be? She turned to look back. Duan Triate was still unconscious on the bed. She called out anxiously, brother! Duan Bao's entire body trembled with fear. What's wrong? The girl lowered her head, tears falling as she clutched the Spirit Wind Divine Scripture. Don't leave Bao all alone. Bao doesn't want to eat at the neighbor's house. Bao wants to eat with her brother. The Spirit Wind Divine Scripture was being squeezed to death, but it couldn't make a sound. Help! My precious body is about to get soaked. Outside, a hand suddenly blocked the way. Mo Xiao faced the distant figures, frowning. What are you people doing here? From afar, a voice replied, I have an entry permit. Are you disobeying an order? In this last battle, the one promoted was Lieutenant Mo. She interrupted. If you don't explain, I can't let you people inside. He warned in a low voice. I don't need to explain my actions to you. Wait until you have the proper authority, Lieutenant. Now, open up. I have to kill him immediately. But inside the room, Doan Bao suddenly heard Mo Xiao exclaim, What did you say? Who do you want to kill? The little girl's eyes widened in horror. They want to. Doan Bao looked at her brother on the bed. She struggled to say it. Kill my brother. But Doan Bao, flustered and in tears, mumbled, What do I do? I want to save my brother. The Spirit Wind Divine Scripture in her hands whispered, Hateful, detestable. I can't breathe. Suddenly, Don Triate's brows knitted together as he gritted his teeth in pain. With his eyes still shut, a soldier reported, Sir, we've detected a massive energy signature. Teng, she was stunned. What did you say? The soldier frantically typed on the monitor, his voice urgent. If we don't contain an energy source that large, it'll be too late. Teng, she raised his gun, ordering, Move! Open the door, or I won't be gentle. Mo Xiao summoned the Tianji Bian, her tone a challenge. Let's see who's not being gentle. Their weapons locked onto each other. He growled, This is my final warning. Get out of the way. Do you want everyone to die? Mo Xiao shot back. You'll have to get through me first. Teng, she's frustration boiled. You asked for this. Don't think I won't shoot. Amidst the chaos in the hall, he commanded. Open it. Mo Xiao scoffed. Fine, open it. Who's afraid? Tong, she snarled. You open it. Wang Baba roared. Everyone, stand down. A hand turned the knob from within. Ying Bao screamed with determination. You are not killing my brother. At that moment, Ying Che suddenly sat up. He ripped off his respirator, coughed, and drew everyone's attention. A system alert sounded. Threat neutralized. Threat neutralization successful. Purging corrupted demonic energy from the host's body. The little girl froze and turned to look. Mo Xiao stared in utter disbelief. He blankly eyed the crowd at his door. What is everyone doing? Ying Bao stammered. Brother. The Feng Shenshu worried silently. When did this guy wake up? Can it be that he hasn't sensed my presence? Still dazed, Ying Che asked again. What happened? The girl immediately pointed a finger. They wanted to kill you. The system suddenly displayed. Ownerless. The one true book that records all universal truths. Cannot be owned, cannot be destroyed, cannot be fully purified. Teng, she stepped inside, immediately protesting. Who? Who wanted to kill him? Ying Bao screamed at him. You did, obviously. He pointed to himself, baffled. Me? Why would I want to kill him? Mo Xiao shot Teng, she a scornful look. I'd like to ask you the same thing. Wang Baba stroked his chin and spoke. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Little Che is safe. No one here wants to kill him. Tung Shi. Explain everything clearly. Tung Shi finally replied, It's the sea god. He's about to lose control. We have to kill him, and fast. The elevator descended to sub-level 3, the basement floor. Jiang Zhengguo led them to a large steel door, bearing a sign that read, "Authorized personnel only." The security system chimed. Retina, fingerprint, passcode, 3-layer verification complete. "Welcome, Grand Marshal." After the series of scans, the steel door slid open. As they entered, a voice called out, "Brother, we have visitors." They walked through a hall lined with specimens on both sides as another voice replied, "Indeed. We have a lot of guests at our home today." Arriving before a massive tank, they all looked up. Mo Xiaoxiao gasped in shock. "Ba Zedong." An old man turned to them. "You're here. The situation isn't looking optimistic." This man was the academy scientist, Xian Minqiang. He stated grimly, "The sea god's biological readings are growing more active. These chains alone won't be able to hold him for much longer." Xian Minqiang let out a sigh of regret. "It's a shame that book escaped last time." Ying Che was puzzled. "What book?" he asked again. "What book was it?" Meanwhile, the Feng Shen Shu began to sweat nervously. Teng Shi stepped forward to explain. "A legendary book. I believe it's called the Feng Shen Shu." Ying Che was confused. "Feng Shen?" He nodded. "Yes, we caught it recently, but it got away. Its whereabouts are currently unknown." But Ying Baobao glanced at the book in her hands. Lost in thought, Teng Shi pointed to a glass tube nearby. "That empty device over there was specifically prepared for that book," Jiang Zhengguo explained. "Ever since the gods appeared, the whole country has been looking for a way to stop their invasion. Scientist Xian Mingqiang created a device that can suppress the gods by decoding a single page from the Feng Shen Shu." He added, "We can already imprison a god." "Tung," she continued the thought. "Right now, we can only control them. Once we have the complete Feng Shen Shu, we can finally kill the gods for good." Mo Xiaoxiao quickly asked, "If that's the case, why did you need our captain?" But Ying Che seemed to understand, so that was it. "This is the real reason you brought us here." The man praised him. "You're as sharp as ever." But Mo Xiaoxiao called out, annoyed, "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Ying Baobao stroked her chin profoundly and said, "I think. I get it now too." Suddenly, red alarms blared through the room as lights flashed. "Emergency! Sealing all exits and entrances. Emergency! Sealing all exits." The Feng Shen Shu thought silently, "I believe I understand as well." "Teng." She pointed in one direction. "That's right. The one thing we truly need, the one we're really targeting, is you." The Feng Shen Shu shot from Ying Baobao's hand. Someone yelled, "Catch it!" Mo Xiaoxiao shouted a warning. "Hey, don't you dare hurt Baobao." The Feng Shen Shu zipped through the air, smirking sinisterly to itself. "Exposed so soon," it thought. "But for you all to catch me." Before it could finish its gloating, something smashed right into its face. The Feng Shen Shu spun, dazed. Teng Shi ordered, "Now's our chance." The device activated, and a red lever was thrown. But the Feng Shen Shu was still too stunned to react. It was powerless to escape the light that burst from the cage. After a tense moment, the Feng Shen Shu lay inside the device, unconscious. Everyone cheered. "We did it!" It now looked like an ordinary book. As it floated in the device's fluid, Ying Che mused, "The world truly is a stage. Though this prop seems a bit cheap." A voice echoed, "There's no mistake. This is it." A single blue eye snapped open. It confirmed the Feng Shen Shu's aura. A tentacle shot straight toward the containment device. But before it could touch it, a limitless slash cleaved it in two. Ying Che prodded the severed limb. "Who taught you to sneak around?" Teng Shi to all units. He spoke into his comms. "The mission is complete. Mission accomplished. Thanks for the assistance, everyone. Operation Flying Bear is a success." But Ying Che held up the tentacle, unconvinced. "I'm afraid it's not over yet." Teng Shi just laughed. "Are you doubting me, Comrade Little Che?" He scoffed. "I know you predicted the sea god's arrival and even repelled it. But a true god is you?" Teng Shi posed dramatically. "The real sea god is not something you can handle so easily. Got it?" Qian Minqiang stared at him, speechless, finally sighing, "Just leave the rest to us." Ying Che looked on, completely used to this. "This kid is at it again," he asked. "Shouldn't you check behind you first?" Because multiple tentacles were closing in on Teng, she's back. Behind him, Ba Dong's containment unit had shattered. First, Minqiang's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Zhengguo squinted to get a better look. Then, all at once, every single containment unit exploded, freeing the creatures within. The Feng Shen Shu fell to the floor, thinking, "Ouch." It stared in disbelief at the newly freed Ba Dong. That guy actually escaped. The Feng Shen Shu glanced at its skill panel, which was still on cooldown. and let out a sigh. My shield dash is still unusable. It tried to sneak away, but escaping on 2 tiny legs was a fool's hope. Every octopus-like creature crawled out of its prison. Tang Shi yelled, "This is bad. The monsters are all out." He commanded, "All members, to your positions." Tentacles were sliced like tofu, falling in pieces. Tongue, she moved like lightning, adding, "Don't let a single one escape." The special ops team activated their gear, responding, "Roger." A liquid substance crawled up their bodies. The special unit was instantly equipped. War Elephant Squad, ready for combat. One monster targeted Ying Baobao, aiming for the smallest prey. Mo Xiao, slicing a tentacle, cried out, "Bao Bao!" The little girl instantly shouted, "Defense, activate!" A ring of purple light erupted with Ying Baobao at its center. Every creature reeled back from the light. Tang, she stared, stunned. "What is this?" Ying Che praised her. "Nice work. My sister?" Jiang Zhengguo, supporting Qian Minqiang, was amazed. She's incredible." The defensive barrier also happened to trap the Fengshen Shu inside. It slammed against the strange membrane in shock. "What is this? I'm trapped." A small hand simply plucked it from the air. "Got you." Fengshen Shu struggled furiously in Ying Baobao's grip. "Damn it! To think this little girl is even tougher than that faceless creature." "Achoo!" Tang Shi sneezed. "Is someone cursing me?" Suddenly, a tentacle shot out from behind the girl. Fengshen Shu panicked in terror. "It's over. I've been spotted." But in the next instant, Tang, she sliced it to pieces mid-air. "Chaotic serpent dance," he commanded. "Activate energy shields. Stay alert. Prepare for capture." The special forces replied, "Roger." Tang, she turned to give a warning. "Comrade Xiaoche, get the state preceptor and the academician out of here. I'll cover the rear," he added gravely. "Remember, you must protect everyone, no matter what." Ying Che didn't argue, shouldering his blade. "Got it." Mo Xiao pointed the way. "This way." Tong, she was stunned. "Hey, you're leaving a little too fast." Just then, Ba Zudong made a desperate break for it. But in an instant, enchanted iron chains bound him tightly in mid-air. Ba Zudong roared in absolute fury. A soldier reported, "It's no good, Captain. The chains don't have enough energy." Tang, she cursed. "Damn it. Didn't we just absorb power from that book?" Qian Minqiang turned back, asking, "What's going on? Is my newest weapon completely useless?" In Ying Baobao's hands, the Fengshen Shu whistled, thinking, "My power is beyond any mortal's control." Ying Che's hand forced the heavy door closed. She watched him step back inside. Mo Xiao asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" Ying Che replied, "All of you, go on ahead. If this thing gets out, it will be extremely dangerous. Xiao, you must protect everyone." Ying Baobao's eyes widened. Just before the door slammed shut, she slipped right inside. Mo Xiao cried out anxiously, Bao, wait!" Having rushed in, Ying Baobao stumbled, off balance. She frowned, worried by the scene. Before her, a massive red orb was destroying everything in its path. The Fengshen Shu gloated. "He's just going to die anyway." Ying Baobao's fist came crashing down on its cover. It flew from her hand with a fresh bump. Kids shouldn't be so violent. Ignoring it, Ying Baobao rushed forward, crying, "Brother!" He lay on the ground, pointing deeper inside. With his last act, his soul drifted from his body. "Greetings," the Fengshen Shu announced proudly. "I may despise you for capturing me, but I loathe those sea creatures even more. So, I will grudgingly lend you my power." Ying Baobao stared at it. "Really? How?" the Fengshen Shu thought slyly. "That God King just spotted me. Since my location has been revealed, I can't hold back. I suppose I can make use of this little girl for now." It called out, "Hey kid, do you believe in the light?" She stared at it silently. Then, with a baffled look, Ying Baobao just said, "Huh?" The Fengshen Shu's pages suddenly flew open. "Whether you believe or not, from this day forward, you will believe in the light." A brilliant beam shot out from its open pages. The pillar of light was so intense, it was visible from outside the building. Ying Baobao's entire body was shrouded in golden light, covered in strange magical scripts. Light even blazed from around her eyes. In disbelief, Ying Baobao stammered, I think I can read the words on this book." Deeper within, red alerts blared from the system. Heavy contamination. Heavy contamination. The warnings continued. Host's life is in critical danger. Please implement countermeasures immediately. Ying Che moved in a flash, unleashing his infinite slash. A system notification appeared. Sea God eliminated. Plus 10,000 attribute points. He gritted his teeth. The 7th time, Ying Che launched himself toward the blue gem. From a distance, his blade sliced through, but the stone was unscathed. A system notification appeared. Advanced projection cannot be damaged. His expression darkened in disgust. This sea god is just like a cockroach. No matter how many times I kill him, he revives. Ying Che muttered, annoyed by the red alert still flashing above him. My body is growing weaker. My stamina is almost completely drained. System alert. Warning. Warning. Host's life is in danger. Please deploy countermeasures. He considered his options. There was no other way. It's come to this. I have to use my last remaining resources. His mind made up. Ying Che summoned the system. The system interface blazed red, as if with a fever. Host, I am here. Another 10,000 attribute points were just deposited. That leaves a total of 70,000 attribute points. He was decisive. All right, system, use them all. But before he could finish, he froze. What is that? A vortex of golden script began to materialize as Ying Baobao's voice echoed out. Brother, I'm here to help. Ying Che was stunned. What's happening? That's my sister's voice. Suddenly, Ba Zedong materialized behind him. Distraction is a fatal mistake. The trident in his hand poised to strike. Now, die! But Ba Zedong froze in mid-strike. Chains of golden script had coiled around his body. He let out a cold snort. With contempt, he sneered. More of humanity's pathetic tricks. But while distracted, the script reached the blue gem on his chest. Ba Zedong instantly sensed the abnormality. Looking down at his chest, he cried, Wait! This is the Celestial Codex. System notification. The sea god's one true core has been pinpointed. Host may now commence the attack. But Ying Che was resolute. This is the end. Die! He unleashed his invincible slash. The blade flew forward as Ba Zedong screamed in terror. No! Gods are eternal. The blue gem on his chest was pierced by the blade. It cracked, and then shattered completely. A massive explosion erupted from that very spot, sending a powerful shockwave blasting through the area. A tiny octopus waved its tentacles frantically below. Here, in the Jihei Divine Realm, a figure on a high throne spoke. You wish to save your God King? There is no need to worry. The tiny octopus continued gesturing. The one on the throne was the A-ranker, Zhu Si. He asked, and why is that? Zhu Si began to translate the octopus's gestures. Because his divine core has been shattered. He is completely and utterly gone. Zhu Si's brow furrowed. In truth, that divine realm belonged to the sea god. It is now a realm without a master. The octopus drooped in despair. Now, we must discuss how its territory will be divided. A pillar of light suddenly descended, a voice booming from within. Humanity remains as foolish as ever, daring to look down on divine authority. The figure mused, Isn't it time to call down divine punishment, my dear Lord Zhu Si? He replied, No rush. Lord Zhu Si then stated, Wait until this business is concluded. Like you, I have no intention of letting them go. The figure gave a pleasant smile. Is 10 days enough? A divine punishment on Blue Star. By a high-tier, A-plus class seraph, she added, and we will offer our full cooperation. Lord Zhu Si chuckled, deciding. Then in 10 days, divine punishment falls on Blue Star. Meanwhile, in the crumbling old district of Ludeng City, a black-robed figure raised 2 bleeding hands to the sky, chanting with reverence. Descend, O God. An unnatural light tore across the heavens. An entire group of cultists surrounded a sacrificial altar. From its center, a brilliant golden light now shone down from above. A figure descended, a high-tier, A-plus class seraph. The beak-masked man was stunned. Usually, we only summon a low-tier, 2-winged angel. At best, a mid-tier, 4-winged one. A woman exclaimed with joy. I never imagined it. A high-tier, 6-winged seraph has actually appeared. The man beside her was in disbelief. This is truly incredible. The seraph finally spoke. I can feel your fervent faith in my God. So burning and so passionate. She absorbed it greedily. Give me more of your devotion. From the center, a blinding golden light erupted. Everyone nearby was forced to look away. So bright, the man looked up, astonished. What? What is this? The seraph's form had changed. Now in the form of a 2-winged angel, she explained. To descend upon Blue Star, I had to seal a portion of my divine power. I am now a C+, low-tier 2-winged angel. Sealed? The beak-masked man stammered, sweating. This is no ordinary descent. This is a divine miracle. He bowed his head to report. Divine Envoy, after our failed operation in Jiangzhou, we started over in Ludeng City and have gathered a great number of new followers. Our God's Descent cult is steadily growing stronger. The 2-winged angel smiled. You have done well. I shall grant you even greater power. Fist of radiant firmament. A beam of light lifted the beak-masked man into the air. His mask fell, revealing the face of an old man. His eyes shot open in shock as he felt his body begin to change. When it was over, he landed softly. He, the leader of the God's Descent cult, was now a young man of only 20 years. He gave his thanks with joy. Divine Envoy, I feel completely filled with power. The two-winged angel's feet then touched the ground. My devout followers, I am here to bestow a divine decree. She stepped forward with a smile. Proceed north. Immediately, in 10 days, divine punishment will descend upon Jingzhou. The crowd below was stunned for a moment, before they all began to cheer. Believe in our God. Cleanse your sins. The hour of punishment and revelation is at hand. My heart belongs to God. The Holy Spirit guides me. I shall remain pure, shunning temptation and evil. My quest for the light of truth will never falter. Through life, death, and rebirth, my faith is eternal. I am the most loyal among my brethren, a pilgrim on the true path, a warrior against the dark, and a pioneer at the dawn of enlightenment. I am a guide to the uninitiated, a pillar of the new world. I offer my life and my glory to our faith, from this moment until eternity. In Jingzhou, at the Li family estate, within an ancient home, inside a dark room, one figure was bound in chains while another stood watching. The chained creature's face was not human. It was a demon, snarling at the man who stood before it. The two-horned man before it finally spoke. Your time is now at an end. Thank you for your service to the Li family. He struck with blinding speed. A single flash sent blood spraying through the air. The demon shrieked as its body began to dissolve, leaving only a strange, crimson stone floating in midair. The horned man sheathed his sword, and it dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. He reached out for the crimson stone hovering in the air. A voice called from the door, "Cousin, I've brought the mana crystal device." The horned creature's body dissolved into black smoke, revealing a shock of red hair. Li Xiaolu entered, taken aback. "The monster's already gone?" Li Yunfei asked calmly. "Weren't you supposed to be on guard duty?" She gave a playful smile. It was so boring out there. Suddenly, the room was bathed in a fiery red glow. Li Xiaolu stared at the cage in her hands, which was radiating heat. "Brother, look at this." There was no mistaking this reaction. A forbidden item had appeared. She gritted her teeth. "I'm going to retrieve it." Li Yunfei grabbed her arm. "Wait." Li Xiaolu froze, confused by his grip. He said seriously, "We're going with you this time." Meanwhile, at Jingzhou's first hospital, Ying Che had rejoined the group. He tilted his head, asking Ying Baobao, "You're saying the book just ran off?" The little girl nodded. "Uh-huh." Ying Baobao rested her chin in her hands. "It saved us," then took off its head and shouted something. She remembered the moment clearly. The Book of Deification had cheered excitedly. "I knew it. Well done." With the sea god dead, that threat is finally gone. It had used up its combat skills, but teleport was still off cooldown. The Book of Deification checked its refreshed abilities. "Farewell, kiddo. Goodbye, you sneaky snake." Back in the present, Ying Baobao used her hands to demonstrate. Then poof, it vanished. Not even the protective barrier could stop it. Ying Che stroked his chin, lost in thought. As expected of the Book of Truth, it has a few tricks. "Dung," she spoke up. "If that's the case, our hands are tied. But we will definitely find it eventually." Suddenly, Qian Mingqiang doubled over in pain. Jiang Zhenguo asked with concern, "Old Qian, are you okay?" Qian Minqiang coughed up blood. I'm fine. Just help me up. I can still go on." Jiang Zhenguo was stunned. "This doesn't look fine at all." Ying Che guessed. He must have been injured during the retreat. Deng Shi also added his thoughts. Or maybe he was just scared stiff. "Call an ambulance." Jiang Zhenguo reminded him, "We're already in a hospital. Let's get him to a room so a doctor can check him out." Elsewhere, in an apartment, the Book of Deification stood by Ying Baobao's school bag. It mumbled to itself. "Book of Deification this. Book of Angels that. Ancient forbidden item. Book of Truth. No. I'm just a book that values its freedom." The Book of Deification hopped into the backpack and zipped it shut. "The most dangerous place is the safest. No one will find me here." It propped its feet up with a huge yawn. So sleepy. Time for a nap. Back at the hospital, Deng Shi just sighed and shrugged. Old Qian is hospitalized, so he can't see the state preceptor off. "I have class, so it falls to me to escort you from the hospital." Mo Xiaoxiao looked doubtfully at the t-shirt in her hand, the one emblazoned with the word justice. "Why do you have so many justice shirts?" Ying Che asked, holding one up. "Is this a lot?" Deng Shi sighed helplessly. Honestly, I don't really want to be here either, but I have no choice. Before the state preceptor left, he ordered me to see you all off safely. He remembered it clearly. Jiang Zhengguo had clapped him on the shoulder. Deng Shi, I've got an urgent meeting. I can't make it. Little Che was just discharged, so please take him to the outskirts of Jingzhou for me. Let him rest for a few days. Ying Baobao's eyes lit up. Brother, we came all this way. Can't we go have some fun before we head back? Deng, she shot her down instantly. Absolutely not. My time is valuable. I'm a very busy man. The little girl pouted and glared. I wasn't talking to you. Deng, she crossed his arms. The answer is still no. I have too many missions to deal with, so let's get moving. Ying Baobao huffed in annoyance. You're the worst. Suddenly, Ying Che's eyes locked onto a system window floating over her backpack. It read, Unclaimed Book, the one and only book of truth. Records all universal truths. Unclaimable, indestructible, cannot be fully comprehended. Mo Xiaoxiao angrily snapped. How could you talk to Baobao like that? Ying Che was stunned, thinking, so that's what this book is. Deng Shi shot back, annoyed. What now? You got a problem? Mo Xiaoxiao instantly challenged him. You want to throw down? Ying Baobao just pouted, tracing a little curse circle in the air. Ying Che took his sister's bag with a smile. It's nothing. We'll be in your care. Deng, she appeared behind him, clearing his throat. Leaving it to me is no problem. Oh right. That reminded him of something Jiang Zhengguo had given Ying Che earlier. Little Che, I came today because I need your help. Deng, she remembered seeing what it was. A mask. It was just like his own. Deng, she leaned in, whispering. What did the state preceptor tell you in private before he left? He slipped you something too. Did he give you some kind of secret mission? But Ying Che just gave him a blank stare. What are you talking about? Deng, she said coolly. Fine, don't tell me. It's not like I wanted to know anyway. As they headed down the escalator, he spoke. I'll handle the report for you when we get back. Mo Xiaoxiao was still fuming. Wow, thanks so much. This mission was a flawless victory, Deng Shi announced, concluding with a satisfied smile. My presence alone made the sea god tremble, but the contributions of small fries like you were also indispensable. This world really can't survive without me, he thought smugly. Mo Xiaoxiao looked completely unimpressed, but our captain was the one who actually defeated the sea god. He turned his head, asking awkwardly, Didn't you see? That entire battle was my personal stage. She answered cheerfully, So sorry, I must have missed it. They walked toward a drink stand. Deng, she immediately boasted. Those monsters were fierce as tigers, but before my peerless wisdom and courage. They were nothing but ants, easily crushed. As they reached the parking lot, Ying Baobao chimed in. I remember someone face down on the ground with a flower on his head. That was meditation, he clarified. I may not have acted much, but my mere existence was their greatest threat. I, Deng Shi, proudly lead the way. Every inch of that battlefield records my unseen contributions. Mo Xiaoxiao covered her face. Help me, this guy never stops talking. Ying Baobao just plugged her ears. My ears are bleeding. Placing a hand on the car door, Deng Shi said, This victory wouldn't have been so easy without me. Suddenly, he froze, silent as a statue. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed in resignation, but Ying Che was confused. Why did he suddenly go quiet? This is so strange. Deng Shi wondered to himself. Why aren't we leaving? He asked, then answered, No rush. Ying Che was baffled. Didn't you say you had missions and had to escort us quickly? Mo Xiaoxiao and Ying Baobao's faces darkened. Oh no. Did we hurt his feelings? But Deng, she casually replied, It's nothing. A small delay is fine. I can't ignore everyone's enthusiasm. This is terrifying, Mo Xiaoxiao cried inwardly. Are we going back to the hospital? Ying Baobao panicked. How can he get even crazier? Deng, she's hand trembled as he pulled his hood. They're here. Rushing footsteps approached from a distance. He's here, Mo Xiaoxiao tensed. An ambush? But what appeared was a crowd of fans. One person yelled, Hero, you're our eternal light. Another one gushed, I love you. I want to have your babies. An older woman smiled. Here are some eggs. Can we get a photo? Deng, she stood with arms outstretched, posing dramatically. Everyone, your hero is here. No need to rush, one at a time. The fans surged forward like a wave. Mo Xiaoxiao instantly leaped out of the way, and Ying Baobao dodged too. A cloud of dust rose where they had been. When it settled, a trampled and unconscious Deng Shi lay on the ground. The fans swarmed Ying Che, shouting, An autograph, an autograph. He stared at them, bewildered. Okay, there's enough for everyone. Slow down. A girl opened her jacket, pointing to her chest. Please, sign here. He calmly replied, I don't think that's appropriate. The men behind them got nosebleeds. A reporter pushed forward. Make way. She got right next to Ying Che. War god, about your victory over the sea god. Do you have anything to say? He scratched his head. Well, a hand suddenly blocked the microphone. Somehow, she was now standing in front. All right, no interviews. Ying Che looked over, confused. That voice. Why does it sound like a woman's? Everyone disperse, she shouted. We're on a mission right now. The reporter snapped, I'm not interviewing you, Captain John Shang. You're old news, don't you know? Our new star is the war god. What's the big deal with one little interview? The people beside her nodded eagerly. That's right, we finally got to see the war god. From Ying Che's perspective, he could see lipstick smeared because the mask was loose. She hissed through clenched teeth, old news. He leaned in for a closer look, a suspicion forming. Lipstick? Could it be? The figure quickly turned, adjusting the mask. She's glare was terrifying. Did you see that? Ying Che immediately gave a thumbs up. I didn't see a single thing, he silently added in his head. It's normal for people to have a few secrets. Who'd believe you? The figure snapped. She started the car, getting angrier the more he thought. Damn it, why don't I have a single fan? Ying Che waved to the fans outside. Goodbye, everyone. He got in the car as the fans swooned. He said goodbye to me. The man next to her shot back. Are you blind? He was obviously talking to me. In the car, he scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Everyone's so enthusiastic. Ying Baobao beamed. Brother, you've gone viral. Ying Che asked. Confused? I have? Mo Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up. Nationwide. Internationally famous, huh? She scoffed. Why not say you're famous across the universe? Mo Xiaoxiao chimed in. Captain, you became a hero while you were out. He looked bewildered. I did? Ying Baobao gave a thumbs up. It's true, big bro. You're a total hit. Suddenly, Ying Che looked at her with an unnervingly sweet smile. Baobao. A chill ran down her spine. Bro, why are you looking at me like that? He simply reached out his hand. It's time for a lesson. In love. The little girl just blinked, completely confused. Ying Che placed Ying Baobao on his lap for a spanking. It was incredibly dangerous. Why did you run out of that elevator? I was saving you, she cried out, hurt. But his hand came down firmly. Not an option. Never again. If there's danger, you run and hide. Leave the rest to me, understand? Ying Baobao shot back. I hate you. Ying Che added, that weapon is for self-defense, not for fighting. Her eyes darted to the fans outside, pleading for rescue. But Ying Che's voice was unrelenting. And that mysterious book. How could you use it so carelessly? Even if I fall, there will be others. If everyone falls, there are still more. Why would a kid like you need to fight? A roadside stall sold merchandise with Ying Che's face. The owner yelled, Come on, take a look. Next to the strongest god of war, someone pointed. I'll take this. But the crowd only grew thicker. Ying Che's lecture continued. Next time, you know what to do, right? You run. Got it? Ying Baobao pouted. I hate you, big brother. Inside the car, Mo Xiaoxiao forced a smile at their loving display. Teng Zhe glanced outside. There are too many people. The car is stuck. Mo Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously. Did news of the captain's discharge get leaked today? Teng Zhe made a swift decision. We can't wait. He grabbed the radio. Dispatch a helicopter to my location, now. They were on the outskirts of Jingzhou. A helicopter sliced through the sky. Near 669 Forest Park, it landed on a rooftop. Teng Zhe instructed them, Get out here. Straight ahead is the Jingzhou base. Ying Che's group disembarked as he waved. Well then, goodbye. Ying Che nodded back. Goodbye. Teng Zhe stood at the door, thinking his mission was finally over. Barring any surprises, they would never meet again. He turned. Let's go. Just then, a massive explosion rocked the area. Teng Zhe shielded his face, shocked. What was that? Below, the trio was violently thrown by the shockwave. Mo Xiaoxiao pulled Ying Baobao close. Confused, she cried out, What just exploded? A figure emerged from the swirling dust, carrying something large. The sudden blast had instantly killed the nearby guards. The figure spoke. Teng Zhe, your men almost let it get away. Teng Zhe stepped down, staring but saying nothing. Ying Che asked, stunned, What is going on? The stranger continued. Control your subordinates. This kind of screw-up gets you a pay cut. He carried a huge creature on his shoulder, one with 2 bumps on its head. I helped you out. Transfer me 200. He's from Bureau 669. Code name, Shi Zuo. Tengzi cursed internally. What a useless embarrassment. Then he ordered, "Send 2 men with a stretcher for him." Tengzi turned to the newcomer. "Why are you here?" Jizuo sheathed his sword. "Yeah, thanks. I just flew in. There's an emergency meeting here tonight." Hearing this, Tengzi asked doubtfully, "An emergency meeting? Tonight?" Shizuo struck a dramatic pose and nodded. "That's right. And you have to attend." He glanced over curiously. "And who are they?" Tengzi replied curtly, "Classified. We're leaving. Get that thing back in its cage." He thought, annoyed. Another damn meeting. I was planning to go home and beat Zelda. Still posing, Shizuo casually asked, "What cage? You mean containment gear?" Tengzi replied, "Close enough." As he walked away, Shizuo called out, "Tengzi, I heard he's coming tonight." Tengzi froze, skeptical, but then he added, "Your idol." Tengzi stopped dead in his tracks. A moment passed. Tengzi covered his face, surrounded by pink bubbles. "My idol is coming tonight. The game can wait until tomorrow." Mo Xiaoxiao remarked, "That guy was so weird." Ying Baobao chimed in eagerly. "Who else is coming?" He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. "Today, I have mercifully brought you to the Jingzhou base. But here, you must follow my rules, or I won't be responsible for you." They were at the 669 Nature Reserve. A large house stood in a courtyard with a few trucks. Ying Che scoffed. 666? Why are we here? Didn't you say Jingzhou base? Tengzi raised a finger. This 666 is just a front to fool outsiders. In reality, this is a top-secret headquarters no one can find. The research center doors slowly creaked open. The moment they entered, someone greeted them. "God of War, you've arrived." Mo Xiaoxiao stared at the man's t-shirt, exclaiming, "It can't be. A fan followed us all the way here?" Ying Baobao was delighted. Big Brother has a real stalker fan now. Then she remembered Ying Che's lecture and shook her head. "Wait, why should I care about my stupid brother? I'm done paying attention to him." Tengzi thought in disbelief. How could a fan find this secret location? Who leaked this intel? Security is a complete joke. Xu Dao turned around, greeting them with a smile. "I've been waiting a long time for you all." Mo Xiaoxiao mumbled to herself. "This guy looks familiar." Ying Che walked over, slinging an arm around him. "Is that you, kid? You changed your clothes. I almost didn't even recognize you." She gasped in shock. "Xu Dao?" He gave a thumbs up. "Nice outfit. It's just my style." Xu Dao chuckled. "It really suits you." Tengzi facepalmed, completely speechless. An outfit like that costs a fortune in RMB. Of course he likes it. Mo Xiaoxiao was puzzled, wondering to herself, why didn't I buy one? Ying Baobao also thought, if my brother likes it, I want one too. But the girl quickly changed her mind. No, I want the black one that says Rage on it. Ying Che then asked, "By the way, where is everyone else?" Xu Dao explained. "They stayed behind at the East Sea to clean up the sea monsters. We got a lot of supplies, so I have to head back and help them out after this delivery." He said confidently, "War God, you and the vice captain just focus on resting here for a while. Leave the rest to us." Ying Che didn't refuse, raising his hand. "Then I'm counting on you all." Xu Dao high-fived him. "You got it." Heading for the door, he said his goodbyes. "All right, I'm heading out." Ying Che nodded. "Stay safe." He glanced around for a moment, prompting Mo Xiaoxiao to ask, "What are you looking for?" Ying Che voiced his confusion. "Strange. Where's Dandan?" Xu Dao, who had just gotten in his car, turned back to answer, "Dandan is." Back at the deep blue East Sea, a radio blared. "Another one. I got another gift today." Nearby, Dandan sat on a pile of rocks, letting out a comfortable coo. A small, strange creature appeared nearby, chirping. Xu Dao's voice continued. "It's at the East Sea, helping to eat the monsters. After you fell last time, it sniffed you to make sure you were okay, then went back to fighting. Once the monsters are gone, it'll probably come back." With that, he started the car and waved. "See ya, bye everyone." As the car drove off, Ying Baobao asked, "Brother, how long are we staying here?" Ying Che wasn't sure either, probably about 2 or 3 days. Just then, she spoke up. "It looks like you'll have to stay here for a little while." Ying Che asked with a confused look. "Why?" He asked back. "Remember that busty entertainment reporter?" Ying Che thought for a moment before replying. "Busty, I remember. What about her?" Mo Xiaoxiao's face darkened as she thought. He remembers her very well. Ying Baobao was speechless, thinking, my brother is hopeless. The next morning, a swarm of fans had gathered outside, setting up cameras and hanging posters. She explained the latest news. After news of your discharge was reported yesterday afternoon, your house was quickly surrounded by banners welcoming the war god. He guessed, it seems your home address has been leaked. Tongue, she continued. Because they all wear white t-shirts and act completely wild, they're called the white shirt virus. A crowd held signs, chanting, war god, you're the best. War god, you're number one. He went on. They're now waiting for you everywhere. Going back to Jiangzhou now would be walking right into a trap. A female reporter with hearts in her eyes reported live. Reporting from the scene, that's right, what you're seeing now is the path our hero walks every day. She pointed to some trash cans nearby. Those are the trash cans our hero uses to throw out his garbage. Let's take a look and see if we can find anything he threw away. The camera zoomed in, and the reporter exclaimed, "It's already empty." Ying Che watched the live broadcast on his phone, hearing the reporter say, "The fans online are working too fast." The three of them had grim expressions, sighing, "This is terrifying." Tongue, she led the way, saying, "In short, for your own safety, you'll be staying here. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is a secret base with tight security. Don't wander around, especially not at night." Mo Xiaoxiao pushed open the door to a room. It was spacious and fully furnished, looking quite comfortable. Ying Baobao stared in delight. "Is this the room we're staying in?" Mo Xiaoxiao was just as surprised, never expecting a room like this. The little girl kicked off her shoes and dove onto the bed. "It's so soft." Mo Xiaoxiao called from behind. "Be careful, don't throw your slippers." Night had fallen. Ying Che pushed open his window. Getting home is going to be a real hassle. He got dressed, putting on his gloves. Looking down below, he wondered, "What's that?" Ying Che spotted a lit window in his sister's room. The Fengshen scroll was tiptoeing quietly, worrying to itself. "For some reason, I still feel a sense of danger. Since I've escaped the most secure center in Jingzhou, I should make a run for it now." It climbed onto the windowsill, internally celebrating, "Goodbye, my dear audience." The Fengshen scroll made a perfect landing, a flawless escape. But unexpectedly, Ying Che was right behind it, a wicked grin on his face as he looked down at the tiny book. Without a word, Ying Che reached for the Fengshen scroll. It immediately bolted, crying internally, "I just escaped. Why is someone trying to catch me already?" The boy and the book chased each other across the rooftops and deep into the woods. The Fengshen scroll finally stopped to wipe its sweat. Unexpectedly, right behind it, a system screen held up a sign that read, "It's right here." It was incredibly eye-catching. The Fengshen scroll was baffled. "I was so careful with my flight path. How did that kid manage to keep up?" It hid among the leaves and branches, peeking down to see Ying Che pass right below. Suddenly, his sharp gaze shot upwards, locking onto Fengshen Shu, who stood there with a devilish grin. A loud thud echoed in the silent night. Fengshen Shu, a lump on its head, was miserably held by Ying Che. Time was short. The game of hide and seek was now over. He donned the mask given to him by Jiang Zhengguo. It glanced over in fear, thinking, "He has a mask too?" Fengshen Shu recalled its divine power growing stronger due to the sea god's descent. "I easily tamed that guard, shattering the magic crystal that imprisoned me. And with that, I regained my freedom." It remembered its skill list, but unexpectedly, the moment it used teleport, it fell right into a trap. Caught in a swirling current, it was sucked into a tube. Fengshen Shu remembered a blonde man using a vacuum cleaner on it. He then laughed. "Enjoy my master's 55th experimental product. The Super Sucker. The moment you use your immense teleport power, it instantly captures you." Fengshen Shu struggled and screamed, "Let me go!" It pushed, and surprisingly, it actually got out. Stunned, Fengshen Shu fell, its head hitting the ground hard. The man scratched his head, confusedly looking at the device. "This thing breaks too easily. Master's inventions are useful but so fragile." He picked up the unconscious Fengshen Shu. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. I caught the book." It dizzily cried out, "Help me." Fengshen Shu continued to remember. "I was trapped inside a liquid-filled device. But it was their first time capturing me, so the glass they used was too fragile. They completely underestimated my Ironhead skill." Waking up, it screamed in fear, "Help!" Fengshen Shu tapped the glass suspiciously. "This glass?" I quickly found a chance to break the window and escape. Another lump appeared on its forehead, but it was arrogant, praising itself for being so clever. Just then, a warning light flashed. "Alert! Alert! The Fengshen Shu has escaped! The Fengshen Shu has escaped!" Fengshen Shu continued its story. "After that, I ran near an elementary school. It saw someone pointing at it and grumbled, 'What the hell is this? How did they find me so quickly?' Right." Fengshen Shu checked its skill panel, needing to teleport fast. Only then did it see the skill hadn't reset. Crap, it's on cooldown. Fengshen Shu targeted a little girl on the street. It immediately decided to charge forward. There. Fengshen Shu sighed, and that's what led to the current situation. It lamented escaping only to be caught again. Seeing itself grabbed by a hand, it thought, "It's over, my freedom is gone." Ying Che warned, "Don't even dream of escaping again. No matter how many times you run, I will always find you." The system appeared beside him like a little devil, cackling evilly. Hearing that strange sound, Fengshen Shu frantically looked around. What's making that cackling sound? It obviously couldn't see the system. He set it down. "It's late. Don't disturb the citizens." Ying Che turned around. "I have a meeting to attend. If you also hate those gods, you should come with me." Fengshen Shu asked, confused. "You say that as if I have a choice?" As he walked away, it dashed in front of him. Fengshen Shu blocked his path. "You think you know me? But what do you know about yourself?" It thought to itself. "This guy seems tough, but he's also a bit of an idiot. Could this be the legendary naturally dark type?" Ying Che coolly walked past, pulling up his hood. "I know we can cooperate." As he passed, he left a warning. "Wait here. Sit tight and know what should and shouldn't be said." Fengshen Shu watched him, puzzled. How did this two-faced schemer find my exact location? No. I have to figure this out. On the ground, there was a manhole cover. Ying Che muttered, "We're here." Fengshen Shu glanced over, annoyed. "I'm just a book, don't trick me. There's nothing here but this manhole cover." He nodded. "It is this manhole cover." Ying Che pushed it aside, recalling the night of May 8th. It said that after an unbelievable god's skull was found in the East Sea, the chairman personally flew to Jiangzhou that night. To uncover the truth, Ying Che watched from above at the East Sea base. The chairman saw the god's skull with his own eyes and met the doomsday prophet. The next day, he returned to Jingzhou. Bureau 669 was secretly established. He jumped straight down, with Fengshen Shu falling right along with him. The name Bureau 669 was just a front. In reality, this agency manages all god-related incidents that occur within the Daxia territory. Ying Che's body landed lightly on the ground below. Just as mysteriously, members of 669 are known only by codenames. Their director wearing a dragon mask, and Ying Che, with the swirling gold patterns on his mask, holds the codename Crouching Dragon. Crouching Dragon and his direct squad handle incidents that severely disrupt public and economic order. Major public safety threats were escalating. He entered, recruiting the top masters. Ying Che walked in calmly. He was assigned to the May 8th fire in Jiangzhou. The case was then filed under Wolong of Bureau 669. The special talents he required were dispatched through Wolong. A vibrant hot pot sat on the table as Teng. She picked up an octopus, thinking, "Why isn't he here yet? Is he really coming today? You're not lying to me, are you? This is Bureau 669 agent, Teng Shi, of the War Elephant team, which handles monster-related events. He captures divine-related monsters, taking them to a secret base for study." He slightly lifted his mask to pop the octopus into his mouth. This is why Teng Shi appeared at the East Sea base when the sea god descended. "Teng," she grumbled, "if you dare trick me, I'll definitely smash your dog head." The person opposite poured a Coke, Bureau 669 agent Shixie. He replied coolly, "How would I know? He probably got a last-minute mission." Shixie specializes in finding divine artifacts left behind by gods within and outside of Da Xia. The 9 Revolutions Qian Kun tripod, once borrowed from the museum, was also part of Shixie's file. For Ying Che's trip to Mermaid Lake, Wang Zifan got the intel from Shizi. Next is Bureau 669 agent Feng Chu. She sighed. Little tongue, she really cares about the 6th Bureau chief, doesn't he? Such a little fan. Feng Chu is responsible for constructing facilities related to the divine. This includes the Steel Great Wall and building secret bases. The last member of Bureau 669, Gu Chen, in charge of R&D for anti-god weaponry. The book of investiture that Teng Shi captured was handed to Gu Chen for research. Ying Che entered, glancing around. It seems everyone has arrived. For such a grave incident in the East Sea, Wolong should have been here. But not long ago, the first Wolong was brutally killed in the streets. The second Wolong died horribly at home. 2 directors assassinated in a row made finding a successor difficult. He slowly approached their table. Ying Che is a member of Bureau 669, Wolong. He spoke. "Had a little something, so I'm a few minutes late." Thus, Ying Che, who had just defeated the sea god, was targeted. This is why Guozuo personally visited him in the hospital. Before, Ying Che was just a prophet making suggestions. But now, Tang, she tilted his head, confused, then cried out, "Director, you're here." He saw the book of investiture sulking behind him and gasped, "You brought that book here?" It snorted back, "What do you mean, brought? Can't you see I walked in myself?" Ying Che pulled up a chair and said, "All right, everyone," he asked casually, "how's the mission progressing?" News of the second Wolong's death has been tightly sealed. At Guo Zuo's request, Ying Che joined the team as Wolong, secretly taking office today. Tang, she was fired up. "After today's failure, I've already made a new plan. Once we're done here, I'll dig 10 miles deep into Jingzhou to find the one who controlled the Book of Investiture." The Book of Investiture waved a white flag. "All right, I surrender, okay?" He replayed the scene. "The moment it uses its teleport, it'll fall right into my hands." Tang, she made a sniffing motion. "I'll sniff it out." Ying Che and the book chewed their food, speechless. What a weirdo. What is he even doing? Tang, she suddenly acted like a cute cat. But I never thought the 6th Bureau Chief would catch the book so fast. I was too naive, miscalculating a step. As expected of the 6th Bureau Chief, Ying Che could only hesitate. The Flying Bear mission was completed smoothly. He told the Book of Investiture, "For now, you must cooperate with us. Let Gu Chen quickly develop a weapon to fight the gods." It realized with horror that this was a classic dirty trick. A hand suddenly shot up. "Leave it to this old man." The Book of Investiture thought suspiciously, "I seriously doubt it. Do we really have to wear these masks? We just met a few hours ago." But Ying Che advised him, "Old man, you don't need to push yourself so hard." Gu Chen shot up, annoyed. "I can do it." Xie chimed in to encourage him. 50 is the prime age for striving. He reminded him, "Stop shouting and making a scene." Tung Shi and Feng Chu clapped in praise. "The older, the wiser." Ying Che sighed in defeat. "Why are you all ganging up on him?" The Book of Investiture shot the scene a contemptuous look. Ying Che comforted it. "Don't worry. Just cooperate with us, and we'll release you soon." The Book of Investiture just glared back at him. "I'm fine with it, but these stat rankings are horrifying." Shi Tianqi clutched the Fengshen shoe. It died, plus 5 more lives. Or was it the 4 humans chasing it, since 4 had already fallen? Or it remembered Luca, absorbed by the man with glasses. There is no escape. Ying Che has captured 3 of its lives. The last one is only safe in Ying Baobao's hands. Fengshen Shu crossed its arms, pondering. The outcome was clear. It finally spoke. "I suppose I can agree with you. But first, you must tell me how you found me." Ying Che instantly replied, "Not a problem." Fengshen Shu replied haughtily, "Fine, I'll begrudgingly agree." Inside, it smirked, plotting its next move. "Agree? Impossible. The moment you look away, I'm gone. Talk about not being able to escape. What a joke." And a few other things. With that, Ying Che began assigning the next missions. Teng Che, you will continue investigating the mutated creature hotspots. Report any new species, especially those with demonic power. Bring them all back to this base. Teng Che gave a cheerful military salute. "Yes, sir, I'll get it done." Feng Chu pointed to a list, questioning him irritably. "You seem awfully pleased. Want to see the mess you made today? Jingzhou's Hospital Number 1 base is completely gone. And can you explain mobilizing the helicopters?" Teng Che quickly turned to defend himself. The sea monsters from the hospital were fully neutralized by the IC. There were some losses, but we killed a sea god. That has to count for something, right? She was left completely speechless. Teng Che thought back to Ying Che, muttering, "That so-called god of war. There's something about him." He suddenly slapped his head. "No, that's not right." Pointing emphatically, Teng Che declared, while the masked Ying Che smiled. "Of course, it's our very own Lu Ju." He and Fengshen Shu watched in silence. It thought, "I'm dying to tell them. The 2 people they mentioned are the same person. But I can't provoke this Bai Tianhe." Shita lowered his head, thinking to himself, "Wolong seems different today." Just then, Ying Che's voice cut through his thoughts. "How's the search going?" Shita reached into his coat, thinking, "Never mind. The title of Wolong outranks me. Whoever is under the mask doesn't matter." Shita pulled out a purple pearl. "I couldn't find it, so all that effort was for an ordinary pearl. Not the Wanxiang Hundun pearl we've been searching for." Everyone's eyes glittered as they stared at it in awe. He watched their reactions silently, until Wu Luo suddenly snatched the pearl from Ying Che. "I'm confiscating this. Even if it's not a divine relic, it's got to be worth something." She examined the pearl from all angles. Wu Luo declared confidently, "We may have failed this time, but I have a new lead. This one is guaranteed to be real, and the plan is in motion." In the still-lit room, he continued the debrief. Alright then, next. Report on the progress of the Dianshu project, after you finish eating and clean up that hot pot. 2 hours passed. Ying Che tapped his pen against the table in a steady rhythm. Alright, that concludes tonight's meeting. He announced the end, but Ying Che remained silent, lost in thought. Based on the files from the previous Wolong, they had barely concluded the meeting. But to truly fulfill the Guozuo's request, the next steps would not be simple. Suddenly, the TV flickered to life. On screen, Chen Guo's grim voice filled the room. It's good you're all still here. I've just received new intel. Ying Che was stunned. Guozuo? The man delivered the critical information. There's a new development, and you must all prepare yourselves. In 10 days, Jingzhou will suffer a divine punishment. The four of them took in the news, utterly silent. Chen Guo calmly polished his glasses and continued. According to the latest intel, more than one god will descend. When this divine punishment hits, its impact will dwarf the 526 incident, the descent of the sea god, Poseidon, in Donghai. Shita fell silent. Just how strong was the sea god? Wu Luo turned to explain. On the 26th, the sea god's appearance caused tens of billions in economic damage alone. Ying Che added. And that was only a B-rank deity. He asked, completely bewildered. But we already eliminated the sea god, didn't we? Chen Guo adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. We did eliminate the sea god, but in the future, far more will descend. All we know is that in 10 days, Jingzhou faces disaster. The time we have left is short, he concluded grimly. Feng Shu crossed its arms, its expression grave. So those gods are finally coming. I knew those undying maggots were still squirming after all these years. Their greedy hearts. It grimaced, imagining being captured. If they opened me, the terror index would multiply by 5. Feng Shu clutched its head in a panic. No, 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 this can't happen. Nearby, Shita calmly stretched in his chair. I thought coming back to base meant a few days of rest. Looks like that's not happening. We'll have to leave tomorrow to find the Wangxiang Hundun Pearl. Ying Che's thoughts focused. The Wangxiang Hundun Pearl, a support-type divine relic, like the Zhujuan Qiankun Ding. If we find it, our entire army's combat power will increase dramatically. This god-slaying book is easy to capture. Its combat power is low, so it should be considered a support type. Enough to rival Poseidon? It could be a super divine weapon. But the concept feels a bit abstract. Ying Che's gaze fell upon the Fengshan scroll as he mulled it over. The sea god screamed its name. But is this the same scroll from my past life? The one that God used to unleash hell? Last time, I only saw this terrifying weapon from a distance. To think I'd be this close to it in this life. Then again, anyone who got a closer look in my past life died. His thoughts drifted back to that time. He remembered a woman holding the Fengshan scroll, standing amidst a desolate, crumbling world. The system even called it an authentic scroll. Its secrets run deeper than I imagined. Min Xiang trembled as he stood, an IV still in his hand. Looks like this old man can't afford to rest. Tang, she panicked beside him. Hey, you need to finish the transfusion. He ripped the IV from his arm. As if a mere needle can restrain me. Tung, she completely lost it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's gushing blood. But Ying Che and the Fengshan scroll just stared, completely speechless at the scene. Tang, she scrambled for something to stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. But Min Chang was calm. It's nothing. Barely a drop. The scroll crossed its arms, skeptical. Are these guys for real? Suddenly, the old man snatched a corner of the book. The little scroll panicked instantly. What are you grabbing me for? Min Chang's expression turned grim. You heard the conversation. We need to accelerate the research. The Fengshan scroll struggled wildly. Who's a little book? I don't care about your research. Let me go. But its thrashing was so violent, it knocked Min Chang's mask clean off, revealing a face weathered by time. The Fengshan scroll stared at his face, stunned. Then it pointed, laughing mockingly. I knew it. Old man, it really was you. The old man gave a weak laugh, touching his face. Well, the mask is off. Ying Che instinctively grabbed his own mask. If this book unmasked me and exposed my identity, my entire plan would fail. The shame alone would kill me. The TV screen was still connected to Zhen Guo. The rest of you are dismissed. Wo Long, you stay. The Fengshan scroll grew suspicious. If the gods are really on their way, then our escape plan is useless. It stared intently at him. We have to drive off the gods first. That guy was right. I guess we have to cooperate. With that, it grabbed Min Chang's hand and rushed off. If you want to study that weapon, then hurry. The old man was dragged along, completely baffled. Why is the research subject more eager than the researcher? Wu Luo scratched his head, guessing wildly. It won't be easy to accelerate Project Earthrat, Tang Shi added, following them. Now that Mission Flying Bear is complete, and the Fengshan scroll has been captured, it's time to sort the seafood we brought from the East Sea. Hey! The Fengshan scroll suddenly appeared, furious. Who did you say was captured? I heard that. We should say the Fengshan scroll assisted us out of kindness. He laughed, giving in. All right, you win. Thanks for your support. Soon, only Ying Che remained in the room with the screen connected to Zhen Guo. In the meeting that just concluded, the Free Nation reported a sea god of their own descended on the western La coast on the 26th. It caused immense damage. Then suddenly, it just left, he recounted with a calm demeanor. The scene shifted to a horrifying sea god, its lower body a mass of tentacles, as it prepared to invade the coast. The wrath of the sea, God. The city was rocked by massive explosions, sending debris flying everywhere. The blast wave tore through the populace, their screams echoing in despair. But then, the sea god stopped, as if it sensed something. What is this feeling? It can't be. The king has fallen. The god sneered. Consider yourselves lucky. I'll spare you this day. With his final words, Poseidon vanished in a flash. He fled, abandoning the chaos he had created. Back in the present, Zhen Guo continued the meeting. The connection isn't clear, but Poseidon is now dead. Divine retribution has fallen upon the great Xia. It seems the gods already have the news. His expression was grave, laced with worry. With this judgment coming, Xiao Che, you must get stronger. But do not push yourself beyond your limits. If you face any trouble, contact me immediately. Don't treat agreed instantly. Understood. Zhen Guo adjusted his glasses and continued. Now, let's discuss the details of this plan. The deaths of the last two crouching dragons were no accident. Don Trier clasped his hands, asking, Sir, at the hospital you said I was only temporary crouching dragon. I was to find their killer. But what is truly happening here? A voice emerged from the monitor. The crouching dragon's movements are top secret. Their deaths were deliberate. We clearly have a problem within our own ranks. We need your help to resolve this internal matter. Ying Che's eyes narrowed. Are you saying you suspect a traitor within our ranks? The voice was certain. Yes, I'm sending you the file. Just then, the tablet on the table vibrated, and Ying Che immediately checked it. We have 3 primary suspects right now. The screen displayed 3 profiles, one of them an unidentified mole. The other 2 are highly likely connected to this case. Suspect 1, identity and appearance unknown. Suspect 2 is Li Yunfei, a man with fiery red hair and a friendly smile. And the final suspect is Han Chunmai. Ying Che spoke slowly. The first is the unidentified mole. The second one. Isn't that? A memory of the first Crouching Dragon's investigation surfaced. You previously mentioned the Li family of Jingzhou. The first Crouching Dragon's deep probe exposed the ancient martial arts clan, the Li family, and found a lead before his assassination. Before he died, the first Crouching Dragon found something vital, but he was killed before he could report his findings to me. The voice continued, recalling the second Crouching Dragon's murder. The second Crouching Dragon took over and also made a breakthrough, but he was struck down mid-report. That's why the Li family is our prime suspect in the Crouching Dragon murders. The voice moved to the third suspect, tone unchanging. Number 3 is Han Chunmai, the daughter of Han Sanjin. Han Sanjin's death has always haunted her. Furthermore, her faction maintains contact with the Gods Advent Society. Ying Che's mind raced. According to top-secret Bureau 669 files, he once stumbled upon a mysterious group. They were performing a god-summoning ritual in an abandoned theater. Their name? The Gods Advent Society. 5 different masks appeared on screen. The voice continued. As Crouching Dragon, head of Bureau 669, you also lead the Divine Demon Security Bureau of Great Xia. I've been investigating them for years. The Gods Advent Society has openly vowed to destroy all 5 aces of Bureau 669. It's possible they've been cornered, and this is their desperate final gambit. Staring at the 2 photos, Ying Che was puzzled. Wait, are these the same person? The difference between the photos was staggering. The voice explained. Han Chunmai recently returned from overseas after extensive cosmetics. This is her new face. Ying Che's voice was laced with disbelief. No wonder. But a thought struck him. Strange. In my past life, Miss Han never had surgery. Something is off. She's extremely suspicious. On the large screen, Jiang Zhenguo spoke. Information about Bureau 669 keeps leaking, proving we have a serious internal problem. This time, I'm determined to root out the mole. In 10 days, the divine punishment arrives. To accelerate our plans, Dishu Mo will deliver a critical item to Feng Shu. You will be in charge of the escort mission. I'll intentionally leak the details to lure this big fish into the open. Back home, the words still echoed in his mind. The mission was in 3 days. This escort would be incredibly dangerous. But at this point, there was no turning back. He collapsed onto his bed, but Ying Che's mind kept replaying the conversation, remembering what he'd said. Ever since the hospital, I've understood the risks. The moment I took the crouching dragon mask, I put my life on the line. Jiang Zhengguo's warning replayed. With the divine punishment looming, we must secure our home front before facing the enemy. The organization must be purged, and quickly. From now on, it's all on you. The memory made him contemplative. Despite the countless dangers ahead, he pulled on his sleep mask. A crescent moon hung in the silent night sky as Jiang Zhengguo sat, deep in thought. Hours earlier, at an international conference, a man slammed his fist on the table. We must negotiate with the gods immediately. Among the hundreds present, someone scoffed. Absurd. The gods have no interest in dialogue with mere humans. Another argued, we must form a joint military force now. But others whispered, this so-called advent of gods has no scientific basis. Yet another voice cut in, and why does Great Xia get to monopolize so many divine artifacts? Jiang Zhengguo's expression remained unchanged, his silence a wall. These nations are still bickering endlessly, he thought. But time is running out. His secretary leaned in. Crouching dragon, he is far from ordinary. He surely holds a secret, perhaps one linked to the outer world gods and demons. Jiang Zhengguo signaled for the secretary to stop. He spoke with quiet gravity. I believe he is the one who will bring us our final victory. Knowing that is enough. Now, we must prepare for the welcoming ceremony for the advent of the gods and demons. At Ying Che's home, a child's voice called out, Big brother, time for breakfast. Mo Xiaoxiao and Ying Baobao just stared at the empty bed. Xiaoxiao was puzzled. It's only 6:30. Where did he go so early in the morning? Baobao whispered. Could it be that brother didn't come home last night? Xiaoxiao gasped in shock. What? He didn't come home? Baobao smirked playfully. You're learning bad habits. Suddenly, a new voice spoke. It's been a while. At the sound, Xiaoxiao and Baobao turned. Staring at Wu Luo, Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock. You? Wu Luo hesitated slightly. Well, the director sent for you. Meanwhile, in a misty forest, Don Triert entered a massive tunnel. He strode forward with unwavering confidence. Deep inside, a large door stood before him, marked forbidden. As Don Triert accessed the panel, a voice announced, retinal scan, fingerprint, and triple-layer password confirmed. Welcome, Crouching Dragon. Stepping through the door, he thought. Time for a warm-up. Let the system absorb more power. He focused his demonic power, opening the second heavenly layer. Drawing his sword, he ordered, Activate Training Device 1. In a vast room lined with steel gates, the system spoke. Activating Device Number 1. A heavy door screeched upwards, then slammed open. Heavy footsteps shook the very floor as a hulking monster charged forward with immense force. But Don Triert's sash sliced clean through its body. He rushed in, felling the beast with an effortless grace. The system announced, +1 point for slaying the Mu Kuei. Congratulations on absorbing its demonic power. At the same time, the second stage of the Nine Heavens Ascension reached 50%. Hearing this, Don Triert became suspicious. Why do I remember my progress was 50% after Poseidon? Why is it still 50% after absorbing more? The system replied, an F-rank Mu Kuei provides only a minuscule amount of demonic power. The value is too insignificant for the display. The actual progress is 50.2%. Don Triert asked exasperatedly, You think you're being funny, don't you? The system replied, Really? Am I that good? His patience snapped. Gritting his teeth, Don Triert growled. That was not a compliment, he sighed heavily. Fine. Open device 2-4. The system queried. Please confirm. Activate device 2-4? Don Triert's reply was firm. Yes, the system announced. Device 2-4 activated. Another gate began to rise. A thunderous stamping echoed as 3 figures charged out. They were F-rank earthly 3 immortals. Roaring. Don Triert lunged to meet them. Is this supposed to be monster training or a game of fruit slicing? He didn't miss a single beat. With a few fluid slashes, Don Triert dispatched them all. A notification appeared. Congratulations for slaying the earthly 3 immortals. +3 points. Absorbing the 3 immortals' demonic power. Ascension progress at 50.35%. But Don Triert was furious. There's no need to be so precise. Turn off the decimal display for me. The system snapped back. You say open, I open. You say close, I close. What do you think I am? A light switch. Dontreat's aura exploded, shattering the wall behind him. The monsters lay defeated all over the floor. The system's voice returned. Tang, she has collected countless F-rank monsters. Dontreat's voice dropped to a low growl. If that's the case, open all the remaining devices for me. The system prompted again. Final confirmation. Open all devices? His expression was masked, but his voice was iron. Yes. The system asked a third time. Are you sure? He roared, swinging his sword. Open them, now. Finally, the system relented. Authority confirmed. Dual confirmation received. Activating all devices. Gates across the chamber began to rise, unleashing hordes of massive, powerful beasts. From every platform, high and low, a monstrous legion closed in, completely surrounding Dontreat. They surged forward, ready to tear him to pieces. But Dontreat calmly spoke to the system. It's time. System. Use all attribute points. Max out my entire status window. A screen appeared, displaying his current points. Remaining attribute points, 70,004. Consume all remaining points? The status bars began to skyrocket towards their max. As he leaped into the fray, he thought, it's nothing like my past life, but this feeling is exactly the same. Effortlessly, he dodged the first monster's attack from behind. Ying Che scoffed. Their agility is nothing special. Just then, a stone giant behind him swung its massive hammer. Ying Che blocked with a simple backhand, shattering the hammer into pieces. And their defense, he noted. He then leaped up, grabbing the stone monster's head and completely turning the tables as he slammed its head down. Dust billowed out. And their strength. The thrill of battle began to rise within Ying Che. A mad grin spread across his face. They're all powering up. With that, he charged into the horde at lightning speed. Gripping his sword, Ying Che shouted, Windbreaker! His movements were so fast, only the sound of slicing air remained. Moments later, Ying Che sheathed his blade. It's finished, he declared. Behind him, a massive explosion lit up the room. The monsters collapsed to the ground. As the dust at the entrance slowly settled, Ying Che turned to look. He saw a single monster cowering by the door. Blinking in confusion, he muttered, Huh? There's one still standing? The monster's whimpers echoed through the cave. A moment later, it too lay unconscious on the floor. The system announced, Divine, demon power successfully absorbed. Second heavenly tier opening progress, 100%. Ying Che stood triumphantly among the fallen beasts. The system chimed in, Second heavenly tier, now opening. He smirked. It's finally time. He accepted. In the second heavenly tier, Ying Che stood alone, floating in the sky. Here, he slowly removed his mask. The system spoke up. Congratulations, host, on your incredible speed. Ying Che replied humbly. I couldn't have done it without help. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ying Che looked around frantically. Wait, where's the monkey? The system simply pointed. Host, over there. The monkey's right there, Ying Che said, still bewildered. I thought the stone monkey ran away, as the system pointed in a different direction. Suddenly he froze, his lips trembling. Wait a second. Is that? In the distance. The figure of Sun Wukong. Absolutely stunned, Ying Che whispered. The great sage. Nearby, a calm Neja remarked, so quick to chase after someone new. But Ying Che looked as if he had just found treasure. He immediately ran towards the figure, yelling, Great sage, is it really you? Beside him, Neja finally snapped and shouted, Hey, are you even paying attention to me? The confused system then met Neja's intense gaze, fixed right on it. With her chin in her hand, Neja said, I'm talking to you. You look weird. I'm sure we've never met, but your aura feels strangely familiar. The system crossed its arms. You're definitely mistaken. We've never met. Neja shook her head. Wrong. This appearance is obviously a disguise. With that, she pinched the system's cheek. Just what kind of monster are you? The system yelped. Ow, ow, ow. I'm just the system. Unconvinced, Neja stretched its face. Still won't admit it, huh? If you won't listen to reason, maybe you'll listen to my fists. The system pleaded. Stop stretching me. I'm not made of dough. Mercilessly, Neja said. First, I'll beat you into submission. We can talk things out after. Ying Che rushed after the figure that looked like Sun Wukong. But suddenly, he stopped. His voice filled with doubt. Something feels a little off. Getting closer, he scanned the figure before him from head to toe. Ying Che's eyes widened. It wasn't just a little off. It was very, very wrong. He put a hand to his forehead. Oh no, last time my mind created a female Neja. This time, the great sage I imagined. He thought, it can't possibly be. It can't be. He looked up and met the gaze of Sun Wukong's doppelganger. The figure turned, waving at Ying Che. Come on over. But he couldn't believe his eyes and let out a horrified scream. No! He staggered back a step, mumbling, this isn't the great sage. This is. He paused, the truth dawning. Ying Che suddenly pointed and shouted, the Pineapple King. This infuriated the doppelganger, who yelled, hey, did you really just take a step back? It kept shouting, who says I'm not the great sage? What's with the disappointment? All while Ying Che clutched his chest, crying, my heart hurts. Only one question echoed in Ying Che's mind. Why does the great sage look like this? His entire world came crashing down. His despair was so great, it summoned a thunderstorm. With tears in his eyes, Ying Che thought, even the weather is adding to the drama. It was as if the heavens themselves couldn't stand it, as rain began to fall. He clutched his chest and cried, oh, the cruelty. But then, a strange thought made him pause. Ying Che was puzzled. Wait, where's this rain coming from? He looked up and saw the nimbus cloud. Raining. He stammered, what is this? Finally understanding, he pointed and yelled, public urination is forbidden. Nimbus cloud, admit it. You're peeing, aren't you? The cloud above him seemed startled and stopped its stream. It then playfully zipped away, with Ying Che chasing and yelling, get back here. A clone of Sun Wukong suddenly blocked his path, a wicked smile on its face. Don Trie swiftly drew his sword. His quick reflexes barely parried a devastating blow from the clone's iron staff. A single strike from the staff shattered the blade into pieces. Don Triet leaped back, clutching the broken hilt of his sword. Don Triet frowned. It doesn't look like the real Sun Wukong, but its power is immense. He thrust his arm out and shouted, red armillary sash. Then he grabbed the red cloth and yelled, transform. But nothing happened. Stunned, Don Triet wondered, what's going on? Then it hit him and he yelled, Neja, system. Nearby, Neja was interrogating the system. Who are you really? Bound in her sash, the system whimpered, I'm really just the system. Neja was unconvinced. After all this, you still won't talk? Her tone softened. If this is a transformation art, then its appearance is flawless. Could I truly be mistaken? Across the way, Don Triet was screaming for Neja. Hearing his screams, Neja roared in frustration. You see a tree, and you don't know how to swerve? You only think to call me when you're losing. With that, she finally released the system from the red sash. She huffed, fine, I'll spare you for now. Freed, the system rushed toward Don Triet, crying, host, I'm here. Meanwhile, Don Triet was muttering, I don't believe this dark magic. He stomped his foot, chanting over and over, transform, transform, transform. The system alerted him, host has contacted a new Eastern god. Unlock a portion of this deity's power? Don Triet was stunned. Huh? A new one? What did I even touch? Didn't I already unlock the red armillary sash? Am I doing it again? At that moment, the Sun Wukong clone attacked. The assault came without warning. Don Triet watched in horror as the iron staff swung down. With the staff just inches from his head, he screamed, no time to think. Yes, unlock successful. Don Triet's hand transformed, now gripping a red staff. His eyes grew sharper from the temporary power-up. His new staff intercepted the iron rod just in time. Power surged through him, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent the clone flying. In his new form, Don Triet took a moment to assess the change. This feeling is familiar. The transformation worked. He raised the staff, calling out, Universe Ring. But something felt wrong in his hand. He muttered, wait, this isn't it. This is. As he raised the staff, he realized, the Ruyi Jingu bang. Suddenly, the clone charged again. It slammed its iron staff down, but Don Triet parried with the Jingu bang. The clone retreated, building momentum for its next attack. Just as expected, it leaped high into the air, bringing its staff down with terrifying force. The impact was like an explosion of dust and light. But when the smoke cleared, the ground was shattered, and Don Triet was gone. Don Triet appeared behind it, his eyes glowing. The Jingu bang smashed into its face, sending a spray of spit into the air. A single, powerful kick sent the clone rocketing into the sky like a shooting star. A triumphant smirk appeared on Don Triet's face as he watched his handiwork ascend. As the light faded, something like a small ribbon drifted down. Don Triet wondered, what is that? As it fell closer, its strange shape became clearer. He squinted and finally realized. A single strand of monkey hair. The system announced, Sun Wukong's clone has been defeated. 1 attribute point gained. Host possesses multiple divine weapons. Currently, host can only equip the power of 1 deity. Would you like to change your selection? The screen showed the sash and the staff. Don Trie, holding the staff, replied, no change, but when did I even choose the Jingu Bang? He turned to the system. Last time, I touched the red armillary sash to unlock its power, correct? The system explained, correct. Eastern powers require physical contact with their corresponding weapon to be unlocked. Don Triet reasoned. So that means I must have touched the real Rui Jingu Bang to unlock its power, right? The system praised him. Correct. Very intelligent. At its words, Don Triet looked around, completely puzzled. So where is it? Why can't I see it? From the side, Neja scoffed. You really are an idiot. He finally noticed her presence. Neja, you're here? Tell me, where is the Jingu Bang? Neja coldly turned her face away. Heh, I'm not telling you. Keep being a clueless fool. It's what you get for not choosing me, you moron. Don Triet shot back. Fine, don't tell me. But why the insults? Then, a thought struck him. Wait a minute. If I have the Ruyi Jingu Bang, does that mean I also have the somersault cloud? He turned his head and saw the cloud right beside him, smiling. So, it was real. Sensing a strange presence, the somersault cloud glanced back, puzzled. Of course, Don Triet noticed it too. Far in the distance, an entire army was advancing toward them. A thick cloud of dust obscured their true form. As they drew closer, Don Triet saw a pineapple kingdom on wheels. Could these all be clones from Monkey Hair? Then where is the real Great Sage? Before him were countless clones of Sun Wukong, each with a different face. Don Triet wondered, is the Great Sage's real body hidden among them? But suddenly, he was overcome with boredom. Still, did it really have to be a pineapple kingdom? Can't the Great Sage get a different design? The system crossed its arms, stating, once an image is set, it cannot be altered. Even Natra was left speechless at the sight. The system waved a hand dismissively. It really can't be changed. Not even by you, she scoffed. I am without a fixed form. Whether male or female, all are my true self. Why would I mind such a trivial matter? Natra continued. What I mind is the feeling that this monkey wasn't born from this boy's imagination. That's completely out of character for him. Don Triet furiously objected. I agree with the first part, but not the second. He mused, stroking his chin. This isn't the Great Sage I know, so what's wrong? Then he spotted Neja. She was furiously shaking the system nearby, demanding, why won't this thing change? So it won't change just because you said so? Where's my dignity? Change it now. The system whined, I do what I want. Just then, Don Triet felt it. A pair of eyes secretly watching him from within Sun Wukong's army. A grinning face stared at him, hidden in the massive horde. Then it pointed and issued a single command. Go. At the command, the massive army surged toward Don Triet's group. Every single clone of Sun Wukong launched forward. They soared into the sky. Don Triet glanced up. Something felt off. They flew down to attack, but Don Triet and Neja flashed away, completely bewildered. What the hell is this? The two of them immediately launched a counterattack. Don Triet raised his staff and roared, Eat this! A powerful shockwave blasted from the impact. It swept through the surrounding clones of Sun Wukong, instantly reverting them to single strands of monkey hair. As the dust settled, a huge figure appeared before him. It grinned, and he realized this one hadn't turned back into hair. It was the real one. It then flew off, leaving him behind. As it leaped, it multiplied again, forming another entire army. After it, Don Triet commanded. Finally, Neja, Don Triet, and the somersault cloud gave chase together. They tailed the Sun Wukong clone, but suddenly, two clouds appeared. Don Triet, riding one, turned to the somersault cloud. Hey, we're both clouds. Stay in your own lane. Don't go bumping into mine, got it? But then he realized. Why were there two clouds? It seemed the cloud next to him was his. So this one? The somersault cloud looked hurt as the cloud beneath his feet began to snicker. It did a loop-the-loop in the air, then flipped upside down, sending Don Triet plummeting. The somersault cloud shot up to catch him, but the landing was awkward. His head was stuck right inside it. Upside down, Don Triet yelled, Somersault cloud, thanks. The somersault cloud simply held up a "You're welcome" sign. As it sped forward, Don Triet suddenly saw the Jingu Bang. A colossal staff materialized right before his eyes. From behind, Neja confirmed it. Looks like we fell for his trick from the start, she continued. The Jingu Bang, the somersault cloud. They're all here. That means the monkey is enjoying the show nearby. Don Triet added. That one monkey that didn't turn to hair is the key. But Neja pointed out the problem. But it's already hidden among that massive horde of clones. You'll never find it. Don Triet just smirked, unconcerned. Then I'll just beat them all. 10 minutes later, the ground was a chaotic mess, thick with dust and smoke. Monkey hair was scattered everywhere, even covering Don Triet from head to toe. None of them, he fumed. They're all just hair. Neja just watched and advised. Trying to win by making the great sage bald probably isn't a solid strategy. Don Triet sneezed beside her. He scowled, realizing he'd just inhaled a mouthful of monkey fur. Neja appeared and fought head-on. It was tough, but there was a chance to win. The great sage, however, was different. He hasn't shown his true self even once. How am I supposed to win if he won't appear? I can't just destroy fur forever. Up ahead, a figure appeared. It was Sun Wukong, lounging on a cloud, propping his head up with one hand. His other hand casually tossed a heavenly peach. Neja chuckled. I'm certain now. The monkey in your head isn't him. She pointed behind them. The appearance of that monkey army was just a transformation technique. That guy's been toying with us the whole time. How do you know? Don Triet asked, turning. That's when he saw it, a stone monkey. He stormed toward it, declaring, So, you've finally shown yourself. This time, I'll make you acknowledge defeat. As he grabbed the stone monkey's hand, Neja yelled, Don't! But before he could understand why, the stone monkey swatted him away, sending him flying. Crap! As he flew, Don Triet looked up and saw the great sage. His eyes widened. It was Sun Wukong, riding on his cloud. Before he could even get a good look, Don Triet slammed right into a wall. The stone monkey remained perfectly still. Neja, watching it, simply scoffed. Humph, that monkey. In the vast emptiness, it was just her and the stone statue. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong flew towards his colossal staff. He whispered a single word. Shrink. The staff instantly began to shrink, spinning as it flew back into his grasp. Sun Wukong grasped the staff firmly. Behind him, a banner read, Great Sage, equal to heaven. His eyes gleamed as a cocky smirk spread across his face. I, old son, have arrived. The moment he spoke, he vanished. The sky was clear, and a lone dove took flight. An arm reached out from a bush, followed by a long sigh. Ha! It was Don Triet, who had hidden there to change his clothes. A short clash with the great sage, and I'm already tossed from the heavens. I need to get out of here. He told his system, Next time, I'll have a real fight with the great sage. Send me back in after I return to my room. The system was shocked. Huh? Host, you've rested already? Ying Che found this strange. What? What is it? He flexed proudly. My healing factor is the real deal. No need to worry about me. Just look. The system sighed. It's not you I'm worried about. The great sage just doesn't want to see you. If you go in now, won't he just play with you again? The words struck Ying Che like lightning. Oh, right. The system pressed on. I mean, I can send you back, but you'll probably find a pineapple kingdom made of monkey hair. Ying Che was totally defeated. But he quickly rallied. So what if it's a pineapple kingdom? I can still level up fighting a pineapple kingdom. Just then, someone spotted him. What are you doing here? I heard you mumbling. Ying Che whipped his head around. Tengshi? It was Tengxi's group, carrying something past. He casually ordered Ying Che to help. Didn't I tell you not to wander around? Since you're so free, come give us a hand. Meanwhile, back at the base, Xiao Xiao was sparring with someone. During their clash, her opponent's mask was kicked away. Xiao Xiao was now certain. I knew it was you, Mo Wuluo. Hearing this, Mo Wuluo snapped back with a correction. How many times must I tell you? My name is Mo Wuluo. Then she asked, Do you always follow strangers so easily? She lunged forward instantly, but she didn't forget a quick jab at Xiao Xiao, still the same airhead with a big chest. I see, Xiao Xiao realized at once, so it wasn't the throne who summoned me. Mo Wuluo aimed a palm strike at Xiao Xiao's chest, but it was easily blocked. It was you? Xiao Xiao asked. Her hand effortlessly caught Mo Wuluo's wrist. Then she threw her opponent to the ground. Mo Wuluo stabilized herself with her legs, her body arching backwards, her hand still trapped in Xiao Xiao's grip. Her body trembled slightly, but she grinned happily. You know, before I became the Feng Chu, I was a member of the Mo family, one of its most powerful heirs. A malicious grin spread across Mo Wuluo's face. Because I lost to you, I lost my candidacy and joined Bureau 669. But even so, I've trained relentlessly every single day, all for the day I could finally defeat you. But Xiao Xiao seemed completely unfazed. Right now, her hand was just getting tired. Honestly, just get up already, my hand's asleep. Mo Wuluo gave an awkward laugh but didn't move. I've only half mastered this move, she pleaded. Just help me a bit, my waist is cramping. Outside, someone was mopping the hall. A sudden scream echoed from the room. Ah, be gentle. The janitor turned her head toward the sound. She commented softly, kids these days, always making such a racket. They didn't even close the door. She reached over and locked it from the outside. After securing the door, she couldn't help but add with a smile. How nice. So passionate in broad daylight. Inside, Xiao Xiao was helping Mo Wuluo up, who was left completely speechless. Just then, Mo Wuluo bent down to pick up her mask. There's a mole in our organization, she said. Don't be so quick to follow strangers next time, Mo Wuluo advised gently. Standing behind her, Xiao Xiao questioned, a mole. So, is that you? Mo Wuluo wasn't offended. She simply glanced back at the person behind her. If I were the mole, you'd already be a corpse. Though the national throne isn't here, he gave the order. Mo Wuluo put on her mask and continued. He ordered me to bring you here. Now, look over there. Xiao Xiao turned. Huh? Two chairs began to glow with a blue light. At the same time, a voice rang out. What a close bond you two share. You start sparring the moment you meet. The blue lights grew brighter as the voice continued. Well, you were betrothed to each other in the womb, after all. You were almost engaged as children. Such a shame. The lights slowly materialized into two figures, a man and a woman. Mom? Xiao Xiao's voice was filled with shock. Dad? Mom? Her parents appeared on the chairs, smiling warmly at her. Xiao Xiao's mother asked, Xiao Xiao, have you been well? Her mission complete, Mo Wuluo turned to leave, giving a slight bow. They will tell you what you need to do next. She stepped out of the room, and the door slowly swung shut behind her. After the door closed, Mo Wuluo remained outside. She thought to herself, they're about to learn a harsh truth. I'll give them a moment. Inside the room, Xiao Xiao threw her arms around her mother. Mom, I've missed you so much. Her mother held her tight. My dear Xiao Xiao, I missed you too. Across from them, her father cleared his throat pointedly. Let's get to the main topic. Xiao Xiao turned to him. What is all this about? His expression grew serious. He asked her, do you know about Project Earthrat? He then began to explain the situation. For security, members of Bureau 669 only know about the part of the plan they're responsible for, and the Feng Chu is the one in charge of this entire operation. So what is the security level of Project Earthrat? A project this massive is impossible to hide. The codename Operation Earthrat is actually the plan for an underground city. Xiao Xiao was stunned. An underground city? Mom and Dad were involved? Her mother simply said, yes. The Mo family has been part of the city's construction from the very beginning. You wouldn't know, being with the God-slaying army. In essence, this underground city is a giant mechanism, powered by our Mo family's formation arts. Xiao Xiao's father added, the National Master contacted us. A god will appear in Jingzhou, so we must speed up construction. But accelerating it is difficult. We could simplify the city's design and use the Mo family's own people to maintain the formation. But his tone turned grim. This means the simplified version will be as powerful as the true city, but only for a short time. However, there is a condition. Sensing something was wrong, Xiao Xiao asked. What condition? Her parents moved closer to her. Xiao Xiao, this time, we need you to become the core of the formation. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's expression became stone cold. The door opened again, and someone asked, finished talking so quickly? Not going to talk a little longer? Xiao Xiao turned her head. We're done. Mu Wuluo warned her that a fierce battle was coming. Running away is useless. Mu Wuluo turned, pointing a finger directly at Xiao Xiao. Because I'll be watching you. Noticing Xiao Xiao's fierce gaze, Mu Wuluo froze. Why are you looking at me with such hatred? Xiao Xiao's voice was sharp with anger. You said it yourself, become the core. If the formation breaks, the person dies. You led me down this dangerous path, and now you say you'll watch me. Unafraid, Mu Wuluo simply leaned against the wall. I need to set the record straight. This time, it's not just you. Xiao Xiao still didn't understand her meaning. Mu Wuluo gave a slight nod. That's right, we all must enter the formation. But as the heir, your resolve provides a huge morale boost. She then leaned towards Xiao Xiao. Once you enter, others will follow. That's why you are so important. Others might run, but only you. Mu Wuluo raised a single finger in a shushing motion before finishing her sentence. Cannot run. Outside, A bush rustled in the wind. Bao Bao pushed through the leaves, crying, "Big brother, there you are. I looked everywhere and couldn't find you." Ying Che was nearby, carrying supplies with the Tengshi group. He turned. "Bao Bao, what's wrong?" She screamed in panic. "Sister Xiao has been taken." Standing in the bushes, she waved her hands, describing a strange person wearing a mask with a phoenix carved on it. Ying Che recognized it instantly. A phoenix mask. Feng Chu? At a time like this, could it be Operation Earthrat? He left his last thought unspoken. Night fell, the sky peaceful and filled with stars. The scene shifts to Xiao, collapsed within a pile of rubble. A voice echoes through the air. In her past life, to fight the sky god, the Mo family heir sacrificed herself as the formation's eye and ultimately died. Fireflies danced under the bright moon, filling the air with life. That same voice softly called a name, Mo Xiao. Suddenly, a hand tapped the seated man's shoulder. Xiao stood behind Ying Che, teasing, "Captain, what are you spacing out for?" Ying Che was startled. Xiao, why are you here?" She walked over and sat beside him. "I couldn't sleep." He understood at once. "Is it because Feng Chu came for you today?" Xiao gazed up at the sky. "Yeah," she smiled, recalling the past. "Do you remember when you first appeared? Everyone called you a prophet. Back then, I just thought, where did this wandering fraud come from? Ha ha ha." Ying Che accepted it calmly. Under the circumstances, that was actually very normal. Xiao praised him sincerely. "But you led everyone to defeat the sea god." "Finally," she admitted, "I never had the chance to apologize." As the wind rose, Xiao suddenly threw her arms around Ying Che. Before he could process what was happening, she whispered, "Shh, someone's here, Captain. I need you to do me a favor." Xiao held up a dagger, placing it against Ying Che's chest. "This dagger has a Mo family mechanism. If my energy overloads, if I lose consciousness or become a puppet," she whispered, "I hope you will be the one to kill me." Ying Che was left speechless. "I will," he assured Xiao, "but you won't die." Hiding in the bushes, Mu Wuluo saw their embrace and seethed, hugging in the middle of the night. "Have they no shame?" Bao Bao popped up beside her, asking innocently, "Why are you spying on my big brother?" Mu Wuluo shrieked in surprise. "Ah, who's spying on your brother?" she shot back, embarrassed. Ying Che thought he heard something. "Hmm?" In the dead of night, the base fell into darkness. A system notification appeared. "Enter the second layer of heaven?" "Yes." Ying Che pressed the confirmation check. "Even if the great sage won't see me, even if I have to fight 10,000 pineapple monkeys, I will keep leveling up." The system deadpanned, 10,000 monkeys, 100,000 monkey hairs. "You really have no respect for other people's property, do you?" But Ying Che's patience snapped, and he cracked his knuckles menacingly. "I've noticed you've been acting strangely lately. Did the system get an upgrade?" The system immediately cowered in fear. "No, host, that's just your imagination." Entering the second heaven, Ying Che faced 3 of Sun Wukong's clones. They immediately surrounded him. Neja mused from his somersault cloud. He really spent 3 years in heaven just slashing at monkeys. The cloud held up an impressive sign. Sun Wukong's clones were sent flying everywhere. Monkey fur rained down, as notifications for +1 attribute points flooded his vision. Ying Che swung his blade wildly, roaring, I'll slash, Neja narrated, from the second heaven down to the first, and then he slashed his way back up. He slashed back and forth 3 times, filling the sky with so much fur the monkey went bald. The clone was too furious to even regrow its hair, but he just kept swinging his blade, without even blinking. Too bad he couldn't even see the monkey's face. The moon was now high in the sky. Tengshi wiped his sweat and sighed. Finally, the work is all done. Bureau Chief 6 is just too powerful. He cleared all the training room monsters early yesterday morning. He looked up, chuckling. It took me 2 full days to restock them. I wonder if the chief will praise me. Heh. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Someone was coming. Tongue, she scoffed. Humph, finally decided to show up? What, you appear after all the work is done? He saw Ying Che calmly approaching, a large blade strapped to his back. A massive, overwhelming aura followed in his wake. Tang, she felt suffocated. Wait, that's not right. This guy, he thought in terror. He got stronger. How did he get this strong after just 1 day? This is terrifying. Is he the type who gets stronger just by breathing? Ying Che just cheerfully apologized. Hey, sorry about that. I lost track of time while training, so I'm a bit late. Need a hand with anything? Tang. She stared, completely speechless. Inside, he couldn't stop wondering. What is going on? That aura just now. It felt just like the pressure from a god. In fact, it might have been even stronger. He trembled, hiding in a corner. Ying Che was completely clueless. Elsewhere, a group was sitting down for tea. They were mid-conversation. Monkey, it's been so long. And yet, you still insist on walking your own path. Neja, Sun Wukong, and the system sat together. She asked, isn't hiding like this worse than just barring the host completely? From your second heaven for good? Wouldn't that be better? The system readily agreed. The third princess is right. What do you think, great sage? Neja angrily tightened the sash around the system's neck. Damn it, I am Neja, the third Lotus Prince. The system broke into a cold sweat. I just came for tea today. The readers are furious too. But let's not get into the gender debate now. It then glanced over at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shot at an ice-cold glare. The system immediately deflated, trembling. Gee, great sage? What's wrong? A dejected Sun Wukong rested his chin in his hand and sighed. You two tell me. In our current state, when will we ever see this through? He began to reminisce. We burned our divine bodies to ash just to drive out those foreign god demons. But now, they're crawling back. And yet, here I am, stuck in this form, forced to trust someone I didn't even choose. Neja and the system looked on, deeply moved. Great sage, Neja exclaimed. I never knew you were under so much pressure. The system vowed, Great sage, the situation is dire, I know, but I guarantee it. He is the ace who will reverse the fate of our great Xia. But Sun Wukong was unconvinced. I don't believe in such things. He closed his eyes, speaking his thoughts aloud. I have a premonition that true danger is fast approaching. He opened his eyes, gazing calmly into the distance. When it comes, you'll have to rely on me. Back in the present, a uniquely designed building stood before them. The next second, a massive explosion rocked the area. Debris flew from the distance. Ying Che and Tung, she both whipped their heads around. Tung, she shouted, that's the direction of the lab. Ying Che dropped the crate he was holding and took off running, his voice echoing, hey, wait for me. At the blast site, everything was rubble and thick dust. Tung, she held his mask with one hand, pushing through the doorway. Old Qian, he called out frantically. Old Qian, where are you? He crouched down, digging through the rubble. If you can still breathe, just make a sound. Ying Che stood right behind him. Just then, a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned to look, but Tengshi was still digging frantically on the other side. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I should have assigned more people to this post. As he frantically searched, Ying Che hesitantly called out, maybe you should just turn around. Hearing this, Tengshi whipped his head around. It turned out old Qian was fine, leaning on Ying Che's shoulder as he listened. Old Qian, you're okay? That's great. The old man calmly reassured him. Don't worry, don't worry. He then scratched his head, explaining sheepishly. Turns out, I just had to use the bathroom, but it was broken. I went outside instead, and that little trip saved my life. The three of them glanced back at the wreckage, where Feng Shenshu had already passed out. Lao Qian gave an awkward chuckle. It seems not everyone was as lucky as me, though. Feng Shenshu fainted, but not before screaming, Damn it, it actually blew up. Ying Che shot a look at Lao Qian and demanded, What was that? Lao Qian cleared his throat. The Bureau was testing a new weapon's capabilities. He looked at the test site and shared, After infusing it with the book's power, its force clearly exceeded my predictions. Even while sitting on the toilet, Lao Qian was monitoring the experiment on his tablet. Even after going outside, I kept a constant watch on the data. His expression suddenly turned grave. I figured I could just stop the test if things went south, but I never imagined it would breach the limit so fast. Warnings flashed endlessly on the screen. Then, a massive explosion erupted, and the display showed only fire and debris. The blast startled Lao Qian so much he threw his tablet, sending it flying into the next stall and scaring the young man inside. That man roared furiously. You scared the crap out of me. Old man, did your own filth burn your hands? His shouting was so loud that people outside could hear it. Just as Lao Qian tried to continue his story, Tengshi and Ying Che raised their hands. They both said in unison, You can skip the rest of that story. Lao Qian quickly changed the subject, stroking his chin proudly. But on the bright side, with this kind of power, it'll be a massive asset against them. Tung, she clapped his hands. Lao Qian, my congratulations to you. Before the celebration could start, Lao Qian made a request. However, I might need your help digging it out. I hope it's not damaged. Teng, she's jaw dropped. Half an hour later, a man held up a blade and reported, Academician, we found the sword. Lao Qian took it and presented it to Ying Che. Comrade Xiao Che. This blade is named 100 Slain. It's a weapon forged by fusing the remains of a god with the power of the book. Ying Che asked Lao Qian in confusion, "This is?" The old man replied with grave sincerity, "You are the hope of the Bureau, and of all of Daxia. I've received instructions from Bureau Chief 669. We are prepared to entrust this very sword to you. I hope that one day, you will use it to slice through all those monsters." Ying Che was completely stunned, but finally, he agreed with unshakable determination. "I, Ying Che, will not fail this mission." And that's where our video ends today, which was a summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more amazing videos. But for now, farewell, and see you all next time. Bye-bye.